6. The Woodhaven taken off the turf, but we will have a good turf course for that feature race later on today. Still some interesting races to handicap, though. Acacia Clement and Andy Serling here with you. I'm glad we get a chance to run that stake on the turf, Andy, because it really is a very intriguing field.
No, it is. It's an interesting race, and obviously off the turf it would have been a disaster. But, you know, for people that wonder, well, the track is fast, their listener is good, why are they off the turf for 4 races? And it's a reasonable question. And if it was the middle of June, we'd have stayed on the turf today, but we're just getting on the turf. We've got 2+ months here now. We've got race in the fall. To chew it up for these races that early after some rain, it's just not really advisable going forward. Hopefully we'll run our races on the turf tomorrow if we don't get any more rain this afternoon. As far as this race, I think that the morning line tells the story. 3-1 to 6-1 for all 7 combatants.
And as we take a look at Dream On, this is him winning 2 starts back down at Gulfstream at a short price favorite, making the first start of his 3-year-old season. A horse that was intriguing last year as a 2-year-old, trying to get the first victory, or first stakes victory, I should say, of his 3-year-old season after pressing the pace in the Columbia at Tampa last out.
He's going to have to show that he wasn't just a good 2-year-old and that he can move forward. He got an easy win here, but he was 1-2 in this race. And frankly, it wasn't that impressive an effort. I don't think he had a fair chance in the Columbia. I don't think it was a fault of Irad Ortiz. He's got a speed horse. They were moving up front. He had an outside post. He got caught 3 wide the whole way. So that was a recipe for disaster. We'll see what he can do today. And I think in this case, Javier, I might want to put the pedal to the metal because I think he's a horse that runs his best races when he's moving up front.
Or another horse coming in from a race down at Gulfstream is Tiz Dashing for Barclay Tagg. Another one that didn't really have the most ideal trip. Out of the blinkers last time out down in South Florida. Had an outside post, was stuck wide into the first turn, and then in between horses late.
It's not a horse that's ever gotten particularly good trips. He's really got to find a way to save some ground. I thought this was a very good effort. He sat out in the 3-path or so with no cover the entire way around the racetrack, and he got swallowed up between horses, and he was still fighting it out between horses to the wire. I like this horse. I think he's been game and run well in all of his races, not necessarily even getting good trips. Excuse me, if John Velasquez could work out the right trip with him, he's a major player, but this is wide open.
It is, as you can absolutely make cases for pretty much all of the field in there. Looking forward to that Woodhaven coming up as race 6 again. The only race on today's card that will be on the turf. Over at Oaklawn Park, we have some stakes action to look forward to as well. Race 10 will be the Dig a Diamond, a mile for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. Hoosier Filly 8-5 on the morning line, as she'll try to defend her title in this race. And we welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, should she win today, Hoosier Filly will certainly propel herself past that $1 million mark in earnings.
Yeah, still kind of a magical mark, getting over that $1 million in earnings mark. She's a multiple graded stakes winner, buy into Mischief, so she has a lot of residual value already. Our friend and colleague Tom Amos is already here visiting with me on set. He has 3 horses in today, and they're all very live. Hoosier Filly, obviously, probably the livest of all, and her versatility is one of the things that makes her doubly tough. If they go quick, she's has the ability to come from off the pace. If they go slow, she can make the running. I know Tom was extremely high on her early in her career, and maybe she didn't quite get to that level that he thought she would, but she's awfully good, and I think she's going to be a handful today. I just really having a hard time identifying anybody that I think can give her a run for the money if she shows up with one of her better efforts.
See what she can do today. Richie, thank you. Look forward to getting your insight on that race, the Dig a Diamond, a little bit later on this afternoon at Oaklawn. We have 11 races at Oaklawn Park, Fast Main Track at Hot Springs, Arkansas, a 10-race card at Aqueduct Fast Main Track. Good turf course again for the 6th, just in that Woodhaven. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. The Kentucky Derby is fast approaching, and your winning opportunity is here. You can join Naira Bets now and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Kentucky Derby picks count. Enter promo code DERBY25 and experience the thrill of betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com for your next big win. It could be just a click away. As it is 1 week out from the Kentucky Derby, though, Andy, and unfortunately things do happen as we get closer to the starting gate. Unfortunate news this morning that Tappan Street, Florida Derby winner, will be out of the Kentucky Derby. Did sustain a condylar fracture to his right front in a work this morning. Certainly not career or life ending. We'll have surgery tomorrow, and we wish him all the best, but certainly a shame for the Connections to miss out with him.
Listen, Proud Truth got a condylar fracture after winning the Peter Pan before the Belmont, and he came back and won the Breeders' Cup Classic in the fall. So they can come back, and we hope he does. The horse that around here, he feels a little like the house horse because one of his owners, Nick, is a friend of a lot of ours, worked with us last year in the communications department in Saratoga, and sort of felt like, we were rooting along with him, but it's a tough game, and that's the way it goes, unfortunately. We'll miss him running in the race, but as Keisha said, hopefully he comes back and he's able to run, if not later this year, then next year, because obviously he's a very talented horse that's done an enormous amount in just 3 starts.
As we get ready to kick off our live racing today at Aqueduct, we have a favored entry. We're going a mile on the main track, and this $40,000 claiming race does circle around Costa Terra and Alternate Reality, horses that have been in good form, and they ran 1-2 against one another last time.
This is insane that they're 3 to 5. I've run a dilemma in the first 2 races where my top choice was Scratch. Today I liked Power Seeker in the first. Not that Costa Terra can't win, but I think Alternate Round is probably the one they like the most. I don't know, man. What is so foreboding about these 2 horses that they're 3 to 5?
Very short prices. There's the entry going by Costa Terra, the 1A, Alternate Reality. Here is the 2. We'll have the Rail Magnificent Mile.
He's off the claim for Rui Rodriguez. Not always easy to claim from Linda Rice. He ran a fast figure 2 back, and he find it again.
Smilemon, another new claim.
I thought he was interesting coming off the claim for Fernando Abreu, who doesn't have great numbers off the claim, but this is another horse that has some fast races, and I thought he could be the speed.
Here's Just Call Ray, 9-2 right now.
I guess he's got some support. I don't love his recent races. I feel like overall there's just horses been recently running faster than him, but he's obviously another one that has back races good enough to win.
And Tabawashi, another horse changing hands first off the claim for the Cantor Massey barn.
Yeah, I'm going to bet this horse at 9-2 in here. Gets Flavien Prat. Great to see Flavien back here in New York. Congratulations to him on winning that Keeneland meet with, I think, 20 wins in a 15-day period.
Pretty incredible.
And draws well on the outside. And Ilke has had a lot of success claiming for these owners recently.
That's the field for the opener as we welcome in another member of our team, Paul LaDuca, with us. Hey, Paulie, what are you seeing from the horses in the opener?
Well, Keisha, it's a very, I thought, competitive race. And then when I look up at the board, you have the entry here as a heavy favorite in here. Now, I can get where the public is sort of going here. I'm agreeing with Andy. I think they're playing the other entry rather than the straight one. But, the 2 at 9-1 is a ridiculous price. Magnificent Mile. How is that horse the longest shot on the board? I just don't get that at all. But Costa Terra, raced well last time. So did Alternate Reality. I get it. But I don't know if they should be 3 to 5. And you got a horse like Magnificent Mile at 9-1. I'm with Andy here. I landed on the 5 with Flavien Prat and got to talk to Flavien. I congratulated him too as well. Such a gentleman. I think this horse can rate off the pace a little bit and get back to some of those races. And like Andy was saying, listen, the Captain Machi barn off the claim has been phenomenal. I think they get a good draw here on not the complete outside, because Costa Terra with the scratch of the 6 gets the complete outside. But again, I don't think the 2 should be 9-1, and my pick is going to be the 5 here, Tabawash.
I think Paulie's right that they're betting more on Alternate Reality, and I don't think he would disagree that they're betting on both of these horses, the old 2 for the price of 1. And we've recently got, hopefully, permission to be able to get rid of coupled entries. So if you liked, for instance, Costa Terra here, you might be able to get 3 to 1 on him. And even if you liked Alternate Reality, you might be able to get 6 to 5 on him. And it's long past overdue to get rid of entries. They serve and help absolutely nobody in 2025, especially the proliferation of gambling. People want to bet on what they want to bet on and not get saddled with another horse. I understand the other horse does win sometimes and it bails you out, but I still think as players you want to be able to bet on the horse that you like. And live and die with the price that you get.
Absolutely. Well, as far as Tabawatch is concerned, Andy and Paul going there. It's the horse that was third behind Alternate Reality and Costa Terra last time out. You're getting a far better price and coming in for a hot barn. I know he's been with Linda Rice and Brad Cox, but I think this is kind of a horse that we know what he is at this point, and he is what he is.
Well, you do have to be concerned. I mean, his last 2 races are not good. Is there an argument he's better off being a little outside, and now he draws outside some of the speeds and maybe being inside? Perhaps, but he's been disappointing his last 2 races. And a horse that was claimed by Linda Rice for $80,000 dropped in for $40,000. Now Ilke runs for the same $40,000 he paid for him, but it does seem very possible his best races are behind him. And if that's the case, this field is too deep for him to be competitive. He's going to have to run better than he's run in his last 2 starts. And I really think you go through this race, I don't think there's a horse that can't win.
No, absolutely. I mean, even the biggest price on the board is the 2 Magnificent Mile, who is a horse that ran a 90 Beyer speed figure 2 starts back, albeit sprinting, but he certainly has races on the go back if he can run back to any of those.
No, I agree, Paul. He touched on that. Yeah. He said, I agree with him. Like, what is this horse doing this price? I don't think there's a single horse in this race where you can say this horse doesn't have the credentials to be a factor in this race. That's why I find the entry at 3 to 5 really strange. I really do. I mean, I'm not saying both of these horses can win, but I picked them third, so I'm really a little bit surprised that they are this short a price.
We have a bit of a pick 6 carryover coming up a little bit later on today. Tomorrow, though, even though we are staying physically here at Aqueduct, tomorrow is closing day of the Aqueduct meet, so there will be mandatory payouts to look forward to tomorrow.
That's right, tomorrow, because of course we would be going to Belmont next week. Belmont at the Big A. I know everybody loves Belmont at the Big A. That'll be starting next Thursday. Good card on Thursday, actually, but you're right, mandatory payouts tomorrow.
We'll kick off a pick 5 here, though, in the opener at Aqueduct. The entry, a very short price in race 1. Chris Griffin getting geared up for a big Saturday. He's standing by for the call of the opener.
It's in. All set. And they're up. Broken a very even line with Just Call Ray. Flashing speed from in between horses. Smilemons in the early mix too in the lime green cap. And here is Smilemon to take it right to Just Call Ray. And these two nose and nose as they get set to come out of the chute. Tabawatch is watching the action here from third as a stalking presence with at the rail. There comes Magnificent Mile in the orange silks. The 2 at the back, it's the entry. Costa Terra in front of Alternate Reality as they work up the backstretch here in the opener. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Smilemon and Dylan Davis, they're in front up by 3/4 of a length. Just Call Ray is shoved along here to keep up from second. Ground-saving journey to the inside. Kendra Carmouche on Magnificent Mile. They're followed by Tabawatch. Center of the racetrack is in 4th. And here comes Costa Terra, is going to try to rally outside of rivals. And at the rail, still the trailer, Alternate Reality. 45.32 for a half-mile time, and Smilemon is still there. Smilemon is in front in full pursuit now. Just Call Ray and Just Call Ray and Smilemon still in hand and doing it easily. Smilemon is approaching a quarter mile left to go. Magnificent Mile stays towards the inside. Tabawatch trying to pick it up. Alternate Reality is about to get a split, is trying to close in behind the leader. Smilemon is trying to skip away, and Smilemon is still up by a length and a half, almost 2. Alternate Reality starts to pick up some momentum, and under a full drive there is Magnificent Mile. Can Smilemon find this final 16th and hold off the charge from Alternate Reality to the outside? It's gonna be Smilemon. It's gonna be all right. Smilemon gets the victory over Alternate Reality. Then came Magnificent Mile, Costa Terra, and Just Call Ray in 1 minute 35.52 seconds.
We see what you did there. Chris Smilemon gonna be all right. Gets the win. Celebrations in the winner's circle. First off the claim for Fernando Abreu, and this horse did the dirty work on the front end, but able to hold on.
Yeah, you do get a feeling watching this race that we want to sort of watch what's going on with having gotten a little rain last time. Maybe the rail is good here, and it could be an advantage, but he ran hard. I mean, those are fast fractions all the way. The track is playing very quickly, but a very good job by Dylan putting him on the front where he belonged and wiring the field. The one at every one, the one who finished second, the 1 or 1A?
It was the 1A Alternate Reality.
He had his chance. He just wasn't able to get there and never really put in that much of a close. Nobody made up that much ground, and the concerns with Tabawatch were legitimate. He just can't run anymore.
Yeah, maybe just a horse that has some of his better races behind him at this point. 3-1A2, but Smilemon on the lead and able to shake off all company, pulling away there and digging in late. First off the claim for Fernando Abreu. 6-1. You got a generous price on this horse as well, who certainly has some back class.
No, I picked him second. I'm not at all surprised he won. We talked about it beforehand. At the end of the day, they were all good prices, save the entry, because the entry was preposterously overbet at 3-5.
Dylan Davis kicking off this Saturday with a win. Smilemon at 6-1. We'll bring you prices when we come back. We'll also take a look at the stakes action on tomorrow's card at Aqueduct in the Memories of Silver. The undefeated Laurel Lynn back for the first start of her 3-year-old season, trying to pick up where she left off last year.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. You can take home your share of $10,000. Bet select races at Aqueduct, Oaklawn, Churchill Downs, and Santa Anita today for your share of $10,000. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in today. In race 1 at Aqueduct, got a price 6-1 on Smilemon. All smiles from Dylan Davis and the connections as he makes his way into the winner's circle, taking the opener.
We've seen his trainer, Fernando Abreu, have a much bigger presence at NYRA over the last year and had some success where it's not easy. He's a very good trainer, and if given the opportunities, I think he's a trainer you're going to hear more and more from going forward.
$14.20 winner over the lettered part of the entry, Alternate Reality at 3-5, checking in second. Race 2 coming up next, New York bred claiming race for $25,000. 6.5 furlongs on the main track, 4-year-olds and upward. And right now it's Amundsen, the number 3, who's your favorite for Ilkay Canter-Mas. He did have some legitimate trouble at the start last time out, kind of leaping up and getting jostled around out of the gate. A horse that will try to turn things around from those back-to-back second-place finishes.
Yeah, listen, obviously Amundsen can win. He's also a little bit ridiculous at 6-5, and it just seems like we're seeing favorites going off at shorter and shorter prices. Looking at the double, I don't think you're going to get that much more than 6-5, though I'm looking at the doubles, and I feel like the winner of the first race was a shorter price in the doubles than he actually was on the board, which makes sense because the entry probably wasn't 3-5 in the doubles the way it was on the board, so that would make everybody else much shorter price.
Do you think in this race that the presence of Flavien Prat back aboard Amundsen might?
I think it
Cause a
might.
little bit?
You know, without Irad here, they're going to go to Flavien, especially because you haven't seen him, and it's kind of understandable. I think Irad's here tomorrow.
Yes.
I believe he is, yeah.
Well, as far as tomorrow is concerned, we have some stakes action to look forward to as well. The Memories of Silver will be our featured race. Go as race 8 as we take a look back at Memories of Silver, the horse. Jimmy Toner trained. Here she is winning the 1991 Diana. Was a grade 2 then, but she was, of course, a multiple grade 1 winner and a very, very talented turf filly.
She really was, and she has such an impact on the stakes being run here at NYRA because not only do we have this race, but we have quite a few races named for that family. Trainer Jimmy Toner training all of them, Soaring Softly, so many others, Winter Memories. She was just a terrific horse, and I know I've told this story before, but I remember being in the backstretch, and this was way before I worked in racing, and Jimmy Toner letting me go over to her stall and see Memories of Silver, and something that really, it lasted for me, and even somebody like me remembers those things, and it really shows how taking people to the backstretch and getting to see the horses, what a positive effect it can have for them as fans of the game.
That's a really special story, those experiences that you just can't write. Here's a look at this year's field, the namesake race, Memories of Silver. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week on the turf. Tomorrow, going a mile on the inner, race 8 in the afternoon. And Laurelyn was 2 for 2 as a 2-year-old. She won the Tepin right here at Aqueduct. Makes the first start of her 3-year-old season for Grand Motion.
She draws very well towards the inside, better than some of the other competition in this race, which certainly helps her. She ran well in both of her starts, breaking her maiden and winning this race in her next start. She's okay. I mean, I'm interested to see what she does. And we're sort of just getting started with the 3-year-olds in the turf. And you get out of Gulfstream and you get, whether they run at Tampa, whether they run at Keeneland, they start running here on courses that, in my opinion, give you a much truer result for how good they are in the turf. There's obviously a lot of big turf racing for the fillies and the boys at NYRA going forward this year. And I think that we have a pretty loaded group, and I think there's some hope that it'll be a little stronger than it was last year.
Seems like a pretty good 2-year-old group that will be coming in on the turf as 3-year-olds. Well, all in all, not just on the turf, the horse that Laurelyn's beating there is 5G, who won the Gulfstream Oaks from the dirt and is a contender for the Kentucky Oaks next week.
No question about it. She really is. And interestingly enough, the horse who won this race last year came back with a win in the boggy turf course at Keeneland yesterday on closing day for owner John Stewart.
Speaking of John Stewart, he will send out Virgin Colada in his Resolute Racing colors. This filly also making the first start of her 3-year-old season, though after finishing second in the Miss Grillo, that eventful Miss Grillo trip, as we see several horses kind of taken out on the turn there, unfortunately. Disappointed in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. We'll see what she does coming back as a 3-year-old.
Well, the horse who's winning this race has been a real problem for her, not only beating her this day, but causing her to lose whatever chance she had in the Breeders' Cup when she took her out in the first turn. Now, make no mistake, Virgin Colada got a very good trip in this race. The rail was good that day. She saved ground. She angled out. The winner also got a very fortunate trip as well. But Virgin Colada was effectively taken out of the running of the race in that Breeders' Cup and never had a chance to be effective. Now, whether or not she was going to be good enough to be closer remains to be seen. But you can throw her Breeders' Cup race out, in my opinion, and watch it again yourself because Scythian takes her out badly in the first turn.
Fun to see some of these talented 2-year-olds back as 3-year-olds. Virgin Colada will be ridden by Flavien Prat, who, as Andy mentioned, back in New York. Good to see him here this weekend with some very, very live mounts. We'll talk a little bit more about what's coming up for Flavien after this on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off at the NYRA Ben Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we're getting ready for the opener at Oaklawn Park. And taking a look at the field on the track, a good-looking group there still lining up along the rail to get a good glimpse at these runners.
Well, I don't know if they look for the horses or they're hoping to get a chance to talk to Mig.
Meg is very good about socializing
at this
with
point, I
everybody
can't
there.
believe he's not doing
Honestly,
like a
everybody knows him. It's amazing.
Because he's a man of the people.
Yes, he is.
Unlike me.
The field for the opener. Fearless Lady went by. Here's Serafia.
Yeah, I guess she's a fringe player. Both she and Fearless Lady, the question with them is, can they run back their last races? Because they were better than the races they've been running previously.
Blinkers on, Spanker Boom.
I like the name. I don't like the horse. Looks a little slow. Probably the speed, though.
Here is the number 4, Anscorsel.
Is that you said that so fluent? Really, that was On Fire Baby. Her dam was On Fire Baby. It was a very good horse. I think she won the Apple Blossom, I want to say. Did she or run second in it? She's a good horse.
Let's double check that. Kinsey Queen went by. Player here is the 6 Paradise City.
It's on paper a 2-horse race between Paradise City coming in from Gulfstream for Zaffi Joseph, who hasn't run many horses there but has had a lot of success, and Kinsey Queen.
Speaking of 5G, she faced her in the Gulfstream Oaks last time, and then Stipulate to round out the field for the one and only Tom Amoss.
Yeah, Stipulate's going to try to stretch out for the first time and didn't draw a great post to do it. Going to have to get better stretching out.
That's the field for the opener at Oaklawn. And speaking of the man of the people, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, the man of the people. That's one thing. When we had the infield set, at least we were a little bit sequestered. Out here, a lot more interaction, but very enthusiastic fans here at Oaklawn. And again, a big crowd. And the meet may be winding down, but the excitement level still maintains a very high level. And we'll start with the 4, Ensorcel. This is a horse that wants to get very rank, and she doesn't break as sharp as you would like to see, particularly the horse that wants to grab the bit and then kind of half run off with the rider. If she could ever get away clean and get into a good rhythm, which she was able to do more so 2 back than she was last time. I think her last race was better than it looks. But interestingly enough, and I'll get to her last, it felt like talking with Ron Moquette earlier today. We spoke for a while before we set up on set here. I felt the impression that he's a little bit high on the 1, Fearless Lady, at a big price. But listen, I agree with Andy. I think the race runs through the 5, Kinsey Queen, who's dropping out of the Fantasy, faced the likes of Quiet Side, who's really found a great form cycle, and just gets easier. She's got more of a closing style, so she does want to see some pace up front. I couldn't get past the 6, Paradise City, guys, shipping in for Zaffi Joseph. She may be a little bit more tactical than Kinsey Queen. She certainly was sporting her Florida tan. I mean, just could not look any more resplendent in her coat. Very sharp looking here in the paddock, and continued that way warming up on the racetrack. And now getting back to the 1, Fearless Lady, she did break her maiden for claiming 30. The claim was voided. But Ron said, thinks she's a nice filly, and she's been training extremely well. And sometimes when you're talking with trainers, you know, you can kind of decipher what's trainer speak and what is genuine. And I got to tell you, Ron Moquett, one of the most genuine people that I've met, and just kind of calls it the way he sees it. So at 14-1, I think Fearless Lady could outrun her odds, but they all got to beat the 5, Kinsey Queen, and the 6, Paradise City.
All right, Richie, thank you. Some interesting insight there. And as far as Ron Moquett's runner is concerned, the Damn On Fire Baby, we were just looking it up, won the Apple Blossom in 2013 and then second to Close Hatches in 2014.
She was a very, very good horse. She ran some big races. I think she ran some big figures in her career, like 105 Beyer maybe somewhere. It was a good horse.
She ran a 102, finishing second in the La Troyenne, and a 101, winning the Apple Blossom in 2013.
Well, and if you are a rock and roll fan, which I'm sure a lot of people are, is a great parlay today.
Yeah.
You've got Paradise City, Guns N' Roses. You got Dream On.
Yeah.
For Aerosmith. In the Woodhaven.
I know. We had several American Pie, McLean's Music references the last couple days.
You know what's interesting about that actually is that I believe that Guns N' Roses, when they were starting earlier in their career, they were a warm-up for Aerosmith on a tour. Because I remember them playing at SPAC years ago.
They were at SPAC last year, Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, well, this was way back. Yeah. I saw Guns N' Roses in 1991 at the Garden. They played there in December. And that was the days where you could scalp. Of course you weren't. I was 70. I was already losing my teeth, fully bald. We scalped tickets out front. We were in the 8th row center. You know what the ticket price was back then?
What?
$15.
Oh. Wow.
Concerts were the most I ever paid for a ticket as a kid was the Bob Dylan tribute. We had tremendous seats at the Garden. I think it was a year or two later, and great seats towards the front, and they were $155 each. I remember thinking, God, that was a lot to spend for tickets. And now those are like the nosebleeds.
Now that's the cheap seats.
Right?
I know.
Amazing.
I know. Well, we'll see what Paradise City can do for Saffie Joseph Jr. She does seem like she will be tough to beat in here. The opener from Oaklawn Park will send it up to Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Stipulate on the far outside, going towards the lead with Spanker Boom. Paradise City easing right off of them in a good position, running in third. Seraphia passing her. Then comes Insercell behind the speed in the 5th position ahead of her stablemate Fearless Lady. And that leaves Kinsey Queen to trail the field. She's 6 lengths off the pace. Around the clubhouse turn they go, and it's Spanker Boom, the long shot, paving the way. 3 parts of a length ahead. Stipulate second. Insercell a little bit keen, is 3 wide now. Moving up and wants to come after those front runners approaching the backstretch. She's on restraint, though. Gap of 2 to Seraphia, running in the 4th position. Paradise City going well in 5th, and a length and a half to Kinsey Queen. Second to last, Fearless Lady, the back marker, 5 lengths off the lead as the 7 3-year-old fillies head down the backstretch. They're halfway home in the opener. Spanker Boom, 18-1, a length and a half in front. Stipulate second. Insercell more settled down. She's still on that hold as they go into the far turn. She's 3 deep, breathing down the necks of both Stipulate and Spanker Boom as they round the turn. A length and a half to Paradise City in 4th, creeping in while still going well. Seraphia's come under a bit of a ride now. Gap of 2 to Kinsey Queen. She's niggled along. She's getting outside, beginning a run, Kinsey Queen. And at the back is Fearless Lady coming to the top of the lane. Stipulate in front. Spanker Boom's done, is dropping away. Insercell battling for the win too with Stipulate. Paradise City is tipping outside for a run and a little bit tight, but she punches forward between horses. Kinsey Queen on the extreme outside. Kinsey Queen getting going down the outside, takes command from Paradise City, and Stipulate, who's left behind in 3rd, 16th to go. Kinsey Queen for the Greg Compton barn, drawing away to win it. Kinsey Queen by 2 1/4. Paradise City was 2nd, Stipulate 3rd, Insercell 4th.
The class prevails here in the opener. Fillies coming out of graded stakes, run 1-2. Kinsey Queen getting the best of Paradise City, though Paradise City not the best trip in there.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I mean, yes and no. You know, she saved ground behind the duel, and I just think the 5 just completely outran her. I mean, obviously you prefer to be the one on the outside making the run, but at the end of the day, she was second best to Kinsey Queen, who was very happy to get away from Quiet Side.
I would imagine so. Yeah, this way he tried the fantasy at Oaklawn last time out. Turned out to be a very good claim for $50,000 back in November.
And I also think it's interesting, Richie, this is a horse that her biggest problem really has been that she hasn't been able to win with the 5 seconds and thirds and 1 win in her 10 starts, but today, not a problem.
Yeah, guys, listen, I know I
There's a
probably
delay.
make more of it, and I get excited about the jockey race here, but Francisco Arrieta, just another fine ride from him. And who was second? Christian Torres. And I think this is really the story heading into this is the 5th to last day of racing, the last 5 racing days. The jockey race. And I think it's just going to be exciting all the way down to the wire. And a couple guys that have been riding in top form for a long period of time. You love to see that consistency. So, like I said, being a former rider, I probably get a little more excited about it than most. But I think it's a story that we're going to be taken right down to the wire.
We look forward to following that. They've really made it fun here. Francisco Arrieta picking up another one with Kinsey Queen, who certainly was best in the opener. Again, with a bit of class and who she's been facing lately. Back over to Aqueduct. We have race 2 coming up next. The York Breds in the spotlight here. Amundsen continuing to be the favorite as Flavien Prat makes his way into the paddock, and he will climb aboard this horse as he was aboard for his last 3 victories, in fact, back in 2024.
Yeah. Obviously, he has some good races behind him. Can he get back to those races? And there's Flavien. Nice to see him back here, back in town after his big year last year, especially. I feel like with Amundsen, he's kind of had his chances recently and just failed the test.
I agree.
He can win, obviously, but I'm kind of hoping that Louis Rivera is aggressive with Montebello and just sends this horse to the lead. Because I don't think Brew Pub is a real speed horse, And I think that Montebello might be the horse that has the most speed and can just try to wire this field. See if it happens. But I feel like Amundsen, he's a cool horse. He's had some great days, but I just wonder if he's a little past his best days.
And you got to give it to Montebello. He's been in very good form lately and very popular at the claim box. This is a reclaim for Rob Atras, dipping back in for him as he won at this level last time out, coming from off of it and game down to the wire. But he has shown that he can use that speed to his advantage as well.
Yeah, and I think this is the case to do it. I mean, situations create trips and horses that may not be speeds when they're moving in those races. I think today you have to readjust and you've got to look and say, geez, there really isn't a lot of speed in this race. We need to go with him. And certainly after the first race day, I'm not saying we have any kind of bias, but you certainly would say that speed is good at this point. Now, we have sealed the track. I don't know if they'll open it up again for the second race. Obviously, we're sealing it. That means we're expecting to get some showers. Whether or not we open it for the second race and whether or not that affects the way the race is run remains to be seen.
We'll keep an eye on that for sure, as the number 5 in here, Forward Move, was the one that beat Amundsen last time out and got the win. It was a voided claim, does come back at the same level and comes back pretty steadily now for Linda Rice. What do you make of this one as they'll get a chance to rematch? You take a look at their last race.
I don't love horses coming off wins with perfect trips.
Yeah.
And I thought he got a perfect trip last time. Now, I don't think Amundsen had a particularly bad trip overall, and he still beat him. But it's just, don't really love that concept. But the reality is, if you go through his races, he's got plenty of recent races that are good enough. And the voided claim thing has become a situation where we see so many of these horses come back and win that, for me, I pretty much just ignore it because it doesn't really mean anything. I suppose if a horse is an enormous favorite and is coming off a voided claim, maybe you want to use that as justification to be a little bit leery. But overall, it just doesn't seem like it matters that much.
Yeah, there's things that can also take place, whether it's an administrative detail. If the name of the horse is spelled incorrectly on the claim slip, then the claim can be voided. There's no issue with the horse.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's that's obviously one of the problems, administrative versus, but even the ones that aren't administrative, how many of these horses do we see come back in a month and 6 weeks and run fine?
And to be fair, when there is a situation like that, and they have to go through a process, have to work for the state vet coming back and making sure that that horse is able to come back to the racetrack. So I think it's a good point to bring up that it's not something to move with trepidation. I think in certain instances, maybe so, and especially, as you said, at a very short price.
Yeah, I mean, everything is price dependent. Every decision you make as a horse player is price dependent. Yesterday, a good example, that John Kimmel horse that won at 10-1. I didn't like the horse because I didn't like the trainer stat with John Kimmel, where he has terrible numbers off long layouts. But I was saying before the race, when a horse is, I never thought he'd be 10-1. When a horse is 10-1, you're not supposed to worry about trainer stats. You're supposed to, Bad trainer stats for short prices, good trainer stats for long prices. That should be your guide. You never worry about those incidentals like that when you're talking about long shots. But when you're talking about 2-to-1s or less, then you want to start splitting hairs a little bit and say, listen, the trainer doesn't do well in this situation. I don't want a short price. Big price can overcome a lot.
That was protected off the layoff yesterday, winning in a good-looking effort off the bench for John Kimmel as well. See what the future holds for him.
Race got a 77 buyer, I think.
All right.
Good race, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good race. Did the dirty work up front. Favorite continues to be, though, the number 3, Amundsen. What about the 2, Brew Pub? Did show pace last time out, but he's maybe not the most consistent type. He's consistently right there without maybe consistently winning, but he's a horse I don't think needs the lead.
Well, I mean, your point is well taken. He's got 54 career starts. He's got 4 wins, 13 seconds, and 8 thirds. So he does not find the winner's circle.
Right.
I mean, he's finishing second and third over 5 times more than he's winning. That's not random. I mean, these are horses that, you know, they show up, they run fairly well, they just don't win races. He's not impossible in here. I don't think he's really a true speed. That's why I think if Louis Rivera looks to be aggressive with Montebello, he can clear. And I feel like riders have lost the art of riding with intention. And it's a conversation I'd love to have with the MIG, because he's a rider that rode with intention. And I think a lot of times people are just too lax. It's like, and maybe it stems from the trainers. Maybe the trainers don't want them to be aggressive. I don't understand it. Dirt racing benefits speed. I don't understand why so many riders and trainers don't use that speed the way they used to.
As Richie often says, get your position going forward. A lot of times that aggression is paid off as we'll meet the field, starting off with the one Pop Coyer, who was forwardly placed last time out with the blinkers on.
Yeah, it just feels like he's overmatched against this group. He's had his chances and he's not getting it done. That's why he's a huge price.
Brew Pub, first off the claim for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, we talked about him. He's just not really a winning type, but he can be forward here in a somewhat paceless race.
Here's your favorite, Amundsen.
Yeah, I think he's too short a price in this race. I know he shows up and he seems to run every time, but I don't like the fact that his figures are lower since coming off the layoff and he's not getting it done.
Montebello getting a big warm-up out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping he uses that warm-up. I don't know. You know, we talk these big warm-ups. Doesn't always mean they go to the lead.
No, it doesn't. As we take a look at forward move, Kendrick Karmush gives pretty much everything a big warm-up.
Yeah, we'll see. And I don't think that Kendrick's intending to be in front. In here, should be somewhat forward, though, but he's not a speed horse.
And big price in the outside boss, 302.
Yeah, he's just way overmatched in this field.
For more on these runners, let's check in trackside with Paulie.
Yeah, and we got a little bit of rain, Acacia and Andy, right in between those races. And like Andy said, they sealed the racetrack, so there is a little moisture on it. And right now it's not raining at this moment, but like Andy says, I think he was talking to some of the guys earlier down here below. They was thinking there might be some more showers, so they played on the safer side, and they sealed the racetrack. So I was talking to Rob Altris, the trainer of the 4, but we'll start with the 2 Brew Pub here for Wayne Potts. Claimed this horse from the Catamarchi barn. Horse that's 1 for 30 over dirt, dry dirt, but does have 3 of her 4 wins. Of his 4 wins are on a muddy racetrack. So maybe that little shower helped the 2 the most in here, Brew Pub. Now the 3 in here, Amundsen, I thought just kind of ran around in circles last time. Didn't really make a huge move. And listen, he's age 9. Maybe a muddy racetrack will help him out. He's 4 for 10 lifetime with 4 thirds. So maybe with a little bit of moisture, like I said, a tiny bit of moisture. Then I talked to the trainer of the 4, Rob Altris. I said, Rob, why'd you claim Montebello back? He said, listen, I've always loved this horse. He's a good-looking horse, and I always think that the mile is not his distance. 7 furlongs to 6.5 is what I've always loved. And I said, listen, what's going to happen here? And he said, listen, we're pushing towards the front end, and we're hoping that we get towards the lead. He's hoping that the 2 doesn't go or somebody else, but they're going with intent on the 4, and I'm with you, Andy. Let's hope 2 negatives make a positive this time.
Well, I'm always happy to be on the same page as Paulie.
Going for the same horse in here again?
I mean, I think that we both have the same thought, that he's a potential to wire the field in here. And I don't know why he's 7-2. I don't understand why he's vying for 4th choice. Why is he less likely to win than Forward Move? Why is he so much less likely to win than Amundsen? I think he's a very logical horse in this race and probably should be closer to 2-1 or 5-2. So
I do also think the Reclaim the reclaim angle is interesting. I mean, this is a horse that Rob had for a start and dips back in for the same price tag to pick him up again. I think that's usually a good sign, especially for sharp claiming outfits.
I don't believe there is, but I wish there was a stat function for reclaims.
Oh,
for
I know.
trainers,
That would be great. That would be very interesting to look at, especially certain barns that don't do it often.
Well, you just want to know if it is, in fact, relevant.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you think these things are, and you find out they're not. Or sometimes you think things aren't relevant, and you find out, in fact, they are. And there's no... I heard the dumbest stat I think I've ever heard during the Lakers game last night. They said the Lakers were 10-0 or 11-0 when tied at 1-1 in a series down in Game 3.
That's a mouthful.
And they pointed out that they did it in the finals in around 1990.
Oh, gosh.
There's nobody on any of those teams that's even playing today.
Right.
Some of them aren't even alive, probably.
Race 2 coming up next at Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Pop Coyer has got early speed towards the inside, and also in the early mix is going to be Forward Move. Well spread apart, and joining them, here's Amundsen to apply pressure. Montebello wants to get into the early mix, and 5 wide. Out the backstretch is going to be Boss 302. The one tucked right in behind is going to be Brew Pub, who's the trailer, but they are very tightly bunched. 2.5 lengths to cover them all, and here's Amundsen, ready to challenge to the outside of Pop Coyer. They're 1-2. Now head and head as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Just off of them is Montebello, and Luis Rivera Jr. is right in behind these rivals. Out wider, shoved along his Forward Move, is trying to pick up some ground, and there's Brew Pub, who is right in behind the leaders, and Brew Pub is on the move, has taken third. 22.72 for the opening quarter mile, and there's Amundsen, who's now cut loose, and Amundsen is up by 1.5 lengths. Trying to keep up is Pop Coyer, who's all in, and ranging up on the outside is Brew Pub, is trying to cut into the margin of Amundsen, who reaches the top of the stretch and is still now in hand. Amundsen is just gliding along right now. It's Amundsen who approaches a final furlong, and now Amundsen, just some more encouragement here, and Brew Pub towards the outside is trying to catch this rival. But still, Amundsen, who is traveling nicely, has a 16th left to go, and this is a dominating performance. Amundsen, Flavien Prat win it. Brew Pub second, then Pop Coyer, and Forward Move. 1 minute 16.28 seconds.
Welcome back to New York, Flavien Prat, and back to the winner's circle. Put on another clinic here as the favorite wins. Much the best.
Well, Flavien Prat understands the value of speed, and it's one of the reasons he's been as successful as he has. Not only his understanding of it, but the lack of understanding by others, because there was a questionable ride in this race that gave a horse no chance. Once this horse was able to control towards the outside, it was over, and as Chris said in his call, he was just cruising out there.
Even money getting the job done. Flavien Prat with the victory is he's certainly had a lot of success on this horse. Now 4 wins together, he and Amundsen.
Well, he has a lot of wins with a lot of horses, Flavien Prat. So it's great to have him back, and you know, I'm looking forward to once we get after the Derby and most of the top riders do return. It's always great to have everybody back.
I know, I felt like I saw Flavien a lot this winter, actually. Felt like every time I went to Tampa, Flavien was there and winning like 4 races on the card.
He went for Chad Brown and won a lot of races.
Won a lot of races there. 3, 2, 1, 5, race 2 at Aqueduct. Even money shot Amundsen with the win. Flavien Prat aboard. Speaking of Kentucky Derby, we'll talk about the Derby favorite journalism as he puts in his final preparations leading up to the Kentucky Derby. Is he a must-use? He will be the favorite. What are his real chances?
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Amundsen at a short price, no doubt about it, winner in race 2. Gets the win, heading into the winner's circle for Ilkay Kantarmasi and Flavien Prat.
Yep, heavily favored, overbet favorite in the first race, a disappointing second. This one ran like he probably was an overlay.
$4.30 winner in race 2. We turn on to the third race. Fun, interesting sprint race, I think, coming up here for this allowance. And right now it is Executive Order, the 2, who's favorite, coming back off the layoff for Phil Serpy, a horse that was so impressive first time out, and then the wheels kind of fell off a bit with tougher company.
I agree. You want to forgive the champagne. Did something go wrong last time where he was virtually eased? He is way the horse to beat. I mean, this horse ran an 83 Beyer in his debut as a 2-year-old. Even without building on it, he's going to beat this field. And the question you have to ask yourself is if you trust him. I don't fully trust him, but I picked him. And frankly, if he's 2-1 or 9-5, I think he's the right horse, because while I think Shoot the Nickel is dangerous, I don't think he's nearly as likely to win this race as that one. The horse that scares me is Enduring Spirit on the outside, because he's like a Jekyll and Hyde. He's run 2 big figures in his career, and the rest of them are lousy. But the 2 big figures have something in common. He was sent to the front and was able to control on the front end. So it's up to Javier Castellano to get out of the gate from the outside and try to control the field. Maybe you have to go a little too fast early, but I don't think he has any chance if he's not controlling based on his PPs.
His speed is what makes him dangerous. More on this third race in a moment from Aqueduct. But we continue our Kentucky Derby conversation. If you missed it, we did hear some unfortunate news this morning that Florida Derby winner Tapan Street, unfortunately injured in a workout this morning, a condylar fracture to his right front, due to have surgery tomorrow. Thankfully, condylar fracture you are able to come back to racing, and the plan will be to bring him back to the races. So certainly not life-threatening or career-ending, which is good news, but certainly unfortunate timing for the Connections, hoping to run in the Kentucky Derby with him.
There's a million things that can go wrong and so few things that can go right in racing. And hopefully Pete Aiello won't be the last and only announcer to call his name correctly.
That's right.
A couple of people here had a little something to do with that. Though there were still people out there doubting us weeks later. They didn't get enough.
Even when the owners confirmed it, by the way. Anyway, here's a look at the 100-point Kentucky Derby prep winners. That Florida Derby was a 100-point race. Unfortunately, as mentioned, Tapan Street will not participate. But here's a look at the horses who won those 100-point races, the final big preps. Which major prep winner for you, Andy, is a play against in this group?
Well, I don't consider the Jeff Ruby Stakes a major prep, but it's a 100-point race. Turfway Park is owned by Churchill Downs, so they've given 100 points to a race that shouldn't be 100 points, and you shouldn't be qualifying the second horse. And the second horse getting in this race over a horse like Baeza is frankly a crime, and really bad decision-making in the points. But this is the easiest throw-out. This is a horse that's not been on the dirt. It's more of a turfy pedigree. I understand them want to take a shot. I can understand Juddmonte wanting to take a shot with him. But he is a very, very unlikely winner of this race, and he'll be a big price.
Yeah, Brad Cox runner, who did debut on the turf at Churchill, then ran exclusively on the synthetic at Turfway following that, winning the Jeff Ruby Stakes. He's also a horse that comes from very far off of it.
Well, that might help him a little bit, but
yeah,
it's a very different circumstance trying to do it on dirt. And obviously, of the 100-point preps, he's the least likely winner.
We'll bring Paul LaDuca into this conversation. Paul, with these 100-point prep races, what's your opinion on which horse is a play against?
Well, I'm going to go with Sandman, and it's nothing against the horses that ran in the Arkansas Derby. I just think that Sandman, the way he runs, he still has not grown up, for me at least. He's a horse that sometimes gets left in the gate. He broke in a tangle. He's caused his own concerns. Now, he got a blazing fast pace last time when he won the Arkansas Derby, but in a 20-horse field, I'm just worried that if he makes any kind of mistake at the break, he's not going to run. And, you know, lugging out in the stretch, I just feel like Acacia, he's just a little green right now. And I get it. He's a $1.2 million purchase. I think he's going to be very good down the line. I just cannot play him in a 20-horse field.
We'll see how it plays out. Paulie Sandman, a horse who, yeah, he has made some of his own trouble along the way. He kind of struck me before winning that Arkansas Derby, which it felt like he really needed to kind of cement himself with that big win, Andy. He kind of struck me as a horse that did just enough to make you come back for more with him.
Yeah, he's not my cup of tea either. I think I kind of agree with Paulie. I mean, I took the low-hanging fruit and just took the horse out of the synthetic race that probably shouldn't have qualified for the Derby. But regardless, I don't quite get Sandman here. I think he's tremendously pace-dependent. Now, he should get pace here. I just think they're better closers. He's also a bit of a funny acting horse, and I don't want that in the Kentucky Derby. But the good news, if you bet on Sandman, he'll be easy to see.
Yes, he will. He will be. There's
that.
a few grays in the field, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's more whiter than gray, isn't he?
He's a very light gray. Yeah, he is. Well, Kentucky Derby 151, just 1 week away, as you can experience the thrill of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time to make your Derby picks count. Use promo code Derby25 and you can start betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more Oaklawn Park. As Richie touched on before, the race for the riding title has been a thrilling one down in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Christian Torres working hard to capture that title.
Quick Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred Racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Most horses retire 4, 5, 6 years old, but they can live to be 30. Every stake that races needs an aftercare foundation. It was all started by Bill Walmsley, so we got together, got with Jennifer Hoyt, we got a website, we got a Facebook page, and we could rehabilitate and retire the thoroughbreds that have raced at Oaklawn.
We started off very slow. I think we maybe had 6 horses the first year we were in the program. Overall, we've probably retired and rehomed over 50 horses. We do ask that every owner that donates a horse into the program donate the horse with $1,000. That just helps care for the horse for the first month or so that we have the horse in our care. Every year we do get some good funding, but it's amazing how quickly that goes during the summer and fall when we're taking care of about 25 to 30 horses. At the end of the 22 race meet, we implemented the Ring the Bell program. Ron Moquette brought it to us. He provided the bell, And so that April, that last month of that race meet, we gave owners the opportunity to ring the bell every time they won a race. And we raised almost $9,000 in just that month. It's now something that they look forward to doing. It's a sense of pride. I'm gonna ring the bell today because that means they won a race. 2 years ago, the HBPA installed an equicizer at Oaklawn, and that's been a huge fundraiser. Trainers pay $10 per horse every time they put it on that equicise wheel, and all that money comes to our program. Each horse has its own adoption fee. We usually set that based on what the horse will be doing in his second career. It ranges from between $500 and $1,500.
These horses have such a great purpose. They want to do something. They want to be a little girl's horse. They want to be ridden. They want to trail ride. They want to event. They want to be a hunter jumper. They want to do something else. And it gives them an opportunity to live a long, prosperous, wonderful life outside the racetrack. But we need that resource everywhere so a person can responsibly retire their horse and have it taken care of.
We love getting a chance to see our equine athletes in their second careers after their racing days. Well, we'll see who is going to get the first win of their career, though, in this upcoming second race at Oaklawn Park.
And speaking of needing care after racing, the Migliore's down at Oaklawn, hopefully being cared for. He's going to be happy to get back, but there's so much love for the Mig down at Oaklawn. He's going to have a slight withdrawal, I think.
He's not even here with us. He's off this race. He can't even
Well,
comment.
now I just make fun of him.
I was going to tell a story. It was funny because, his wife, Carmela, obviously is not with him, and he needs he needed a little help with color coordinating with the ties.
No,
and the
he needs a lot of help with the color coordinating. Let's be clear.
And I told him for Arkansas Derby at first, I said, it's a little monochromatic. And he says, I'm using that word all the time. We were able to switch it up in time.
Really? Well, yeah. I think you're a very good person to go to for clothing tips. It's funny. It is true, and a lot of men have trouble shopping, and you have to find people to help you that know what to do. I believe me, I've gotten plenty of help to look.
You have very good style, though.
Thank you, but a lot of it is going to people who have
experience.
telling me, and also telling me what things to buy and things that go together. It's like anything in life. You have to learn these things.
Yep.
Very few things are innate. And I think it's harder for men to ask for help buying clothes. It's not something we naturally do. And what ends up happening is a lot of men wear ill-fitting suits because they don't get them properly tailored.
That's the worst. All right. Any quick comments on Oaklawn 2?
On race 2?
Going against Avalon Girl?
I think I picked 8 and 9 here. Yeah, I
sniffed those out?
Well, there's really no form whatsoever to go on in this race, Acacia. I'm sorry, but there isn't.
Avalon Girl, the favorite here in the dropping class for Ron Moquett. We'll see who gets the win in race 2, Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Nip it in the bud. Avalon Girl goes in, nip it in the bud to the outside post. She's going in as well. We're ready to go. And they're off. Steel spun away slowly. Presley's turn broke sharply from the inside post. Is showing speed. Isn't quite naturally quick enough to go in front, though. Charm it is, though, and she snatches the lead from Rocket Retta, who takes the second position. A Vision of Hope third. Nip it in the bud outside of her. Space of 2 to Presley's turn. Another 2 to Steel spun. Racing in midfield. Avalon Girl right outside of her. Hulu second to last. And Lily May is at the back of the pack, and she's running 10 or 11 lengths behind as they go into the far turn. Charmit on the lead, a half length in front. Rocket Retta pressing hard from the outside. Length and a half to Nip it in the bud. She's third, sent along. 2.5 more to Presley's turn. Has come under a hard ride, and she's 5 lengths off the lead. Approaching the top of the lane. Avalon Girl trying to get into the race, and she's backed away as they come to the top of the lane. Charmit off the turn. Tries to give him the slip. Cuts the corner. Leads by 3. Far outside. Lily May is kicking it in. And Lily May has unleashed a powerful run to the lead. Presley's turn into second, coming after Lily May, who's now starting to field a little bit. 16th to go. Lily May holding on to the lead from Presley's turn. Then the Gray Hulu and a Vision of Hope. Lily May, Louis Q to win it. Second home, Presley's turn just got there over a Vision of Hope, and Hulu was fourth.
Lily May with the win. She gets out the victory here in a non-effort from the favorite, 3-5. Avalon Girl went off and just didn't fire in here.
Didn't do any real running whatsoever, and I'm not sure I'm going to agree with Matt that there was anything powerful going on here, but more powerful than the other ones. I think after he said it, he realized, wait a minute, she's getting a little leg weary. Kind of caught himself after that.
Holds on for the win, though. Lily May gets the first win of her career in race 2 at Oaklawn Park. Parsons and more. When we come back, we'll take a quick timeout and look at an always fun story. The Davis family, the sibling rivalry continues on the track. Katie and Dylan, the whole family represented, coming up after this.
It's Mandaloun, and Mandaloun wins.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, as of course we're 1 week out for the Kentucky Derby, but we, Andy, are looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 4th to 8th. Tickets are on sale now. It was absolutely electric last year, and I'm sure will be a really fun experience again this year.
And one thing for people, especially here upstate, at Stewart's, they're selling 3-day passes, I believe.
Oh, cool.
I think they're
I didn't
3-day
know that.
for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for
Nice.
$99. So not a bad thing to pick up there. Save some money if you're going all those days and coming, and obviously guaranteed admission on Belmont Day. It's going to be a great weekend. When are you moving back up there?
Well, I go on Tuesday to open up.
Set up the house.
Set up the house.
Miguel waits
set
until
up
you've
the
set
internet
everything
in the
up before he
stable.
comes
I was on
up.
the phone forever with Spectrum and Verizon to set up the stable internet, but we've got high-speed Wi-Fi coming
Did
to
you
Barn
get paid
80.
for this?
It's more of a
Come
volunteer.
on, Barn is really taking
life
advantage of your
indentured
largesse.
servitude.
I'm going to have to work as your agent and there and work
Pippin,
something
the
out.
cat, and I fly up Tuesday.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going down to Florida?
Get the cat, then
Get the
back
cat.
up.
Okay.
Yes.
You've already taken the car and the auto train?
No, the car
Getting shipped?
was on the van, and
Okay.
it's here.
Because you're a big
My car
auto
is
train.
here.
You like the
Usually
auto
I
train.
do the auto train, yes. Usually I do. But this year with the Oaklawn trips, I didn't really have time to do the auto train.
Auto-trained Oaklawn would be an experience.
Yes, it would. Horses in the paddock for race 3 coming up. Again, we're going 6.5 furlongs in this allowance race. As Shoot the Nickel, now the favorite.
Yeah, what do you make of Executive Order not being favored here? Are they making a mistake? Is it a bit of a negative? And obviously, Shoot the Nickel has some credentials, but he doesn't have the credentials of Executive Order's first race. Now, listen, maybe Executive Order is one of those 2-year-olds, and we've seen that. I mean, many times.
Oh, yeah.
They run big first time, and they never find that race again. But I'm not giving up on him, and I think he's the horse to beat in here. But obviously, I can see the case for Shoot the Nickel. But at a similar price, I would rather bet Executive Order.
We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with the one McDiesel blinkers on.
And it just seems like his better efforts are on the turf.
See what he can do running on the main track again today. Here is Executive Order for start of his 3-year-old season.
I'm rooting for this guy. $18,000, a son of Unified. You know, there's all those things there you feel like anyone could have owned this horse, and I'd like to see him get back to that good form.
Ran very well. 83 Beyer speed figure on debut. Here's Just Clarity, New York bred.
The problem with him is his one fast fig is 3 back, and if you look at the horse who ran second, the number 6 Tappert's Temper, both of those horses, that fig sticks out like a sore thumb, and it makes me think it's unreliable. And he's going to need to run every bit of that number to be competitive here.
Very good point. Good question. One first out.
Yeah, well, if you got 20 to 1 or 1980 to 1 last time, you got the money.
Yep.
I don't know you necessarily want to come back in such a tough spot.
Stepping up in class big time. Here's Shoot the Nickel, co-favorite.
Yeah, and this horse got the first win for Adrienne DeVoe, Cherie DeVoe's sister. She's so pretty, by the way. Entered in the Modesty next weekend. Thrilled to see her back. She's a real star in the making, and we wish Shoot the Nickel, who got the first win for Adrienne here when she broke her maiden.
It's a pretty cool moment. Here's the 6 Tappert's Temper, as you mentioned, comes out of that Just Clarity race 3 back.
Yeah, it's just you take that race out, and he's woefully slow.
And Enduring Spirit, the wild card of this race.
I think he's the biggest threat, the favorite, if he can get clear. It's just you look at him, right? He's got a real Jekyll and Hyde thing going, and it was the 2 times that he was clear. He was over a length in front. He ran a 69 Beyer and a 76 Beyer with a win in a second. So if he can run those kind of numbers, he can be competitive here if the favorite, the 2, doesn't run his race. But Acacia, doesn't everything in this race hinge on whether or not you think the number 2 Executive Order, first-time Lasix, comes back and runs well?
It definitely does. And Paul, as we bring you in, Executive Order coming back off the bench, is he really the one that's supposed to fire today for you?
Well, you know, considering he fired off of his, his first time he ever ran, I think he'll fire off a layoff. Now, you just never know how a horse is going to really like this, surface, because it really has turned into a little bit of a choppy surface. I do like that Jose Lescano gets aboard, and this horse now, first start, as a 3-year-old, gets Lasix. So I think Executive Order, is it 2 to 1 right now? I don't know if you want to take 2 to 1. Now, the 5 horse in here, it looked tremendous on the racetrack. Shoot the Nickel. Blinkers go off for Adrienne DeVoe. If you're wondering, that is Cherie's younger sister. Katie Davis will be aboard. And this horse has run some decent numbers at Fairgrounds. It seems like the Fairgrounds form has transferred a little bit here to Aqueduct. So we'll see how Shoot the Nickel. That's where I'm going to land. And then the 7 in here, Enduring Spirit, had a big lead last time, maybe the layoff, and only 2 races since August of last year. I was between basically the 5 and the 7. And I think the 7 might be able to stick it out a little bit longer today with the, the layoff. A lot of people will think 6.5 furlongs, and this is going to be too far. I don't see it. I will say this: the 4 Good Question warmed up like a quarter horse. I mean, Lane Luzzy went away from the pony like they're going for speed, and Bruce Brown's barn has been on fire. But I'm going to stick with Shoot the Nickel in here, Acacia.
All right, Paul, thank you. Co-favorite, Shoot the Nickel right now. Blinkers coming off that one as favoritism's kind of ticking back and forth between these 2. And, it's interesting. Shoot the Nickel did win on it was pouring that day. I remember it vividly back in September, kind of coming back in between horses. Katie Davis aboard that day. So for a horse that can be a little bit quirky sometimes in the running of his race, she's a rider that is familiar with him.
She's also run her 2 fastest figures on sealed tracks. So I can't imagine the connections were upset to see them seal this track. And I differentiate I don't worry about moisture that much in the track. It's more like it seems like some horses have more trouble handling sealed tracks as opposed to open tracks. And with this one being sealed, and I imagine it's a situation where there's potentially some rain in the area and we want to keep it sealed. We would open the track up if we don't get any real rain and the rain threat leaves. And I'm kind of looking at the thing, and there's just like some sprinkles around, but nothing of any consequence whatsoever. I'm a little surprised we sealed it, but I trust in Glenn Kozak and what he does. He makes the right call far more often than not.
Race 3, sealed main track coming up here, 2-1 back on executive order, kind of going back and forth between the two of these. And you said that you thought 2-1 was a good price on executive order.
I do. I think that if he's a real question mark, and I understand people wanting to shy away from him. I can't blame them, but this is a guy that's ran his best race in his first start, so he can run well fresh. And if he runs his first race, he's going to beat this field in all likelihood unless somebody really steps up. And the chances, there's also always the possibility he's improved since his 2-year-old year. On the other hand, he ran 2 clunkers. Now, you want to forgive the champagne going a mile against a killer field, okay. But you'd have to worry a little about his next race where he was essentially eased. But I'm going to trust in him coming back, and I hope he comes back and runs well because I liked his first race, and I like horses like this that, you know, feel like $18,000 unified. It's the kind of horse that really anybody could buy a horse like this, and I love seeing those horses do well, and I think you agree.
One impressively first out for trainer Phil Serpy as executive order makes his race off the layoff. Loading in for race 3 at Aqueduct. We'll see how it plays out between those horses taking attention or maybe one of the outliers. There is Just Clarity trying to prove that that win 3 back was not a fluke. Interesting race coming up here in the 3rd. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and the call.
Good question. Two out. Tappert's Temper. Enduring Spirit. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Hard sent from in between horses. It's Good Question. Right out to the front, has a half-length advantage towards the inside. That's executive order, and McDiesel wants to be in the early mix. Is going to just steady briefly, is now in behind. Executive order, who does find the front. It's executive order, who's up by a full length. Still chasing his Good Question. Out wider, Tappert's Temper. McDiesel still at the rail, is moving forward now, is in 4th, and Shoot the Nickel travels nicely, is taken 5th, is in between rivals now as they approach 4 furlongs left to go, 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. 3 wide in that same group comes Enduring Spirit, and far back to the trailer, Just Clarity. They're still chasing Executive Order. Executive Order is up by a half length. Here comes the run from Tappert's Temper. Shoot the Nickel is looking to get that split, and here's Shoot the Nickel, 3 wide, 4 wide Enduring Spirit as they're trying to swarm the leader. Executive Order went 45 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Executive Order is in front and trying to sprint away. Tappert's Temper continues to give game chase, and here's Shoot the Nickel down the center of the racetrack. Executive Order and Jose Lescano now open up the margin once again, and Executive Order is well clear. A 16th left to go. Executive Order. Shoot the Nickel has taken a clear second, but give it to Executive Order to win it. Executive Order wins it over Shoot the Nickel, Tappert's Temper, and from the back, Just Clarity to finish 4th at 1 minute 16.67 seconds.
Executive Order delivers, and you said a few strides out of the gate, Andy. I think this race is over.
Once this horse broke this sharply, you didn't see any speed from the 7, and he's able to control. Not only is he in a good position, but I think the way he was able to get so comfortable in the front end was a sign that he was back to his good self. And I love seeing this. You know, this was a nice effort by this horse. You know, very similar time to what we saw from Amundsen, who's an older horse who's got some big races behind him. And, you know, I'm not saying he's going to go on and win stakes, but this is a horse who's run. He's a Jekyll and Hyde. He's run 2 really good races and 2 terrible races. If they can keep him running well, I think he's a good horse, and they've certainly well out on him, right? After this race, he's made about $80,000, and he cost 18. So I like this horse. Nice, easy win for him.
Looks like they did pretty well with the value buy, as he was able to hold off Shoot the Nickel, who kind of made that middle move and just not enough to catch the leader there, who was able to control things 2-5, 6-3.
I feel like Jose Lezcano is the quietest top rider I can remember. I mean, he's just a rider, and obviously this was a favorite, and, an easy trip for him. I'm not saying Jose did anything brilliant here by any stretch, but he's just a rider that wins when he's got the right horse. I mean, I feel as though if you looked at Jose, and I judge riders, to ask riders to win races when they're not riding the best horse is almost impossible. The question is, what percentage of the races you're supposed to win do you win? And the very best riders win the highest percentages of races they're supposed to win. And I feel like Jose is one of those guys who's probably in the upper echelon of winning when he's riding the right horse.
And to put your horse in the best possible scenario. Give them the best chance to do their job. Well, Jose Lezcano and Executive Order rewarded here in the third, gets the win at 7-5, making his 3-year-old return to the races. A winning one. Phil Serpy's got a good one on his hands. So speaking of having a good one on his hands, that's just every day for Bob Baffert, it seems, sends the talented 3-year-old cornucopian to New York in what came up as probably one of the toughest allowances we've seen.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cap, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
You're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com or download the app today. Into the winner's circle goes Executive Order. Good to see this one back as a 3-year-old and back into the winner's circle as well.
It's also nice, and we're looking at both TVs here. You see a big crowd in the winner's circle for the surrounding the winner's circle on the sides for the racetrack chaplaincy. The kids out here, they were up here visiting up a little bit earlier, and great to see. And I am a huge fan, as I know you are as well, of the work the racetrack chaplaincy does. They, along with BEST and the Belmont Child Care Association, opportunities to give back to the people that make it possible for you and I to have these jobs.
Absolutely. Wonderful organizations that if you're ever looking for something to support in the industry of horse racing, cannot recommend the chaplaincy enough. $4.80 winner in race 3 as we turn the page onto the 4th race, $16,000 claiming race going 1 mile and an 1/8. The big question, as is often the case with these types, is who wants the distance? Well, luckily in this race, Andy, there's a few that have shown they can handle it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the main contenders here, personally, the 2, 4, 5, and 6. But what Active Duty the 2 has over the others is speed. And I guess Blame It on Daddy is a fringe contender. I didn't particularly like him, but he is dropping, and he can be forwardly placed. And that's why I picked Active Duty here. It was never going to be the 8-1 he is right now, because I thought of the contenders. He was the one that would be the most forward, and I'd love to see Romero, I can usually count on, to be aggressive.
Well, as we touched on before the break, coming up tomorrow in race 7, probably one of the most competitive allowance races that could go head-to-head, I think, with most grade 2s around. You'll see Cornucopian, who's 3-5 on the morning line, a horse that was dazzling on debut with a 101 Beyer speed figure, and then part of that blazing pace in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby last time out.
I mean, that's the pace in the Arkansas Derby last time is one of the fastest paces you'll ever see in a route race. I mean, it was really, and frankly, it's amazing that he finished 4th in there when you consider the pace. I mean, think about Cold Battle. He moved a little prematurely in it, and he was a distant 3rd and barely ahead of Cornucopian. This is a supremely talented horse. Now, hopefully the connections aren't using this race as a prep for the Preakness. Whether you think he's a horse that can get 1.25 miles towards the Belmont with a little more time, or whether they cut back and run in the Woody Stevens.
I'd love to
This
see him
is
in the
a
Woody Stevens.
seriously talented horse. There's some good horses in here. I know that Chad Brown's talking about him. He's very hopeful that Garamon's going to run well in there. We've seen Sandel's run well in the past. Key Waden, I don't know if he really wants the mile, but he ran fast races with 2-year-olds. This horse might be breathing slightly different air, though, than the others.
Certainly could be. He was a $1.1 million son of Into Mischief. The half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Guarana. The pedigree, the physical, and obviously the speed is there for him to be a good one.
People that forget Guarana, she won the Acorn by a city block in her second career start before winning the Coaching Club American Oaks as well. And I imagine everybody that entered this race got the overnight and went, what? What?
I'm sure they were not pleased to see that horse.
That must be a different horse. He's got a similar name. And then they saw Baffert and went, Because I don't think too many people were expecting Cornucopian to show up in that race.
Well, it'll be fun to talk about and see how that race plays out. We'll be here and looking forward to it. But Bob Baffert, as far as Kentucky Derby 151 is concerned, he's got a couple chances this year, able to be back in the starting gate, and one of those is Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez, who Mike Smith was aboard here at Aqueduct to ride. His aggression paying off, and he won impressively.
He's another, and I keep using this phrase, and I like it, the Jekyll and Hyde, right? When he's able to control up front, he can go quickly, and he can finish. It's a tough Derby, though, to be a speed, because there are some committed speeds in here. But you know Bob Baffert, he's not afraid. And neither is Mike Smith. So they're going to look to be forward, and if others don't go as much, he can be in front. And I think he is the most talented of the speed horses. I just don't know that the speed's going to be what you want in this year's Kentucky Derby. But I think this horse, he was really hurt by rating behind some more highly regarded Baffert horses. But now going to the Derby, he's really the one.
Well, as far as Bob Baffert's other horse is concerned, Citizen Bull, he's a horse that I think it's, what do you do with him? He was precocious and good as a 2-year-old. Do you trust him moving forward into the Kentucky Derby?
No, I don't like him as a horse, to be honest. I'd like to own him, but I mean, he is much like Rodriguez and worse, because he has only been able to win not only when he's been in the front, but when he set moderate paces. Rodriguez at least can go a little bit up front and still finish. I don't think this guy can at all. They put a little pressure on him last time out. He wilted badly, and I can understand why Bob is thinking, if I'm going to run in the Derby, I ain't making the lead. So I'm going to have to hope I can change tactics with him. But I don't know what he has shown that suggests that he's able to rate successfully, but also that he's good enough if he rates successfully. So I wish the Connections a lot of success, but boy, I don't get this horse in the Derby at all.
He did win the Robert B. Lewis, as you said, kind of waltzing on the front end there, and when part of pace last time in the Santa Anita Derby, finished to a disappointing 4th, well beaten behind Journalism that day.
And I mean, you just don't want to come in the Derby. Horses can come in the Derby off 3rd and 4th place finishes when they have excuses. Thunder Gulch, who was so wide against a gold rail at Keeneland, always comes to mind. His excuse was he didn't get everything his own way like he did in the Breeders' Cup. And I don't want to be too harsh on him. He's obviously got some talent.
Sure.
But he is a horse that has been extraordinarily opportunistic when he's been successful.
And this is the Kentucky Derby, so you have to see where those holes are, in, especially horses that might be some shorter prices. The Kentucky Derby fast approaching. 1 week from today, your winning opportunity is here. Join Naira Bets now to receive a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match to make your Derby picks count. Enter promo code DERBY25 and experience the thrill of betting any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com now, where your next big win is just a click away. More live racing coming up at Oaklawn Park as we'll look back at Jockey Tyler Bacon capping off a stellar first Oaklawn meet, much of which he spent as an apprentice rider, winning some big races and riding for some big outfits.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the races. I like that music. Got your salsa ready? Oh, look, there's the bounce house is back at Oaklawn. Is that
That's
live
where
from
Richie
today?
was
That's
the second
where Richie
race.
went
That's
for the
where he
second
was for the
race. It all
second
makes
race.
sense today.
Yeah.
You know? It
Yeah.
makes
Who
sense
doesn't
now.
love a bounce house?
Love
I'll
a
tell
good
you what's
bounce
impressive about this race is that at 53 years old, or 54 years old, the winner of the 1974 Travers holding pattern is running, and he's really done a good job of maintaining that form that saw him beat Little Current and Chris Everett in the Travers of 74, right, Richie?
With Mike Maselli aboard, as a matter of fact, as well. Mike was a terrific rider, has turned into a terrific horse trainer, and yeah, holding pattern, these names get recycled. You and I, Andy, have been through a lot of those recycled names. Listen, you got a big favorite here, the 6 Midnight Taxes, and he's just taking a precipitous drop in class. And he does look like he could lay over this field, although we did see Chris Hartman with a similar move with an Arkansas bred, dropping the $15,000 level that did not run particularly well. And, you know, I'm always of the belief at, you know, end of the meet with an Arkansas bred, most likely they're going to take time off until Oaklawn reopens in December this year. And, you know, it's a long time to pay bills on a horse, so why not put them where they can win if someone else wants to take care of them until the next Oaklawn stand? And listen, and Oaklawn now is basically 5 months of racing, so the Arkansas breds get a lot more opportunity to compete. And I've always believed that the direct correlation between the health of a breeding program in a state to their racing program, then certainly Arkansas breds running for a lot of money. Midnight Taxes is going to be formidable here. The one holding pattern, I do like this horse. I have an affinity for this horse. Maybe it's because of the name, but also a horse that is consistent, shows up. He's making his 7th start at this Oaklawn Park meeting. So, you know, he's a horse that you can kind of attach to. I just don't know that he's going to get enough pace to help set up his late run with that inside post, particularly. You get Christian Torres on him, and then you got Francisco Arrieta on the 2, Miria Coincidence. And you got Rafael Bejarano on your favorite. These are the 3 guys vying for the riding title. I'm a little interested, guys, in the 2, Miria Confidence. I think this horse has an opportunity here maybe to shake loose, be on the lead, and get a little bit brave. And at 9-1, with no false illusions that Midnight Taxes should be very, very tough to beat. I just thought this horse might work out a trip. It's not a race that I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed. Kind of want to get your opinion, Andy. I just don't think there's a tremendous amount of pace here, and there's a chance this horse gets loose and brave.
You mean Miria Coincidence?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with Richie. She is supposed to be the speed, and it's a big rider switch to Richie's now favorite rider. Richie's very fickle. Tyler Bacon like a bad habit.
We were teasing Richie.
Yeah, and I think it's a big rider switch, and I do think this horse is a threat. The thing about it is, though, Richie, you know, Midnight Tax is not slow. So I can't imagine Bejaran's going to be that far off it, and I think everything that Richie said is true. It's near the end of the meets. They're dropping down. Having said that, the horse is still dropping down off of 2 somewhat subpar efforts, and you're dealing with a 3-5 shot. We understand very clearly why he's the likeliest winner. The question is, are you concerned at all about the drop? And yeah, it's the end of the meet, and all that stuff is all true. It's still a big drop down.
3-5 on the number 6, Midnight Taxes, with that big drop in class for this Arkansas bred. We'll see if he can get to the winner's circle towards the end of the meet here at Oaklawn Park. Loading in for race 3, Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Reef's Destiny walking up, Citrus Bay. Two back, Choctaw Zip, post 5, and then to the outside post. We'll wait on Blame JD. Looks like they've backed away Midnight Taxes. Midnight Taxes was a little bit stirred up in the gate. They're just going to get him back behind there. He'll be back in shortly. Choctaw Zip has loaded in. Two back. Midnight Taxes coming up. Post position number 6. And to the outside post, we wait on Blame JD. Blame JD goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Uneventful start. Blame JD on the far outside, into it early. Midnight Taxes takes a hold of the bit. Naturally quickest by a neck here from Amazing Success. Midnight Taxes has the lead from Amazing Success. And Chupapi Munyayo down on the inside within about a half length of the lead down the backstretch run. Then comes Choctaw Zip. Aloe Henry between horses with Blame JD. Citrus Bay is 4 lengths off the lead in the purple. Gap of 2 to Miria Coincidence. Well off the pace today with Reef's Destiny. And Holding Pattern is last. First, Midnight Taxes, the 4-5 favorite. Amazing Success moving up to come and challenge, and these two are together. The rails open for Chupapi Munyayo to come forward. Midnight Taxes being swarmed on both sides here. Amazing Success in the 3-path takes a short lead. Midnight Taxes weakens, is back in third here. Chupapi Munyayo rides the rail off the turn down the center. Choctaw Zip trying to produce a finish here. Amazing Success, though, with a furlong to go. He's in front, but he just took a bad step. Amazing Success, and he's being pulled up out of the race here, and they come for home, and Chupapi Munyayo, and I'm afraid there, because of that, Chupapi Munyayo's inherited the lead, and he wins over Choctaw Zip, Holding Pattern, Reef's Destiny. Next.
Number 3, Chupapi Munyayo with the win in the third at Oaklawn. We did see the 7, Amazing Success, take a bad step. We'll keep you updated on him and jockey Fernando Jara when we have more information.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married. And we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it, you're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we want to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
Love following the Davis family. Just, you could say it's in their blood, and it really has carried over that sibling rivalry for sure. But as Dylan touched on, that piece really paved the way by their father, Robbie Davis.
Yeah, Robbie's selling himself a little short there, and I'm not knocking any of the kids, but Robbie was one hell of a rider.
Here is Katie Davis aboard the #1 Ice Time.
3 races back, he ran a race to be competitive here, but he's been not good in his last couple starts, and I wonder if the distance is a bit long.
Outside post for the 1A Big Rich, the rail to the 2 Active Duty. Here's the 3 Indian Quest.
I'd like to see Active Duty, my choice in the front end. Indian Quest, just not good enough on paper.
Prove Worthy, currently 8-5, does have distance experience.
I always respect Antonio Arriaga off the claim, but I don't think anybody should be 8-5 in this race.
There's Dylan Davis aboard Portos.
He just doesn't win. He's 2 for 41. Ran the Louisiana Derby in the Withers as a 3-year-old.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah.
Bold victory off the claim.
Yeah,
Reclaim, I should say.
I don't like his last race. He didn't do any running at all, and that concerns me. He does come off the claim for Gustavo.
Big drop in class for Blame It On Daddy.
It is a big drop. I don't know if he's really a 1 1/8 horse, and don't like his recent form. He comes out of a very weak field.
And Provision, a little bit of a drop for him.
If you want a long shot, I'd throw him in. He'd be my long shot to
Totally
throw in
agree.
for 3rd or 4th in Supers.
1.125 on the main track here. Let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, 1.125 on a main track where there just not appear to be any speed in this race. I mean, with the 9 being scratched in here, that was the only horse that really had any kind of ones on his resume early in the race. So, you know, who do you go to? I landed on the 2 with Andy in here, Active Duty for Stephen Schauer, who's been claiming a lot of horses for himself. And, you know, this horse is going out to the 1.125, has shown speed before. So I think Active Duty maybe takes this field by, you know, the horns and goes to the front end and, you know, tries to say, catch me if you can, and see if he can get the distance. You know, Portos in here, the 5, 1 for 39 on fast tracks, but is 1 for 4. One of his 2 wins over a wet track with 4 seconds and a third, and it was an 89 buyer. So maybe that's why the 5 is getting a little bit of play. I just think kind of reaching a little bit with the 5. Now, Prove Worthy, you know, Antonio Arriaga has been great off the claim, and you know, Manuel Franco's only ridden 5 horses for him this year, but he does have a W. This horse is going to launch from way out of it. Has burnt a lot of money, too. He's been favorite in many of his starts, but maybe the Antonio Arriaga barn can get this horse across the wire. But I just think, you know, if the 2 can get to the front end here and play Catch Me If You Can, I think he could be very tough in here, Keisha.
Paul, thank you. Andy, you agree with Paul on Active Duty, who, as Paul mentioned, for a barn that has done quite well with a limited number of horses.
No, they have. And he's supposed to be the speed, and Romero Mirage is not afraid to be aggressive, and I'm hoping he tries to wire the field, and I think that could be a good chance for him to get the job done. I wouldn't bet Prove Worthy at 9-5, but I thought the race was mostly 2s and 4s. But I think the fact that the 2 has more tactical speed gives him an advantage over Prove Worthy, Portos, and Bold Victory. I do want to say something. The track is not wet. The track is sealed because there's an anticipation we could get some showers. Keep in mind, you pour water on the racetrack during the day when it's dry out. They're keeping it sealed in case something comes through. They don't want it to get deluged. We don't want to lose the track for tomorrow. It's more of a precautionary effort, but we've had some light sprinkles, but there's nothing going on out there that's having any demonstrative amount of moisture in the track. The track is fast. It's just sealed. Whether or not they're going to unseal it, that depends on whether or not they feel any rain threats have left the area.
I found, you know, sometimes when you bring bring people to the track, as it looks like we do have a change going on up there, as that looks like the 5. Is that the 5, guys?
Well, he is a gray, so I'm looking to see if there are any other grays here.
Looks like, yep, that is the 5, Portos, a late scratch here in race number 4. So a horse that would be closing late, but one that, as Paul touched on, certainly has experience and an affinity for distances. There's Dylan Davis making his way back.
Yeah, well, most important that he's not going to run if Dylan or the vet did not feel that he should be running, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
The case, a horse that's got a lot of seconds and thirds but won't play today.
Late scratch of Portos, Dylan Davis making his way back to the paddock after scratching on advice there after the warm-up. If the jockey feels that something is off, it will be an immediate scratch, again, to protect horse jockey and the players. Favoritism on the number 4, Prove Worthy, 7-5 right now. Active Duty, 3-1. Top pick for both Andy and Paul. Anybody else that you thought was a little bit intriguing in here?
No, I'm going to be surprised if the winner isn't the 2 or 4 in this race. I think the money, and once again, is what I get for questioning the morning line maker, making Blame It on Daddy 7-2, and obviously went down with Porto Scratch, but he nailed it, honestly, with this horse. I don't get this at all. I know he's got that 179 vig when he ran up $40,000 a 2 lifetime, and I understand he's dropping down. He comes out of a terrible race.
Yeah.
I don't understand what he's doing at 3-1.
He's a horse that has fooled me so many times because he is such a good-looking individual. And clearly has fooled Horacio de Paz along the way as well, and he's finally
That's
saying,
not hard to do.
let's just drop down. Well, I mean, look, you have to give it. He's tried several times in New York Bred Allowance Company, both on turf and dirt, and just not able to.
He's run okay for him.
There.
Right, he's run okay, but
Yeah.
I don't understand what he's doing as the co-second choice at all.
Big drop in class here down to the 16,000, though, as you said, did face a weak allowance field last time. Loading in for race 4, the Big A coming up. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin. Again, late scratch of the 5, Portos.
Big Rich goes in. All set. And they're off. Active Duty right out to the front with Indian Quest. They're going to be a quick one, too. And joining them, there's Blame It on Daddy. It's going to be 3 wide. 4 wide is Provision. 5 wide is Big Rich. They're 5 across the racetrack early, very tightly bunched up top. The leader now emerges. It's Provision, and Provision is a neck in front of Big Rich, who's going to apply the pressure, and these are the top 2. Taken back now will be Active Duty. Romero Mirage is at the rail, is now a shared third, wants to move to the outside, isn't liking the kickback, and now moves to that outside path, as there is Indian Quest, who's in 4th, and out wider. Blame It on Daddy's in 5th. Right there in 6th is Prove Worthy, who's comfortable enough, is in behind that trio. The trailing 2, it's Ice Time with Bold Victory. They work up the backstretch, and they're chasing on the front end Provision. Provision is trying to shake loose here from Big Rich, who's applying the pressure at 24-second flat opening quarter mile. Now moving back forward here towards the inside is going to be Active Duty, is there with Blame It on Daddy. They're 3rd and 4th, and they've dispatched of Indian Quest, who starts to lose ground. Prove Worthy has taken 5th, is starting to progress nicely, 48.32 for a half-mile time. Bold Victory in the gold cap is building momentum, is second to last, and the trailer, Ice Time. Here's Big Rich, who's ready to challenge, and Big Rich and Provision, they're still nose and nose here, approaching a final quarter mile. Blame It on Daddy is in full pursuit here from 3rd, has got the top 2 in sights as they're approaching the top of the stretch. Chasing that move is Prove Worthy, as hard scent there is Active Duty, and not making up the ground, Big Rich has got the lead. It's Big Rich at the top of the stretch. Provision just won't go away to the inside. Blame It on Daddy with every shot. Bold Victory starts to rally on. Same can be said for Prove Worthy. They're 4 across the racetrack, and Provision still there. But now here comes Prove Worthy. Manny Franco just muscling this horse inside the final 16th, and Prove Worthy will get it. Prove Worthy wins it over Provision. Then came Blame It on Daddy and Bold Victory in 1 minute 52.76 seconds.
Prove Worthy off the claim, gets the right kind of setup here, and comes running late to run down the leaders. I have to give some credit, though, to Provision, who was part of that pace pool and held on for second.
He did. I did. Aggressive ride there. I like the aggressive ride on him, and he did well, would benefit from it, but eventually the race just sort of fell apart late, and Prove Worthy able to get it done. But a good job, Lane Luzzy, for Lavina Shimongo getting second with Provision by being aggressive.
But did set up for the favorite, Prove Worthy, who has shown he can handle distance, coming back at this $16,000 level. Took some time to switch to that outside lead, but he was coming with the best momentum late and able to run down those tired horses on the front end.
Yep.
Prove Worthy and Manny Franco getting the victory here. 4, 8, 7, 6. Provision at 15-1, who Andy mentioned he liked as a long shot. Checking in second, 7-5 favorite, Prove Worthy with the win. It's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now, but I'll be back soon, but reporting. I'll miss you.
Whatever. See you later.
I'm leaving you.
All right. Well, Greg's coming, so that's
Oh,
okay. But I will miss you.
Yeah.
We'll
Are you
be
guys
back
going to
later.
have a pizza party up here again today like you did yesterday?
Well, you and Maggie couldn't get up here fast enough for that pizza.
So hungry. I was so excited when you talked about pizza.
Maggie. I mean, Maggie texted me and says, "There's pizza up there." I looked around. It's like the Chinese delivery when you call on the phone, they're ringing your doorbell.
There, yeah.
Maggie was up here so fast, it scared me.
Well, we'll see what kind of snacks are delivered to the set today with Greg and Andy. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk after this. We'll bring you prices and more live racing when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Nauru Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
A lot of history at this racetrack. We are absolutely going to miss it when it's gone, including probably, in my estimation, tracks I've been to the greatest views from the grandstand of watching a race there are in this sport. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. Good to be with you on this Saturday afternoon with Andy Serling.
Yeah, it's good to have you here as well. I agree. I mean, Aqueduct, outside of Saratoga, was the first track I came to in New York. I remember coming out here with my grandmother in the Saturday after Thanksgiving in 1974. I think there were 38,000 people here taking the old Aqueduct special with those big tokens they used to have that I'm sure some old-timers remember like I do. And Aqueduct's a great, great track. And it's just situation changes, and running two racetracks this close to each other is just not really feasible. And we're all extremely excited about the opening in Belmont, which is less than a year and a half away.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. We're getting closer to it every single day, and it's right around the corner. Going to be here before you know it. Here in race 4, pick 6 coming up next. Picture time for Prove-Worthy Manny Franco, and first off the claim win, Antonio Arriaga, claiming, I should say, off of Rob Falcone Jr.
Yeah, got the right trip, the race ground down. You and I were talking off camera, and you made a good point to me that speed's been pretty good today, and we've seen some logical results, but think about Provision, who took pressure the whole way at 15-1, was able to be second. A nice ride by Lane Luzzy. So I do think being forward has been a bit of an advantage on today's track.
Well, use that info as you may as we get set for the pick 6 coming up, and a little bit of a carryover, 13,400 plus into this pool, 7 furlongs. New York Bred's 30 maiden claiming race coming up. Fillies and Mares 3 end up. And right now the favorite, the 4 Margot Treasure for Barclay Tag.
I am not surprised looking at the board at all. If the 4 Margot Treasure or the 9 Moontown, who I do prefer of the two, if one of them doesn't win, I didn't like the horse that won. I just think they are standouts on paper unless the first-time starter happens to run, and that horse is taking no money early.
Yeah, that is Tempers Tada, who's 11-1 right now. We'll get deeper into this race in a moment. Time to talk. It's Saturday, next Saturday, already the first Saturday in May, so it's Kentucky Derby time. Our topic for this afternoon, what speed horse are you most interested in seeing run in the Kentucky Derby?
My answer is none of them. I just think it's a very tough race for a speed horse. And while I don't disagree that of the speed horses, I like Rodriguez the most as a horse, I have a hard time seeing the speed hanging on in this year's Derby.
Question was, they're just interested in seeing, didn't say winning.
Well, the problem with the question was it was asked incorrectly to me. It said, it was asked last night, which speed horse do you least want to see? And I said, Owen Almighty. And then I realized that was a mistake. So by then, Rodriguez had already been taken by somebody who got the right question.
Who, by the way, Connection said they're going to take off the pace in the Derby.
Well, maybe that means he won't be last, but he's definitely not going to be the top 15.
Mig, we pose the same question to you in terms of these speedsters. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, I will say Rodriguez for a number of reasons. First of all, he won the Wood Memorial, a race that's near and dear to my heart, and Aqueduct is near and dear to my heart. Over 2,000 of my career wins were right there at the Big A. It was the first racetrack I ever went racing. But more so because Mike Smith's aboard, and the horse is trained by Bob Baffert. We know one thing about Bob Baffert. He trains his horses to run the entire race. He doesn't, mince around with them. He allows them to work in the morning. And Mike Smith's not going to overthink it. We've seen Mike allow good horses to use their stride, where other riders in that situation might. Mike's got too much experience and won too many big races. Obviously, won a Triple Crown with Justified. That he's not going to take anything away that comes easy, and he's going to allow this horse to run. And we talk about it. When you have a speed horse, it's a little bit of an elaborate game of chicken. You can't be uncommitted. You have to completely commit to the idea, unwavering in your plan, and allow your horse to run and let the other guy blink. Basically throw down the gauntlet. This is what I'm going to do. And everybody else figure out what you want to do. And Mike Smith's the rider that's perfect for that situation. So and I agree with Andy, I think there's a lot of speed. I think it's going to be a very tough road for any speed horse to see it out in this Kentucky Derby. But if anybody can do it, it's Bob Baffert and Mike Smith.
We will see, who's going to be the speed of this speed. Rodriguez obviously was impressive in that Wood Memorial. The horse behind him was impressive too, but it looks like a race where it does kind of set up for someone who's not going to be on the front end.
I am a fan of Rodriguez, and I think we've seen that of the Bafferts going to the Derby, he's the best one when he's allowed to go to the front. He's run triple-digit buyers both times he was allowed to go to the front. They rated him to let seemingly the better horses in the barn control in the front end. Turns out he's the best one right now heading forward. Maybe, though, the very best one will be running here tomorrow in the 7th race.
Potentially, who could wind up being in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. That is Cornucopian, who I think gained in defeat in just the second start of his career when he got beat in the Arkansas Derby. He ran huge. To Oaklawn.
Woody Stevens is a grade 1, guys. Why don't you try to take a little time with him and progress with him, running him back in the Preakness, in my opinion, 3 weeks from beat.
Bob Baffert's made some good calls in his career.
The question, though, is Bob Baffert making the call or are the connections making the call?
This interesting. 2 minutes away from this 4th at Oaklawn 8-5 favorite. This horse on your screen, Feeling Beachy, Norm Cassie, Ricardo Santana Jr. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and we'll start right there with Feeling Beachy, who's making a nice physical impression, obviously coming out of that 3rd place, albeit a well-beaten 3rd, to Where's My Ring, who ran just a tremendous race in that allowance race on March 15th. Norm Cassie has put together a nice Oaklawn Park meet. If his horses weren't winning, they were running well. 9 wins, 10 seconds, 7 thirds, and a good year all around. 23% for Norm Cassie. And I have no false illusions. I do think she's a major player. I mean, she's a favorite, but I do think she's going to be tough to beat, I should say. Better way to frame it. The horse directly outside of her, the 5, Our Divina, by midshipman out of a Langfear mare, good friend of mine, Mike Keogh, dear friend, trained Langfear. I actually won on midshipman. I like those connections. She does have 4 wins, 9 seconds. She is as beautiful a mare as you're ever going to see. I mean, just a standout from a physical specimen. Comes in here looking fantastic. I give her a little bit of a look at 9-1. And then the outside horse, the 9, She Makes a Point, is going to be forward. Has speed from the outside. Keith Asmussen, who I think really found his form, had a tough injury last year. Got to, kind of had a round back into form, but I think he's been riding terrific since the middle of the meet. And I think just her being forward makes her dangerous for Norm McKnight, who has kind of come alive more towards the end of this Oaklawn Park stand before he'll head back to his Canadian base up at Woodbine.
Opening day at Woodbine today. Means spring is coming.
That's the official
Yeah,
start
that's
of spring.
that's the day. That's the day everybody waits for. It's not the equinox. It's Woodbine
So
opening.
Mig talked about that speed outside with a 9 with Keith Asmussen. There's a problem there. Brother Eric with a speedster on the rail for Dad with Devoletta.
Well, that might be good because he probably won't go. I agree. It doesn't feel like there's anybody that fast in here, but there are other speeds, and it could cause the 9 to get an outside trip. I kind of prefer him to the 4, but much like Aqueduct, I think the Aqueduct race, the 5th race, will be 4s and 9s, and I think this race are 4s and 9s. Obviously, I'm agreeing with the public. Nobody else taking any money here, Craig.
Coming out of Feeling Beachy, Where's My Ring race.
So Feeling Beachy, and there's, because it's Feeling Bossy as the dam and Catalina Cruiser. So Cruiser, is that the...
Could
is
be.
that where that goes? I like that.
Did you look ahead? I know you're not on during that race.
No,
but
I
during
did
the
not.
feature of the Dig a Diamond?
I did not. I'm rooting for Tom Amos.
I am too, but...
What do you? I think Steve Asmussen's horse is going to be a real
standout.
threat.
I thought the rail horse might be tough in that spot.
Okay.
Several others. Rose Palace was interesting.
All right. Save it for when it comes on the show with somebody who's actually looked at the race. That's that race going off hours from now.
You'll be long gone at the end of your journey on the A train. 7-5 favorite here, the 4. That is Feeling Beachy, Norm Cassie barn. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
She's Not a Joke coming up. Feeling Beachy, your current 7-5 favorite, taking her spot. 2 back. She's Not a Joke. Post 8. And to the outside post, She Makes a Point. She Makes a Point. Keith Asmussen for Norm McKnight. Round out the field, and we're ready to go. Looks like they're straightening out Wildwood By in post position 2. Now we're ready. And they're off. From towards the outside, She's Not a Joke was away swiftly today. Devoletta a little bit naturally quicker from the inside with the ears pricked. She's in front. Wildwood By takes second. She's Not a Joke, 3 deep, concedes the lead going into the first turn run. Feeling Beachy, scrapes Payne in the 4th spot. Miss Tappy Tone outside around the turn. Then She Makes a Point a bit keen after braking a little bit slowly. Lady Commander right alongside of her. Gap of 3 to Our Divina. And Blame It on Midnight is last. First is Devoletta. Devoletta appears to be going well in the early stages here. Swings up the backstretch, a neck in front, and feels Beachy now, really wants to go. And Feeling Beachy's coming up to apply pressure on Devoletta. They're together. She Makes a Point was keen early in the race, and she's making a middle race move between horses, and now she grabs the lead. So it's She Makes a Point. Wanted the lead. She's got it now with a half mile to go. Let's see if she can sustain this pace. A length and a half in front. Feeling Beachy back in second and comfortable in that spot, it appears. Devoletta is third going into the turn with She's Not a Joke. Miss Tappy Tone in an all-out drive. Wildwood By, not a good go for her today. Was prominent early, has plummeted back. Lady Commander's going in the wrong direction. She's done. Our Divina still has a lot of work to do. Blame It on Midnight never picked up her feet. Coming to the top of the lane. She Makes a Point. Quarter mile more to get here, a half length in front. Feeling Beachy on the outside, trying to race past her as these two come off the corner. She Makes a Point, the leader here. Feeling Beachy between horses outside. She's Not a Joke, grinding away for the win as well. 3 across the track with a 16th to go. She Makes a Point. Feeling Beachy between horses. She's Not a Joke on the outside. She's Not a Joke. Feeling Beachy. She Makes a Point. 3-way photo for the win. Oh boy, you can't separate all 3 of them. Any of them could have won it. She Makes a Point. Feeling Beachy. She's Not a Joke in a driving finish.
Wow, it looks like the 8 Francisco Arietta about to roll on by, but look at the re-rally from She Makes a Point, the 9 under Keith Asmussen down on the inside.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Greg. This was 9-4 the entire way. There was never any doubt that it was going to be 9s and 4s, and I don't even know it. Paulie's on the set talking about the 8. I don't even see the 8. Yes, this is an amazing. It's amazing that the 8. Ooh, the 8 might have gotten second. Right? Might have got the bob. It's tough, but there's no doubt that the 9 got it inside because the inside always has an edge anyway there, and the 9 seemed to get it. But, I mean, the 9 looked to be a cinch to be third, right?
Yes.
About 50 yards to go. 7-2. They went up to 7-2. I would have bet. I'm annoyed.
Wow, what a re-rally from She Makes a Point, and Keith Asmussen. We're still waiting for this number to be posted, but Mig certainly looks like inside, and Keith Asmussen got it.
That was just posted, guys, 9-8-4. And the 9 was just remarkable. She Makes a Point. She stumbled at the break and really just kind of, didn't get away cleanly whatsoever. And then the way she was so resolute, she dragged Keith out to the lead down the backstretch. Looked like she was going to be passed by both the 4 and the 9 and just kept fighting. This was some effort by She Makes a Point.
Huge performance. Yeah, awful break right there. And had every excuse to kind of pack it in from that point. Then look, just done late in the stretch in terms of the win. What an effort and gameness from the 7-year-old mare. And just no quit attitude from Keith Asmussen.
Well, I mean, that start tells the whole story, right? I mean, this horse had every reason to lose and looked to be a loser of the stretch and gutted it out. This was quite a performance. In the 3-horse photo, it's rare that one of them is that much the best. This horse was much the best.
Can I say it? You make a good point.
Great.
She Makes a Point with the win at Oaklawn. Let's get back to New York here. Race 5 starts as pick 6 carryover. Our post parade coming up. New York Breds, 30 maiden claiming 7 furlong sprint. And we'll kick off our post parade with a big long shot. The Splendid One, who has showed a little bit of pace from the inside.
Yes, we'll probably be somewhat attentive from the inside, but the best races are on the turf.
Sabby Sunset, 8-1, Luis Rivera Jr.
Has shown a lot of speed, should try to lead the way, but going to have stamina a bit of an issue.
Lenny, for the most part, had been facing better. Dropped to this level last start, ran second.
It's kind of tailed off since her first 2 starts. We'll see if she can get better. She does get LASIK for the first time.
Another one could be forward. Here's the 4, Margot Treasure Barclay Tag.
Well, you know, she doesn't have much speed, and that could be a bit of a concern, but she's faced better horses in her dirt races as she gets back to the dirt.
Sakatoga Stable Silks, Barkley Tag. Katie Davis rides here. Sills Pleasure, David Donk, 1 of 2 for him.
Third behind Austin Roberta. Maggie would be telling us she was here that last race has been producing some live results, and she's not wrong.
Stablemate for Donk, Going for Glory.
Yeah, this horse has had a lot of chances, but does come off a layoff, and the race is 2 back. Definitely makes the horse a player.
The Unknown, the first timer for Jeremiah Engelhardt, Tempers Tada.
It is not a good sign. This horse is taking no money in this field.
Khalees Storm, Chris Engelhardt barn.
Another horse that has sort of fringe figures, has had a lot of chances, but not impossible.
Big drop for the 9, Moontown, and it's one of the most dangerous barns on the grounds.
I think this is a likely winner of this race. That first race, we'll talk about after the post parade, but my opinion is a lot better effort than it looks like on paper.
Yeah, Lena Rice with Jose Lezcano, and then Fifi Lafoum, 6 starts, has never hit the board.
Yeah, something smells. Isn't that how it
well
goes?
done. Pick 6, an additional 43,000 bet into the carryover today.
Yeah, I want to expand on Moontown a little bit. First time out, this horse has speed. Do not expect this horse to be far off the pace. This horse broke well. There was a ton of pace in there, and that was an inside speed track. And this horse was wide the whole way and was near a pace that collapsed, dropped back. Not the rider's fault. Was dropping back like was going to finish last and then kind of re-rallying at the end. Now, in fairness, the race was coming apart a little bit at the end. But this horse galloped out well, and to me, classic Linda Rice, first-time star that didn't really know what it was doing first time out, that's going to be much more professional today. And to me, at 3-1, I'm in.
Yeah, 3-1. Meanwhile, the 4, Margot Treasure. First 2 starts, they came on dirt, then synthetic the next 2 at Gulfstream. But the 2 on dirt, they were against a lot better company.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the 4. What I like about the 9 is I think he'll be much more forward than the 4, because the 4 is a horse that's coming out of distance races on synthetic. It's hard to see the 4 being forwardly placed in here. It doesn't mean that she can't win. She obviously can, and she started out in the dirt, and she ran creditable races. She drops down, and in this field, she has to be considered one of the horses to beat.
Our producer, Bobby Klatt, he just does not miss a beat. He sees the past performances, and just immediately with this horse, his eyes go funny side. Let's go back and take a look at that Sakatoga Stable Barkley Tag connection. We'll send out Margot Treasure.
What I think is nice is now that a precedent has been set, he should be in the Hall of Fame next year since Smarty Jones got in, because he has more credentials, because he did something that Smarty didn't do. He ran a lot after his Triple Crown races and included a win in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup as a 4-year-old. He was such a cool horse. And yeah, Empire Maker had his physical issues, and maybe he was the best of all of them. But a lot of people might forget how close he came to beating Empire Maker in the Wood Memorial. He was a very, very good horse. Preakness was his best race ever, wasn't it? Like Smarty Jones, his best race had to be the Preakness, right? Best effort?
114 Beyer. That was the fastest Beyer figure, he ever received.
I'll tell you where he ran very well. He finished second behind Evening Attire, I believe, in the Saratoga Breeders' Cup as a 4 or 5-year-old. And I think that race was a very fast race.
Yeah, 107 Beyer.
Yeah, finishing second, a distant second. Evening Attire, as many may remember, he was extremely good at that point in his career. That was
what a horse.
Yeah, Funny Side was a tremendous horse. You know, a lot of these horses, they get a lot of hype. The New York bred, the Gutsy Gelding, you know, the school bus, the whole story. And you look at him, you say, there's kind of a lot of hype. This horse was not hype. This horse was
very good.
And he had a long career too, and I think that matters.
And then those connections somehow amazingly strike lightning twice and get another horse of a lifetime.
Incredible, right. 2 horses of a lifetime, but 'tis the law. Unfortunately, 'tis the law didn't have the longevity because he was a colt and he had a stud career, and he's having a very good stud career. But with Funny Side being a gelding, we got to enjoy him for years, and he was incredibly popular.
Kicked off the Triple Crown with a win in the Belmont during that strange COVID year, and would add the Travers in a year in that, was it the
Travers was the second leg of a quad crown. No, the Derby was run on Labor Day weekend, and then the Preakness was run in early October, and the Swiss Skydiver won.
Right.
Yeah.
I said ended it.
Oh, ended it. Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying when was it? Yes, that was the weird. That kind of, to me, that was a real potential quad crown, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, at that point, you have the Travers right in the middle of it, so it was really interesting. And listen, he lost a tough one to Authentic, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and I thought they got away from using his speed, 'tis the law, and I think that was a mistake. And the other thing they did that I never really appreciated was blaming Manny Franco.
Yeah.
And I thought that was not really fair. I thought it was both unfair and uncalled for, personally. And I'm a guy who likes to blame jockeys.
That is true.
But I think you agree. I thought Manny took heat and he didn't deserve it, and they were going to replace him before he ended up being retired. It's like, replace him, but don't give him a hard
Yeah,
time.
you don't need to knock him on the way down.
Right. And he did an awful lot of things right on that horse. He actually picked up the mount on Tiz the Law in the Champagne because Junior Alvarado had ridden him in his debut. Remember his debut, he beat a very highly touted Rapoli Pletcher horse up in Saratoga. Well, actually, it was okay. I mean, Tiz the Law was just too good. And Green...
Oh, it
light,
wasn't it
something Green Light or
Jimmy Jerkins horse?
Yeah, it was Jimmy
Go
Jerkins
Green
Centennial.
Go or something?
Go Green Go.
I believe,
Yeah, and Junior stayed with him, and Manny picked them out, and the rest is history.
Now here we go with his pick
Boy, the
six.
celebrities are peering up here. We have LaDuca, we got Kinchin. I mean, it's like
it's all happening.
It's like the Mount Rushmore of lunacy up here.
Pick six pool, inching closer to six figures.
So I would be leaning heavily on the 9 here. The 6th race is completely open. I like the 7 and 12 mostly in the 7th. I'm just sort of looking through. It's interesting, they're backing Eleni into the gate. I was talking about this, and it's the first time our director, Mitch Levias, actually contributed something to the show in how many years of doing this? It's a lost art, backing horses into the gate. I mean, we've been around a long time. When we were kids, Ball, they backed horses in the gates all the time. You almost never see it anymore.
Yeah, it's rare.
It's probably more a function of good work being done by the gate crew to get horses over those issues, and that's why you really don't see it that often.
I know it's probably too late, but they're loading in. Standouts in this sequence. Race 9 probably. Walk With Me. It's going to be a heavy lean for most.
Yes. I think he may be the biggest lean for people in the pick 6, win or lose. I think that's a good point. Next race is a tough one. Next race is tough. I would make the 9 an A and the 4 a B and live and die with that.
Race 6 or Stake the Woodhaven, almost impossible to separate that group.
Oh, well, you look. The shortest price is 3 to 1 on the line. The longest price is 6 to 1 in a 7-horse field. You don't see that very often.
Of the ability to punch them all, perhaps. Well, you got the pick 6 carryover. It begins right here. There's your favorite stepping in, that 9, Moontown. Linda Rice drops in class right off the 6. That's
that?
Jose Gomez for David Donk going for Glory.
Of course, coming off a layoff as well. Looks like no big deal, getting back aboard.
And yeah, he'll jump back on, and we'll send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Glory. Sill's Pleasure. Fifi Le Fume to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Tempers. Ta-da. Speed to the outside from Moontown is in the early mix, and there's Sabby Sunset to push on through. Sabby Sunset is the clear leader, does it easily, is up by a length. Moontown is hard sent. Jose Lescano doesn't want to let the leader get away, and to the 2-path there is the Splendid One. In between horses, here comes Sill's Pleasure is in 4th. At the rail is Eleni, who's now in 5th. Up on the far outside, there's Kali's Storm, who's now taken 6th, has moved just by. Going for Glory, who's back to the 7th spot. Then there in 8th is going to be Fifi Le Fume. Margot Treasure. And far back slow starting Tempers, ta-da. 22.56 for the opening quarter mile. And they're chasing on the front end, Sabby Sunset. Sabby Sunset is up by 2.5. All in there is a Splendid One in 2nd. Here comes the run from Kali Storm. And Eric Kensell, they're on the move and passing rivals quickly. Here is Kali Storm towards the outside, is now taking a challenging 2nd. Sabby Sunset is all in here, 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. They reach a quarter-mile left to go, and Kali Storm is out in the center of the racetrack coming after Savvy Sunset, who's going to drift out towards the rival, is trying to challenge, but there running by was Kali Storm. Also, Margot Treasure is picking up some momentum. Grandstand Side is on the wrong lead, but Margot Treasure is picking up with every single stride. Kali Storm is in front, but for how long? As here comes Margot Treasure. Margot Treasure pushes on by as a neck in front, going for glory with a late rally too, but it's Sakatoga and Margot Treasure to win it. Over Kali Storm, then came Going for Glory. Late rally there from Moontown with Fifi Lafume in 1 minute 26.37 seconds.
Sakatoga, Barkley Tag of Funny Side fame. They have Katie Davis on board for this one in the State Bred Maiden 30 race to kick off the Pick 6 carryover.
And grounded down in a race. It's the first race all day that's collapsed, right?
Yeah.
And got the job done, breaking it. Sakatoga Silks. The 9 Moontown ran another weird race, right? He did have more speed. He was close up early. Jose was asking him, and he backed through the field again and then re-rallied a bit for 4th, but maybe that rally was a bit of an illusion, and maybe that's the case last time. I kind of fell for the illusion because this race was just falling apart. Tough loss if you had the 8 Kali Storm. That horse ran well enough to win this race. It turned out that the move, and I'm not in any way blaming Eric Cancel, it just turns out in retrospect it was a little premature, but at the end of the day it was probably second best. But second best at 14-1 is never a bad bet.
There's Jack Knowlton of Sakatoga Stable in the winner's circle and that incredible ride with his stable stars of yesteryear. Funny Side, 'Tis the Law, and gets a win here. It's no matter, you have big horses like that. Obviously, it's a dream. It's for him twice in a lifetime. But winning any kind of race, it's always fun to get in that winner's circle.
Yeah, you like to win when you run them. And yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, with Jack Knowlton and all the people at Sakatoga, I think they're fully aware that they were blessed to have 2 horses like that. That doesn't mean that you don't appreciate the wins when you can get them.
A little bit of cake on that uniform.
Green light go.
For Katie Davis. Green light go, thank you. Of course, we were talking about who had matched up with 'Tis the Law early on in their 2-year-old campaign. We're taking time out. We'll be back. One of the great stories on this year's Road to the Kentucky Derby. Cole Battle, Lonnie Briley, and we'll tell you all about his owner as well when we come back.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. We have company up here. 3-man set. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca joining us here as we take you the rest of the way here. Underway in this pick 6, and it's Margot Treasure.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Clown's to the left of me, Joker's the right.
For a little bit. You'll be leaving
He's
soon.
looking around too much.
Margot Treasure kicks things off in this pick 6, guys.
Gets it done as the second choice.
Yeah, it's the second choice. And look, she looked like a filly that was the one to beat. Andy called it right. It was 4s or 9s in here, and she come rolling down the center of the racetrack for Katie Davis. And you guys were mentioning Saratoga Stables. And yeah, like I was talking to Rob Altris earlier in the card, and he was telling me it's going to be one of those races where everybody's going to send, and they're going to start launching from way out of it. And it's starting to happen. We saw Antonio Arriaga horse come from out of it. There was more speed, and Margot Treasure gets the job done for Barclay Tagg and Katie Davis.
Sheer in this one. Mud all over those Saratoga Silks. They will need to go in the laundry after this one. And Margot Treasure with the victory. Logical start to this pick 6 carryover. $6.90 for the win. Couple of huge long shots in second and third.
Yeah. Callie Storm, who ran well in there, just second best, but the last move was the right move, but the best horse won.
Stakes action next on the lawn. Woodhaven Mile Inner Turf. 4 3-year-olds, first of $125,000. And it's Revolutionaire, second start in the States for Christophe Clement. Favored right now at 8-5.
I can't imagine anybody should be that short a price in this competitive field.
We'll talk much more about the Woodhaven coming up, closing in on the 151st running of the Run for the Roses. Cole Battle has been quite an incredible story on this year's road to that first Saturday in May. Doesn't have a big pedigree, does not have a nationally known trainer, doesn't have an owner with particularly deep pockets as well. But what he does have is heart, as he just continues to produce on the racetrack, and that has landed his owner, Robbie Norman, in the improbable position of having a Kentucky Derby contender.
My father was a very talented young man. Right after he graduated, I was born, and shortly thereafter, he had major brain surgery. He passed away at 53, and his dream was to be in the grocery business. And so one of the greatest things that I was ever able to do was allow him the last few years of his life for us to have our own grocery store. To give him that gift has always meant so much to me. You know, my father was also a Southern Baptist minister. Divorce was not something that I was raised up around or was really accustomed to it, but there again, like his health issues, life sometimes throws you curveballs. And so I was at an apartment after the divorce, and I was flipping through the channels one night, and it was the horse racing channel, and then they did a documentary on Union Rags. That's when the idea sprang in my mind that I was going to buy a racehorse and win the Kentucky Derby and do all these great things.
You know, he got it all. Good shoulder, good hip.
I'm glad we got him. Now, we met Lonnie the first year we got into racing. We wanted somebody that was honest and somebody that would help people that had basically zero knowledge, and that was us. You know, we depended on everybody 100%, you know.
Give me that ball, boy. Huh? You don't want to let me have it, huh?
Cole Battle's that dream that you never thought was going to happen. Lonnie went to the Texas sale. I knew Cole Battle was his favorite. I was going to buy Lonnie that horse, so he stopped at 70, but I was willing to make him the sale topper that day. For him to have that opportunity to have a good horse because he knows what a good horse is, that means all the world to me.
Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. Cole Battle, the story continues, this fantastic story.
Look what he's turned into, over $1 million made. That was one of the best decisions in horse racing that I've ever made. You think he's ready? It goes back to my father, always surrounding yourself with good people.
Oh, Chuck.
Connections that seem incredibly easy to root for. He's been such a tremendous story. Had been undefeated on the dirt, including victories in the Smarty Jones and the Rebel until that first dirt defeat in the Arkansas Derby, where Lonnie Briley felt maybe his rider moved a little bit too soon in that race.
Well, he did. Whether or not, I think it's one of those discussions where there are rides that are a mistake before you do it and rides a mistake after you do it. I don't know that he made a real mistake in that race. He's a horse that's much more forward than Sandman. He's much more forward than Publisher. He was never going to be moving with them or behind them, and I don't think that's something we would have wanted. As the race played out, there's no question he moved too soon. But sometimes, most of the time, you got to dance a little bit with the girl that brought you there, right?
Yeah, and I think the other part of it is he had a ton of confidence in the horse and thought maybe he could keep on going, you know, considering what he's been doing. And, you know, the one thing about, I'll say about, there you see Sandman's Oaklawn Road to the Derby. The thing I'll say about Cole Battle is that at least he can set himself in the right position in the race. It's just whether he's good enough or not.
Yeah, I think that's the question. I think two things. I think he was exposed in two ways, and he's a terrific story, and I wouldn't bet him in the Derby, but he'd be a fun story if he were to win the Derby. Yeah. And obviously, you know, what we've gotten to know with Lonnie Briley has been a lot of fun. I think he's a little distance challenged, and he's probably not quite as good as the best horses. Maybe that'll change in the Derby, but I think that was more the case in the Arkansas Derby than anything else.
I think a lot of people felt the same way in the Rebel.
I didn't like him in the Rebel
won
at
that
all.
race.
But the races have gotten faster, and he is not. And I think, yes,
and
I think
further.
yes, moved too soon, but I do think it's fair to question his distance
I do say this, out of the 20 horses that are in the race, there's about 10 that need to go to the lead, he doesn't need either, which is one thing.
That's fair.
Woodhaven Stakes on the lawn coming up for 3-year-olds when we return. And there's Revolutionaire, our current 9-5 favorite for the Clermont Park. Dylan Davis will be aboard when we come back.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races. 5th from Oaklawn. Starts at pick 5. 6 furlong sprint. Coming up, and they're in the background with that yellow cap, the favorite, Perfect Dial. Blinkers on. Drop down in class to the lowest level this one's been at yet. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, I think your favorite, the 6 Perfect Dial, is going to be very formidable here. The horse is taking the drop in class and has consistently run numbers that would just stand out against this field. Needs to work out a bit of a trip, but a horse that's certainly, versatile enough. I think the 6 Perfect Dial is going to be very, very tough to beat. A couple horses I'm interested in at some big prices, starting with the 10. Spin the Cat. This horse didn't break particularly well, didn't show a lot on debut, didn't take much money. Outstanding from a physical perspective. I mean, this horse could not look any better. Maybe the race just kind of opened this horse's, eyes a little bit. Maybe the light bulb went on. Dappled out. Could not look any better for trainer Ron Moquett. The 12 horse, Prescripture. We saw this move, I believe it was yesterday. Ingrid Mason, first time coming from a different barn, ran extremely well, won yesterday. I think this horse looks tremendous, too, from a physical perspective. I think there's a big step forward there. And then the 13 on the outside, you get Rafael Bejarano. This horse drew in. Keith Asmussen was named on, but he was also named on the 11 for his father, so he's riding that horse. Bejarano picks up the mount on Conway for Ron Moquett. Talking about Ron Moquett, too, what a meet he has had. 34 wins at this point, running a lot of horses through the last week. His previous best personal mark here was 29, so he's 5 better, and just all of his horses have been running extremely well. And Conway made a real nice impression, and also taking that precipitous drop in class that I think makes a huge difference. Has natural speed in the outside, and that's something that we've seen consistently be successful here at Oaklawn Park.
Mig, thanks. Yeah, this 13, Paulie, seems very interesting here with a drop.
Yeah, I'm on it with Mig here. This horse is a draw-in, and it's the second lowest in the will pays in the pick threes. Draw-ins usually don't get a ton of play. I think Conway's completely live. I'm on the same page with Mig.
I smoked out the favorite, the 6 Perfect Dial. I have no imagination whatsoever.
For Brett Calhoun, blinkers on, wants to be forward, but there's Conway. Lowest level he's been at yet with Keith Asmussen. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Load in here. And we are ready to go. And we're off. Slow break from Cruising Control. Dawson James from the inside, offensive-minded. Hey, mister, up on the pace. Razorback Army's close up, too. Spin the Cat, not far off. Spin the Cat. Hey, mister, get acquainted on the front end. Razorback Army sets up shop in the 3rd position. Perfect Dial outside of him. Dawson James 5th now. He's 5 or 6 lengths behind as they're strung out. Another 3 to Bradford, sent along with Flat Out Blessed. Another 2 lengths to another pair. Conway and Butch, they're 4 clear of Cruising Control, and the trailer's Prescripture as they round the far turn. On the lead, Hey Mister, half length in front. Spin the Cat gets a breather, but presses the issue from the outside, and these two hook up once again with 5/16 to go. A length and a half to Dawson James, who's tipping outside for a run. Razorback Army just got a dream run up the rail with Ramon Vasquez. Cut the corner and went to the front. Dawson James is going to try to make a race of it on the outside here. Razorback Army skimming the inside to the lead and kicks on. In fact, kicks away to a 3-length edge. Dawson James could not keep up. Conway coming on late. Into the 2nd position he goes, but Razorback Army's 4 ahead with a 16th left, and nobody is going to catch Razorback Army. A salute to Razorback Army, who gets the victory today and breaks the maiden. Conway 2nd, Butch 3rd, and Cruising Control was 4th.
Razorback Army, Tom Van Berg, Ramon Vasquez team up. Career star number 5 breaks through.
My favorite part of the race was when the 13 was making that run, and Paulie goes, oh, man, the 13 would have run if he had got left. And then he went, no, I don't think he's going to beat this horse.
Yeah, the 3 kind of strided away from the 13 late in stretch. 13 just had a bad beginning. I don't know what happened between the 12 and the 13. The 12 got the worst of it, too, but no doubt about the winner.
Back to the Woodhaven here at Aqueduct. 8 minutes away as we take a look at our 2-1 favorite. Dylan Davis will ride back with us downstairs. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start there with Revolutionary, who is making his 2nd race here stateside. And this is a horse that came to Tampa to run last time out in the Columbia and did break slowly. He had some pace to run at that day, but horses coming in from Europe, it's not abnormal for them to make their first race here in the United States and get out of the gate a bit slow. It's just different race dynamics here in America, no matter how much you train them. Sometimes it's a lot of a different muscle type of build as well. So you would expect his 2nd start here in America, he should break faster. Now, he did make make a run, and you would have liked to maybe see him kick on a little bit more in the stretch than he did last time out, but certainly a race that he should be able to improve on. He's sharp here in the paddock. He definitely has been on it throughout, and he looks far stronger overall today than he did last time out at Tampa. Now the number one, a bit of a wild card in here, Septarian for Chad Brown, a son of Protonico. This is a very big boy. Was purchased privately after his first 2 impressive wins at Laurel, and after trying the Risen Star in the dirt, they'll try the turf today. The dam was unraced, but she was the sister to Group 1 winner Molly Malone, who won over the turf in France. Also the dam of Morgan Le Fay, who was a very good turf winner in Europe as well. And there was a sibling who was a 3-time turf winner. I can see it. He should handle the turf, no problem. A very big horse, but we'll see how he takes to it. Also looks like maybe a bit more distance might be within his wheelhouse, Greg.
And here he is debuting on the grass for Chad Brown.
Yeah, there is a lot of distance turf pedigree, to say the least, on this horse, and we'll see. And Protonico's had Medina Spirit, but not too many foals.
Next door, End of Romance. Graham, motion, Manny Franco.
Yeah, putting the blinkers on after a third-place finish in his North America debut on the synthetic at Turfway.
Big effort back as a 2-year-old for Dream On at Woodbine.
He's better than his last, and I think his best races are on the engine. I hope they're aggressive.
Javier Castellano rides for Mark Casse. Here is Revolutionaire, still the favorite for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, this is the horse that I liked. I didn't think I was going to be 2-1 in here, but I think this gray will improve.
Ruben Silvera on Cairo Caper.
Well, this horse ran a credible race when finishing behind Dream On in the summer. Can he refine that form for our friend Phil Schoenthal? Big price on a horse that's not that impossible.
Way too big.
Right? I mean,
way too
28 to 1. I can see him at 8 to 1, but he shouldn't be 28 to 1.
Tiz dashing those Sakatoga Stable Silks again for Barclay Tagg.
Yeah, by the sire, Tiz the Law. We just did a thing. Bobby Clyde, our producer, did a tremendous job on that.
No, he's not that good. Stop being nice to him. Stop sucking up.
Sounds like a plan. Horacio De Paz and Kendrick Carmouche.
It's a big price. Now, he's potentially a thorn in the side of Dream On, and he's not untalented. This is a tough spot for his return, but this horse is okay. The crazy overlay is almost 30 to 1 in the 5, and I'm not saying I like the 5, but this horse has far better credentials to be 30 to 1 in this spot.
Should be at most maybe 8 to 10 to 1.
I agree with you, and Phil Schoenthal has come here before and had success, and maybe you're not familiar with him, but it's just because you're not paying attention. This is too big a price.
The stakes winner, granted sprinting on the lawn, but as you mentioned, ran very good in the summer against Dream On.
Right, I don't love his chances, but he's not a 30 to 1 shot.
No.
That's all I'm saying. He's, like you say, he's about 3 times the price right now that he should be.
You know, the turf racing at Woodbine is just really good. I think a lot of people just knock it a lot of times. We see guys come over.
I don't think anyone knocks Woodbine turf
racing.
racing.
But I'm saying Roger Adfield had a first-time starter win it at a huge price. These guys come over. Mora is an unbelievable mare that came over here
She's
at Saratoga.
In Australia or Australia, right? Your favorite horse. She ran a $4 million race.
Yeah.
She ran last recently, but I agree. Yeah, Woodbine's a great
Kevin
track.
Attard's brought a lot of horses here that have run well.
Great track.
Yeah, good trainers. Josie Carroll.
Now, a couple, Cairo Caper and Dream On, making the venture, having raced at Woodbine earlier. Here's the Sakatoga Barclay Tagg runner, Tiz dashing, so 7 to 2. 2 starts back at Gulfstream, and this will be the 3rd off the bench for the 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, he's just not getting the right trips. This is last time out. He was caught 3 wide without cover the entire way, which is just never a recipe for winning turf races. The whole field looks like they're swallowing him up right there with those white blinkers at this point, and he actually battled back gamely between horses to lose by less than a length. I thought this was a very good effort by a horse that has not been particularly lucky in his starts and has that win in his debut with a wide trip. I think this horse is okay. Can John Velasquez work out a trip where he's not caught wide without cover the whole way? Got to be able to save some ground at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a really gutty effort. Blinkers went on for the first time. You can see they're on again. Going to have to improve a little bit more. The interesting horse to me is the one. Listen, Chad sticks the horse on the turf. Usually you don't question it. And this is the horse that's kind of a little bit chilly on the board.
Yeah, but he's got pedigree, this horse. I mean, right now they're overbetting the 4. I don't think that one is going to be favored by post time. I think we're going to see some changes out there. But right now they're kind of overbetting Revolutionaire. The horse that he beat at the wire in his last start, who finished 4th, beaten, I think, a nose, That horse, Early Adopter, came back and was kind of impressive, winning a mile and 3/16 race at Keeneland earlier this week. He's okay. And Zulu Kingdom, and Reagan's Wit are okay. Now, Reagan's Wit, who finished second, came back and disappointed as the favorite in the Transylvania at Keeneland. I don't think we've seen Zulu Kingdom. He's running back in the big stake, the $1 million Grade 1 on Derby Day.
2 minutes to post in this Woodhaven. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And we'll start with the 5, Cairo Caper. I agree with you guys. He is too big a price. A bit surprising there. And I actually did catch up in the paddock with his trainer, Phil Schoenthal, who commented the same thing. And he said, when I asked him about coming back in a spot like this for the first start of his 3-year-old season right into Stakes Company, he said, honestly, the biggest decision was to stay against fellow 3-year-olds and being able to run in a restricted race like this. But he's trained like a good horse. There really aren't any 3-year-old turf options at Woodbine right now, and likely will race here for a bit and then return to Nathan Squires at Woodbine, where he and Phil have a relationship together. But this horse has not done anything wrong in the preliminaries. He's fit coming back. Like I said, Phil said he's training well. He's a big price, and he does have to step forward in here, but he is, I think, kind of the new face that maybe you should take a little bit more of a look at, because I like him getting back onto the grass and actually ran a bit in the Grade 1 Summer 2 starts back. Now, the number 6, Tiz Dashing, this horse won me over in the warm-up. He threw those legs out in front of him, just striding out so beautifully out there when warming up away from the pony. And as Andy touched on, not an advantageous trip last time out at Gulfstream. And that's a track, too, where you really need to save ground. You often need to be forwardly placed on both surfaces, and some horses just don't handle that turf course that well. And this guy added shortcut blinkers last time out. Will wear those once again today. He's framed himself up so nicely. A lot of good substance to him as well. And if he can work out a better trip today under John Velasquez, I do think that he is a horse with a fair amount of ability. Finally, the number 3, Dream On, comes out of that same Columbia race as Revolutionaire did, and he was the one that was on top of that quick pace. Now, Zulu Kingdom was not too far off of it either, but as Andy mentioned, Zulu Kingdom was a very good 2-year-old and could be a very strong player in the 3-year-old turf division. Dream On had an outside post that day and really didn't have any choice other than to be pressing 3 wide. He's a big horse, and I'm wondering if he's one that just kind of takes a bit of time to get his feet underneath of him. We'll see what he can do today, because he's been on his toes. He's been acting like a horse that should be forward and show that speed. Will he have any company on the front end, or will he be able to use that speed as he is well drawn to his advantage, Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Pick 5 pool, by the way, there it is, closing in on $200,000. Go back to the 4 Revolutionary, who's still your favorite. We're listed as good on the turf. Some of his best efforts, he's group placed on courses with a lot more give in it than what we see here today. Is that any sort of advantage?
No, not in my opinion. I don't believe this turf has much given to it at all.
I think the interesting part about the 4, over in Europe, he was a front runner. If you look at a lot of his races. Now, it's a lot different here. He was more of a horse that was on the pace. So I think what
one
Acacia
of his
said
races,
earlier,
he disputed the pace.
I think if he breaks
earlier.
better, he'll be up on the pace a little bit more.
I don't, but you never know. I think it's possible. The one thing I'd say is these courses are relatively pristine. We've won 3 races on each course. We got a little rain overnight. We're protecting the courses. It's a long year, and we're going to put a lot of races on these courses. There are a lot of cases we would have left races on if it was later in the year. You're not going to jeopardize the courses this early. I don't think we got enough rain. This course was really firm.
And, back to the 5 for a moment, that huge price. Is there a chance he's alone in front on the lead here?
No. Not on paper, no.
Really?
Dream On is fast, man.
Okay.
No, I don't believe so. I mean, anything's possible. It's,
He's got turf sprint speed.
I don't believe he's going to be in front, but once again, we see some crazy things around here where there's 4 speeds, and the slowest horse has Lacara won the Ashland on the front end, and she was the 4th fastest horse early, so anything's possible.
Here we go, Woodhaven, 3-year-olds, mile on the grass. Chris Griffin, the call.
11th running of the Woodhaven, $125,000, all set, and they're off in the Woodhaven. Dream On gets the first call from in between horses, but here from an outside draw, there's going to be Sounds Like a Plan to go right there with Cairo Caper, but Sounds Like a Plan will be the lone leader. It sounds like a plan. Kender Carmouche now tries to back off the tempo as they work towards that first turn. Cairo Caper switched to the outside, cornering a little wide here into that turn, and Dream On is going to tuck on down. It's going to save ground to the inside in 3rd. Right there in fourth is Tiz Dashing, is comfortable in that fourth and mid-pack position. Then comes Septarian, who travels in tandem with Revolutionaire. The trailer, End of Romance. They work to the backstretch and Sounds Like a Plan is doling out the fractions and went 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Cairo Caper, a big number there, is chasing from second. At the rail, that's Dream On, and now third. Tiz Dashing is comfortable, is still in fourth, is right there in the two-path, and here comes the run from Tiz Dashing, gets closer to that early leader. 49 and 1 for a half-mile time. Revolutionaire is the gray. It's just moved past Septarian, who's towards the back end of the field with End of Romance as they work into the far turn now. Sounds Like a Plan has been there the entire journey. Dream On slips through to the inside. Javier Castellano with Dream On. They're on the move. They move to the inside here of Cairo Caper as Revolutionaire is trying to pick it up. Tiz Dashing is not cutting the margin yet. Sounds Like a Plan still very strong up front. Here comes a run from a clear Dream On, and Dream On is coming after Sounds Like a Plan. Sounds Like a Plan is in front, but here comes Dream On, and Dream On is ranging up on the outside. Dream On pushes on by. They're all chasing Dream On, who's now in front. Septarian's flying late, but Dream On wins the Woodhaven. Septarian was absolutely rolling. He's in a photo there with Revolutionaire, and Sounds Like a Plan. But give it to Dream On in the Woodhaven.
Dream On, Mark Casse, Javier Castellano. This got a lot tighter than expected late, but it hangs on for the win.
Yeah, and this race collapsed in the late stages. Now, I will say there is more give in the ground you would have thought. 138 for the time, assuming that's accurate. There is some give in the ground. Allowed this horse, and then again, it was a very slow pace, so it's hard for them to go that much faster. They came home in 12 and 3, but there is give. This race was absolutely collapsing late. Dream On got a great ride. The field, it looked like it was going to separate. I mean, the horse I liked was backing up Tiz Dashing. I think he lost by a length and a half.
How did the one run second? That horse was surging
Huge
late.
late charge from Septarian, who was getting on the grass for the first time. This horse, surprisingly, was on the lead. Sounds Like a Plan. Kendrick Carmouche winds up in third late as this changed quite a bit mid-stretch.
I'm not shocked he was on the lead. I'm just shocked how easily others gave it up. I thought Dream On would be more forward. Now, you can't criticize Javier. He ended up giving a great ride and getting the win. So rating worked out well for him in this situation. I just thought he'd be a little bit more forward. And the 5 who you were talking about being forward was sitting second there.
3-1, 7-4, Dream On, 4-1. Mark Casse Barn, DJ Stable, and Javier Castellano in the Woodhaven with the victory here. Third win on the lawn, Paulie, for Dream On.
Yeah, and a horse that's just got that backlash you talked about as a 2-year-old. You know, he ran third in the summer, fifth in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and just the last 2 races. The first race was good, but the last one just wasn't. But you got to be able to draw a line sometimes through a bad race.
Yeah, I don't think it was a bad effort by him. It was a wicked fast pace that lined up. He was 3 wide without cover the entire way. The pace collapsed. It was a tough field. I didn't find his last race to be a problem at all. He just had the wrong trip. He got the right one today.
Dream On with the victory in the Woodhaven. Prices when we come back. We're going to say goodbye to Andy Serling. We have Jonathan Kinchin stepping in here in just a moment. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, I plan to. You guys have fun.
We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Dream On takes the Woodhaven. 3-year-olds here on the lawn. Mark Casse, Javier Castellano. A lot more to come. We're underway in this late pick 5. 4-1 shot kicks things off.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fastbacks, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fastbacks today.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's Dream On in the Woodhaven. Mark Casse, Javier Castellano, DJ Stable, holding off a furious late charge from this Chad Brown runner getting on the grass for the first time, Septarian.
Yeah, congratulations to DJ Stable, and not this time, called out of the discreet cat mare, Mama Kimbo. Now 3 for 8. Lifetime $10 on top, and if you had that, well, the first two parts of the pick six, Greg, it's $20 for the double.
317 here in the Woodhaven, $10 winner. In a race that looked very evenly matched, but yeah, keep your eyes certainly on Septarian here going forward after that debut on the lawn. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And here with winning rider Javier Castellano. Javier, Dream On coming from off the pace a little bit more today. Talk a little bit about how the race played out as he was able to finish well.
Absolutely. The way I handicapped the racing, to me, those two horses got the speed that kind of dictate the pace and paper. And he's soon a break out of the gate. I tried to use my best judgment the first time. I let him go, those two horses in the lead. Key Track is, seemed to me the horse, you know, he liked to cover up a little bit. Rowing Ghostry, learning how the horse, he developed himself. He put a good show today. I really like the way he did it today. Covered up behind the horses a little bit with slow pace. I like the way he finished. He finished really well.
You mentioned you rode him two-back winning at Gulfstream. How big of a deal is that for a rider when you get to know a horse, especially one that has some quirks maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. We watch it race it, we watch it replay, but it's take a huge advantage when you rode the horse before, you learn it through the experience, and you learn about a little bit the ability of the horse, and pretty good shot today. I really like the way he did it. Mr. Casse gave me opportunity to ride the horse, and we get it done today.
And it was tight down to the wire as well, but he dug in as you've been racking up the wins here this week at Aqueduct. I'm sure, you know, enjoying turf racing back as we all are, but some nice victories throughout this week, wrapping up this Aqueduct meet.
Yeah, Casse, I have a great weekend today. I went yesterday. Yesterday I went to race it, the day before to race it, today one race. It seemed to me like everybody started to put it together and develop the business and the rider ratio. My new agent, Corey Moran, he handled my business, and I think it helped me a little bit to move forward. Hopefully everything go well. We all do support the trainers and the owners. They give me opportunity to ride the best horses in the ground, and I really appreciate for all the opportunity.
And a stakes win today. Congratulations, Javier.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Dream on. They're going to keep dreaming. Greg?
What an incredible career that man has had. 4 straight Eclipse Awards. At one point as outstanding rider a couple of years ago, a long-awaited Derby, a Belmont, and a Travers for Javier Castellano.
Yeah, an outstanding career, and the Travers feat is just wild. What, 6?
I believe it's 7.
7,
isn't it?
Yeah, 7. Yeah. I tried to cheat him on Arcangelo.
Jonathan Kinchin joining us on our Saturday program here. Good to have you in as we're underway in this late pick 5 now as well. We have stakes action coming up with our colleague, Tom Amos. I don't feel he was super high on for a long, long time. He thought early on she was so precocious. Hoosier Filly might be the best he'd ever had. Didn't quite pan out that way, but she has worked out to have a pretty nice career. She's just shy of $1 million in earnings. She'll try and win the Dig a Diamond back-to-back now later on this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I mean, she obviously had a lot of talent to win some of the praises that she did early in her career from Tom, and it never really probably panned out as well as he thought. But sometimes over time, horses can kind of grow into themselves. Hoosier Philly might be one of those horses, Paulie.
Yeah, and listen, she's 8-5 for a reason. She's a better horse on Lasix, obviously. This is a stakes race, so she's had a lot of different riders, but her main rider has been Edgar Morales. And yeah, rooting for Tom. This is a horse that I know that he's always really loved, and I don't think she ever reached her potential. She ended up having throat surgery at the age of, I want to say 3 or 4, and she's got over that. And at age 5, she could be getting better.
Few others, though, to consider in that race. She won this race last year pretty easily. Could be a little bit tougher this afternoon to go back-to-back. We will find out, and we wish Tom all the best. 2-turn mile coming up in that Dig a Diamond. That is race 10 on the card still to come on the feature from Oaklawn later this afternoon. We're taking time out. We saw a very rare occurrence last year, an Oaks Derby double. Ken McPeak. Could it happen again? That man right there with a chance to make it happen. Mark Casse. He's got Sandman in the Derby and Lacara in the Oaks for a chance to pull off that historic feat. We'll be back.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사세. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Look at the 151st running of the Kentucky Oaks points leader list. Quiet side, Lacara. We mentioned Mark Casse, and that will be his Oaks charge as he has contenders in both the Oaks and Derby. Could we potentially see what Ken McPeak pulled off last year with that Oaks Derby double?
No. Look, you know what, though? If you would have asked me last year, I would have said absolutely not as well, and I would have been more passionate about it than here. Look, Lacara is going in the right direction. She's kind of a buzz horse training there at Churchill Downs. And obviously, the other half of Mark Cassie's equation here was Sandman, who's a horse that could absolutely win. I suppose Mark Cassie has the best chance out of anyone, but I'm in the camp of I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same camp as you, and I even made Sandman kind of my bet against, because I just think in a 20-horse field he can get himself in a little bit of trouble. I actually think that Bob Baffert, and I hate to say it, I think Bob got the best chance. I think Citizen Bull is going to run a better Derby than people think.
Tenma, though, really, even though she won, went really backwards.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Last time out.
At the end of the day, which one of those can really make it happen?
Well, it's only happened 3 times in the history of the sport, so it's incredibly rare. And look what it took last year to happen for Ken McPeek. It took one of the most perfect rides we've ever witnessed in Derby history for it to happen as well.
Look, if Kenny pulls it off again, go ahead and put him in the Hall of Fame immediately. Change the name of the Kentucky Derby to the Kenny McPeek Stakes. If he can pull that off again with these 2 horses, that'd be some feat.
So we're not expecting it to happen, but we never know what can happen in this Kentucky Derby. We've talked a lot about these contenders for the Derby, that going into the Oaks, there's not sort of that standout like a journalism, though, is there, in your eyes? Or
I think good cheer. I think a lot of people are going to, they see all the fact that she's undefeated and she's from the Brad Cox barn. I think she'll be pretty short. In fact, she'll be a shorter price than journalism, but there's a smaller field. That makes a little bit of sense. But I think people will lean on her, but I don't necessarily trust her. I haven't really seen her in a dogfight yet at that short of a price.
You feel the same way?
Yeah, because she's 6 for 6. I think JK makes a great point. Whenever time you have an undefeated filly for a trainer like Brad Cox, the horse is going to be the favorite when it comes to Oaks Day. But, like JK said, she really beaten much down at Fairgrounds. She's just swept everybody down in Louisiana. Is she good enough? It's tougher than you think, because it seems like the Oaks causes more upsets than the Derby.
Well, she just hasn't improved much either. She's beating all her competition, but she hasn't gotten better. She's doing it with the same sort of race each time. She's going to get the toughest test of her life coming up. But yeah, perfect record going in. It's certainly a big storyline, but we'll see what happens in just a few days here.
No, look, it's always fun to have a horse like that, though, at the top of the market. It can provide value for some other horses. And then, look, if she goes on to win and she's 7 for 7 and a Kentucky Oaks winner, now we're looking at another possible special horse like we got to see last year with Torpedo Anna.
Oh, you did go there. I was going to say don't go there. Okay, you went there. We'll see what happens. Let's get to race 6. 2 minutes away from the 6 coming up here in Hot Springs. $30,000 maiden claiming sprint. Favorite on the inside, Peyton's Beauty, who's had plenty of chances. Kelsey Haar will be aboard. We'll get to here in a moment. There's no one really to fall in love with in this race, is there?
That happens from time to time in maiden 30s. The first one, Peyton's Beauty, doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside.
Next door, a first-time starter at 32-1.
Yeah, for Edgar Espinoza here, and Hugo Torres, 32-1.
Blue Dazzler has hit the board in 4 of 9 starts.
He just keeps running the same race, which doesn't seem good enough.
Ray Ashford, he's had a couple of good horses he's unleashed of late. Here's Cruel debuting.
Yeah, this horse was training at Palmettos and a filly by Gunrunner.
It was sold for only $30,000. Gunrunner stands for $250,000. That's why you see this one in a maiden 30. Here's the 5cc Foxy.
Broke slow last time, but that was all the way back in October. Needs to break a little bit better here.
Yeah, against, state-restricted maiden special. Here's the 6 Foxy's on her.
Yeah, for Louis Q and Alan Milligan. Did show speed in the first start, this filly by Honor AP.
Big price in the debut for Vicky's Halo.
Yeah, and that was for maiden 20, a huge price, and did no running either.
La Dinamita for Dan Ward.
And Fernando Hara gets aboard. Fernando usually rides for Lindsey Schultz, but Isaac Castillo will be riding the Lindsey Schultz charge.
Lowest level yet for Buzzworthy.
Yeah, just going down and down. Started maiden special weight, maiden 75, maiden 50, now here.
Travis Murphy sends out this 10.
You didn't want to try that name, did you?
What was wrong with it?
Let's go, J-Lo?
Let's go J-Lo, huh?
J-Lo?
Yeah.
I would guess.
Blinkers off, Miss L.
Yeah, this one hasn't taken any money in the last 3 starts and hadn't done much running either.
And Briscoe County, Lindsey Schultz outside for Choctaw Racing.
Yeah, better break, and I think this horse can be right there, filly by Sky Mesa.
All right, we'll get back to that race in a moment. We return to New York. Here we go. And this 7th coming up off the turf. State bred maiden special, 6 furlongs, obviously completely changing here with a surface switch. And Tom Morley with this one. Maddie Over will ride. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, the number 12, Will of a Woman, as this one out of Annie Go Lightly, kind of cleverly named, as she was a distant second on debut behind Lightning Strike, who won by open lengths and seems to be very, very good. But this is a filly I thought first out looked like she was not the quickest out of the gate. She was 3 wide. She followed the winner and she ran on, while second best, she was still finishing in that race. She is a big leggy filly. There's a lot of size to her. And while I did not see her first time out, I would think that she's a horse that would have benefited from having a start under her belt. She's been the consummate professional here in the paddock. And while I can certainly see why she might take to the turf one day, I have no problems with her running on the main track yet again today. And like I said, I do think that she's going to be even stronger second time out. Now, the number 7, Vino Samara, is a horse that started on the turf. We'll get more on her in a moment, Greg, but interestingly enough, she and her half-sister, Lucy Playa, will go head-to-head in here.
Interesting to see that matchup. Surprise it. Look, I'm kidding. And I know it was the fastest performance ever. Faced winners last time out, made the lead and just weakened late. Shouldn't, especially the way the track's been playing today.
Made the lead after breaking slowly. And was down on the inside. Now gets to go to the outside, which is a lot easier, in my opinion, for a speed horse. And hopefully, if they can break a little bit better, won't have to waste all that energy they had to get into the lead after breaking slowly. This is my top choice, the 13. I'm kidding.
Real tough in that race. Coming up back to Oaklawn for the 6th. And just about set for a start. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Goes it. 2 back, Miss Ellie. And to the outside, Briscoe County to round out the field. Here's Briscoe County, Isaac Castillo. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful break. Blue Dazzler comes out of the crowd as a narrow lead in the first 16th. La Dynamita is hustled along. Buzzworthy in the mix as well. La Dynamita head in front. Blue Dazzler to the inside, holds the rail spot. Miss Ellie there. Far outside is Let's Go J-Lo. Gap of a length and a half to Vicky's Halo with CC Foxy. 2 more to Buzzworthy. Couldn't keep up with the early leaders. Gets a breather here, and she's 6 lengths off the lead with Peyton's Beauty and Briscoe County. Another 3 to Cruel. BL40. They're side by side, a joint second to last, and Foxy's Honor is trailing as they round the far turn. They sort themselves out on the lead. Miss Ellie on the outside. La Dynamita sent hard to keep pace. These two together as they approach the top of the lane. Let's Go J-Lo creeping in third. Got a breather, tries to come back on again in the 3 path coming off the turn. Miss Ellie has a narrow edge here. La Dynamita holding the inside is trying, but she's behind in second. Let's Go J-Lo is third. Then CC Foxy tries to rally on. Furlong to go. Miss Ellie, Manny Esquivel has a 16th more to get, and now they're in front by about 2. Miss Ellie on the class drop for Robbie Medina will prevail by 2.5 lengths. La Dynamita was second. Photo for the show, though. Peyton's Beauty surged late, involved in the photo with Let's Go J-Lo.
This one, big drop in class after facing straight maidens, did wind up going off your favorite in the end. Robert Medina Bar, Manny Esquivel. Back to New York, post-parade, and here's Night Jasmine.
Yeah, Night Jasmine for Horacio De Paz, who just had a bad beat earlier on the turf.
Bank on BB. Robbie Davis with daughter Katie in the irons.
Yeah, 2 races with buyers under 10, gets Lasix for the first time.
First-time starter next door, the 6 for Jimmy Ryerson, Lucy Playa.
Looking at Lucky Philly here, first-time starter for Eric Cancel.
One who could be forward in Vino Samara. Mark Hennig trains with Romero Mirage.
Yeah, we'll need to try to use that speed as a weapon. Unfortunately, just hasn't been finishing her races.
First-time starter, Amira Shishakli Barn Widdershins.
Yeah, Amira Shishakli 0 for 38 with first-time starters.
Dylan Davis, rider change on St. Addy, the 11. The blinkers go on.
Yeah, put the blinkers on. Maybe that could be a little bit of a change. Did take some money on debut.
Tom Morley Barn. Acacia started off with this one in the paddock. Maddie Over on Will of a Woman.
I think the horse to beat. I mean, the 13 drawing in is the other horse in here, but this filly ran well first time out.
This one's going to be tough and has become the favorite now. Also eligible, made the lead against Better. It drops back in for maiden special now. I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's just the way this horse made the lead after missing the break and then rushing up. The amount of energy you have to use to make the lead in that format, you got to think that I'm Kidding's going to run Better, drawn towards the outside here.
Yeah, this one was forward. First time on a fast track. And start number 2, 3-9's fine.
Yeah, David Duggan charge, and he's going to have a big say in this pick 5 because he's going to have a giant favorite in race number 9 with the 8 in there. Walk With Me with all the scratches. So if you like the 16 in here, then use, because I think you can get to this pick 5.
Play the pick 4 here coming up with Naira Bets.
Play it soothing.
$25 free play when you punch in that code Derby25 at sign up, plus that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at NairaBets.com. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Speed has done well this afternoon. Can I'm Kidding keep things going? Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. And just to wrap up on what I started to touch on back in the paddock, the number 7, Vino Samara, the half-sister to the number 6, Lucy Playa, is you have the 4-year-old and the 3-year-old going head-to-head in here. Not something you typically see with half-siblings running against each other in the same race and in a maiden race at that. Now, I have kind of similar comments for the 2 of them. Vino Samara, a horse that typically, and as always, carried a lot of weight in conditioning, does have some natural speed, though, and a horse that got sharper as the time went on. I would eventually like to see her get back onto the grass, and as far as the 6, Lucy Playa, has that big burly build just like her sister. Really looks like she'll benefit from a race from a fitness and a mental standpoint, and will probably eventually like the turf as well. But just kind of cool to see the 2 half-sisters running against one another in this race. The 13, I'm Kidding, is a major player in here. Was off slow and then rushed up last time out, and just seemed to be tiring, kind of drifting, running against a pretty salty field. And while she's now coming in off the also eligible list, I should say, she has strong dirt form, and she just looked incredibly fit in here. She warmed up nicely out on the track, kind of skipping over the surface as well. She's your favorite, but I do think that she is the horse to beat. Thought that Paul brought up an interesting point with the 16, 3-9's fine, as this horse, I know, ran for 40,000 last time out, but in a dirt meant field, and was beaten just a nose that day when NECA, should say, pressing the pace setter. They did go 1-2 around the track, and this is my first time seeing this filly, but she got really revved up and really rambunctious as they started to head out from the paddock. And watching her now on the track, she's linked back up with the pony. She is still really jig-jogging and doing a lot in the preliminary, so hopefully she's able to settle down, but she's certainly acting like she's going to show speed once again. Hopefully mentally can keep things together, as she could have some company with the presence of I'm Kidding. Does do her inside, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. There's the prices, by the way, from Oaklawn Miss L with that victory. As we're 2 minutes to post here in the 7th, starts the late pick 4 sequence. Let's go back to this one here, Will of a Woman. Tom Morley Barn was a distant second at this condition on a race that was supposed to be on the dirt in the debut.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. I mean, some of these horses were looking for turf. Obviously, this was supposed to be a turf race. But the horse ran well, broke okay, actually broke very well, was kind of rated like a turf horse should be rated. And then the horse that won just ran off by 9 1/4 lengths. Sometimes, and then she was 5 1/2 lengths clear of the 3rd place horse, JK. So, I mean, the 12 and the 13 really look tough to, I mean, they're tough to get by, those 2 fillies.
Well, the 12, there's the upside with the 12. You look at the 13 coming out of a race against winners with that speed, and the track has been playing, it's not completely, I wouldn't say overwhelming favoring speedsters, but a lot of speed horses have won this afternoon, so it does not hurt for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I like about the 13 the most is, well, first of all, I think the last race was probably the best race. Although it was 4th beaten 8, I think that this horse ran extremely well. You got to think, the horse broke slowly, rushed up, and made the lead. So if they break cleanly, you don't have to use nearly as much energy to make the front. And they were down on the inside, so they had to do that. They were going to get pressure. It just was a very bad situation for a speed horse like this. Now, you got one horse outside of the 13, drawn towards the outside. Hopefully, if they break cleanly here, they can look to the inside, see what everyone else is doing, and with all of that abundance of speed, they can be more measured in their approach and have a little bit left for the stretch. I love the idea of what happened last time and what potentially could happen here today.
And against much better company, too, and a rider, Ruben Silveira, who's always aggressive. So you'll count on that as well. 7-5 right now on I'm Kidding in this spot. And then again, outside, Paulie, 3-9's fine, definitely interesting. Just start number 3 coming up. And essentially, I mean, it started January 23rd, but second start of the 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, and, you know, improved on the drop for David Duggan. I know it shows 0 for 6 at this meeting, but he's had a tremendous 2025 and the end of 2024. You know, the horse on your screen right there, the 7, Vino Samara for Mark Hennig's horses are right there. He's had a 3 seconds, 2/3. I actually think the 7 could be live here at 8-1.
And this is a horse who Romero Mirage, I would think, is going to try and pressure if he can try and keep up with this 13. Would you think, JK?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want anyone to get away from you on this racetrack. And I think that in general on a racetrack like this, the kickback can be a little bit more intense for these horses, and some can dislike it. So go ahead and be forward and try to keep that kickback out of your face.
We saw how Katie Davis came back to the winner's circle with all that mud caked all over those Saratoga silks. Kind of track we're dealing with this afternoon. Set for the pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Vino Samara. 3-9's fine. To the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed hard sent towards the inside. That's Bank on BB, but there's I'm Kidding, who flashes the early speed, and now I'm Kidding clears off, is up by a full length. Immediately to the outside, 3-9's fine, is going to be engaged and stalking from second. Hard sent was Bank on BB, who's now back to third. Center of the racetrack moving forward, Vino Samara. They're chased to the outside here by Will of a Woman, is now taken a lone 5th. Very strung out field because they're flying up front. 21-4 for that opening quarter mile for I'm Kidding. 3-9's fine is right on this tempo too. Vino Samara's trying to make up some ground. Just splitting rivals. Here comes the run from St. Addie. And St. Addie and Will of a Woman, they're both in pursuit. They're going to be in 4th and 5th. Wide runs. Bank on BB far back to the rest. Going to be Lucy Playa, Night Jasmine, towards the back end of the field. They reach the top of the stretch, though, and I'm Kidding just keeps on going. They went 44-4 for a half-mile time, and I'm Kidding is still running strongly enough here with a furlong left to go. They're still well strung out here as I'm Kidding. Now tiring a touch late, but is well in front. Inside the final 16th, it is all I'm Kidding. No Joke gets this win. I'm Kidding wins it. Will of a Woman is in a photo there with St. Addie for 2nd and 3rd. Also coming running on was Vino Samara with 3-9's fine in 1 minute 10 and 4.
I'm Kidding. Broke a lot better than last time. Got to the front and gets the job done pretty convincingly here. And if you like this one, 8-5, pretty generous.
Good call, JK. This race was over out of the gate, and you called it. If this horse caught a flyer, I mean, caught even more of a flyer, so they were in chase mode, the race was over. The 12 just swallowed up second here. That was all.
It's really just about energy, right? I mean, you got to think how much energy I'm Kidding used early in the race last time, braking slowly and rushing up. Now you have to say, well, if that gas tank wouldn't have emptied as quickly if she didn't have so much to do. Here she broke well. Then when she turned for home, she had a bunch of energy left. That she wasted last time early in the race. It's all about her trip last time.
And again, that was against winners. This time against maidens. Able to rack up the score in the stretch, too, as the 8-5 choice. 13, 12, 11, 16. Ruben Silveira, Rudy Rodriguez on this 4-year-old filly by Practical Joke, who had 3 runner-ups in 5 starts and now is finally going to get that picture taken today.
Yeah, she had a brutal beat 3 starts ago. She deserves this win. You talk about a horse that's been knocking on the door. And again, this racetrack's still playing pretty quick for maiden. You know, these type of horses, maiden special weight, 110 and change pretty quick.
So 8-5 on your winner. Rudy Rodriguez. First time I've not seen him
I was just gonna
on
say
his
that.
phone
or not
when
smiling.
we've gone to him, yeah. He already made the call.
Well, because he owns part of the horse, so he didn't have to call the owner. He's just because he's talking to himself.
8-5 favorite to start off this pick 4. We'll have the prices when we come back. Paulie, say goodbye to you on the desk.
Yes, I'm gone for the day.
Okay.
Too much stuff. I'll go ice my knees and stuff. Yeah.
We're taking time out. We'll be back. A lot more to come. Feature from Hot Springs still ahead for us. We'll get to that with Tom Amos in action. And, of course, Graham Motion, Laura Lynn, Chad Brown, Virgin Colada set to duel with their 3-year-old fillies tomorrow on the Memories of Silver. We'll have a preview of that one coming up when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Stay with us.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power. Passion. Performance. This one goes gate to wire for the win. Starts Big 4.
Yeah, you know, look, it's the tale of trips. The trip 2 back versus last race versus what I'm Kidding got here today. I'm still interested to see I'm Kidding try a little turf sprinting. You know, her style, the way she runs. I don't know if Rudy's intention was, I mean, he had her AE, not MTO, so I think he was going to probably try to get her in and run her on either one. And I probably wasn't upset when it came off, but I'd like to see her, especially, you know, when we get upstate a little bit, going 5.5 with her kind of speed. She could be really tough to beat.
Ruben Silvera for Rudy. Werner J. Stable, and Rudy owns part of this one as well, as JK had mentioned. Easy time of things with her speed. Dominant here at $5.30 for the victory. 13-12-11 finish here in the 7th. Race 8. 7 furlongs. New York Breds, first level allowance condition coming up. And Embraceable Gal, 5-2 favorite right now. Dylan Davis will be aboard for Rob Atras. Interesting horse coming in from Charlestown too, Charge Nurse.
Yeah, look, I thought looking at that pick 6 carryover when I glanced, this was the race that convinced me that maybe this wasn't the pick 6 for me to try to attack. I felt like this was an all race. I literally felt like every single horse in here could win. And so I suppose in a situation like that, you'd like to be against a horse like the 6 Embraceable Gal. Why would you want the favorite in a race where you feel like they can all win?
Matoli's girl, very quick. She's only been on wet track. She's been gone for over a year and incredibly fast work. A bullet out of the gate, quickest of 214 working in the morning back on April the 5th. So I had one that's with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. I would think we're just going to fire out of there and try and get to the front in this race coming up. We have stakes action ahead back on the lawn on Sunday in our ABR race of the week in the Memories of Silver. And we talked about the showdown between Graham Motion and the Chad Brown Barn, and this one coming up for 3-year-old fillies. Laura Lynn coming in for Graham Motion, undefeated off that Tepin win for the 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, look, I thought this horse ran extremely well in her last race in the Tepin, right? The pace wasn't particularly fast. She had to sit back a little bit and pass horses. And a lot of times when the pace isn't fast, it's harder to pass horses because the horses on the front end, have a little bit more energy left. I thought she ran well. She got some time off from November, opportunity to grow up a little bit. And based on that race, she's the horse to beat in here for me. I like Virgin Colada. Opulent Restraint was obviously another good one for Chad, but the way that Laura Lynn ran last time, she deserves to be the horse to beat.
So 3-year-old debut will come up on Sunday. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for both those wins. He'll be back aboard for Graham Motion tomorrow. And she certainly has shown a lot of talent in those first 2 tries. The duo for Chad Brown, obviously, Opulent Restraint, and then Virgin Colada, though we're going to take a look at in here. Virgin Colada outside posts and difficult because where she's drawn, she leaves herself a lot to do.
She does, and she's, she's always falls way out of it. But, look, her first 2 races of her career, her maiden and PG Johnson, the way that she ran those races closing into slow paces, she showed what kind of talent she has. The problem is that she just does not have a lot of early speed, so she's always going to be a little bit up against it in terms of what the other horses in the race do. She's good, and Flavian sticks in this situation with a horse like this. I've got nothing against her. The only problem is she's probably going to be a little bit overbet. Of the 2 Chad Brown runners, I think Opulent Restraint offers probably a little bit more value. I remember earlier in the summer, the buzz around Saratoga, which we always hear, is that Opulent Restraint was one of Chad's best 2-year-old fillies on the grass. And she ran into some obstacles throughout her races, but she ended up, kind of turning the corner. And maybe if she could just grow up a little bit, maybe she is what they all thought she was early in the summer last year, and now she's going to have a chance to show it as a 3-year-old.
And we'll see who takes that step forward coming up. That's our Sunday action and our ABR race of the week. And then Memories of Silver, we're going to take a timeout. We will be back about 19 minutes away. 8th on the card at at Aqueduct. Meanwhile, out in Hot Springs, about 9 minutes away, race 7. Mig will be back with us in just a moment as well. 6 furlong sprint coming up. Claiming race, 4-year-olds and up who have not won 2 since December the 5th. I Got No Money, one of several contenders for Team Asmussen when we come back.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the Joe's in front. Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Gunite is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back in our Saturday coverage of America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. $10,000 hit and split. Hit select stakes races, Aqueduct, Churchill, Oaklawn, and Santa Anita. And take home some extra cash. Always a good thing. Be sure to opt in at NyraBets.com. Don't leave any money on the table, especially if you have a good opinion. To Hot Springs, and we're 6 minutes away from the 7th race coming up. Starts the late pick 5. 6 furlong sprint. And it's Espionage. David Jacobson could be very tough in the spot. I thought Lightning Struck was interesting as well, the 9. But let's start with I Got No Money.
Yeah, this is where I was going to land. This horse was extremely wide last time. Hopefully the rail will keep this one out of that tough situation.
How were you in algebra?
I was surprisingly not that bad, but not great either.
This one has not been great, although an 11-time winner, but the recent form is off. Here's Circleback Jack, Tim Martin Barn.
Yeah, it has a little speed, but we'll need to use it.
Another 11-time winner here, Shackelford Strong.
Yeah, didn't take much money last time. It ran okay.
Yeah, drops. Second back off a long time away. Here's Espionage, David Jacobson.
Yeah, another one who has a little tactical speed. Will need to use it, taking some money here on the board.
El Diablo Rojo. Christian Torres meets leading rider.
Yeah, ran okay 2 starts back, but I didn't really see an excuse for the last race.
He's one up on this man right here, Francisco Arrieta, the ride of a lifetime.
Yeah, has some speed. Showed it 2 starts ago. We'll need to show that here today.
I thought this one very dangerous here. Lightning Struck and has speed.
Yeah, gets the trainer changed. It looks like it doesn't look like a claim back, but goes back to the previous connections.
5 minutes away from the 7th. Again, starts the late pick 5 of the Saturday card from Hot Springs. Let's go to Mig.
Thanks, guys. Nice to see everybody on set there. Miss all of you. Won't be long. I'll be back right there with you. But let's start down on the inside. The 1, I Got No Money. Yeah, perpetual problem in most of our lives. I agree with Jonathan. I just think that this horse gets a good ground-saving trip. Last time kind of, wide throughout and still rallied on extremely well. Now, he's an older, experienced horse, so you wouldn't expect the kickback to be an issue, and this horse should be lurking from off the pace. And, Jonathan, I forgot, is it algebra or geometry that you talk about with horses being wide? Because he does have a horse named Algebra right outside of him. That's why I didn't go to school. I didn't like any of that algebra or geometry, any of that stuff. But horse that I'm really, really interested in here is the 4, Shackelford Strong. Jimmy DeVito's barn has really come to life here late in this Oaklawn Park meeting. Horse got a race under his belt in a much tougher race off of the layoff with a 10-pound apprentice. No knocking a 10-pound apprentice. We all got to start someplace. But now you get Rocco Bowen. And for people that don't know, Rocco Bowen has ridden over 1,300 winners in the continental U.S., so you're getting an experienced rider with a horse dropping in class that had a race under his belt, and I like what I'm seeing from him in the post parade so far. The 5, Espionage, was a horse that I was very interested in, and to be honest with you, I just wasn't crazy about this horse's energy level in the post parade. I want to see a horse pick up the bit, jump on it, and really take a hold of the rider and show some enthusiasm. Now, I don't know this horse, so maybe I'm being a bit too critical, but I just did not like his energy level. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of an animated warm-up, if you will. And then the 8 horse, the ride of a lifetime. This is a horse that's 3 for 4 at Oaklawn, has good speed towards the outside, and you get Francisco Arrieta, who is immersed, just entrenched in this riding battle for the leading rider here with Christian Torres and Rafael Bejarano. So I thought he was very interested, and a horse also that made a really nice physical impression.
Mig, thank you. Yeah, back to that 4, Shackelford Strong. 8-month layoff, comes back against a lot better now, drops in class. Someone very dangerous at 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, his race 2 back, he showed absolutely blazing early speed. Serious fraction. So Shackelford Strong could take another step forward off of that first race off a layoff back in March. This horse can absolutely be in the mix. He's got to take a step forward, though. But if that race 2 back can absolutely win this one. And at 4-1, I don't have a problem with that price.
Now we got a late change here in this 8th race with that Charlestown Contender I had talked about. With more on that, let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, the number 1 charge nurse will be a late scratch in here. She did come into the paddock with an illegal type of shoes on her front feet. So as a result, is a late scratch. So it does take out some of the pace from this race. Charge nurse, a late scratch here in the paddock. But taking a look at horses physically, the number 10 Splashy is where we'll start. A horse that has found a new home on the main track and taken full advantage over the winter here. Look, she's been in good form. Last time out, she was part of the early pace and she ran on well, though second best to short shift that day. She's held her weight well throughout the winter. She's very relaxed here in the paddock. She's sometimes has been a filly throughout her career that would get very revved up, particularly when saddling. Don't have any problems with her from a physical perspective here in the paddock. She has been hosed down. It is a bit humid overall today here at Aqueduct, but dappled out from head to toe. And we'll see if she can seal the deal and move forward off of that last race, as she has been a little bit consistent, kind of knocking at the door. But the number 6, Embraceable Gal, is a horse that was acting up in the gate quite a bit last time out. She's a horse that can be very tough in the preliminaries. In the past, she has worn all kinds of different equipment as well. They have had to back her up to the starting gate and kind of load her into the gate backwards. She's had some trouble drifting throughout. She used to wear an extension blinker. She now has 3/4 cup blinkers on. She also used to wear a cage bit. She has now a snaffle bit on, kind of the softest bit that you will wear. But she was kind of acting up and distracted in the gate last time out, which I think played a part in her breaking slowly. She is a very big mare, and sometimes horses that are just kind of that size, they take up so much space in the gate, and often they'll kind of rock back and forth and be unprepared when the gate's too open to go forward. So hopefully she's going to be able to keep it settled, because as Jonathan touched on with the last race, when breaking slowly, she rushed up, expended a lot of energy doing that and fading to third when passed. But she looks tremendous today. She's so relaxed in the paddock. Her coat looks fantastic. She's always been a good-looking mare, but she just looks like she's doing really well right now for Rob Atras. So hopefully she can keep her antics together, particularly at the starting gate. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll keep our eyes on that as we get back to Hot Springs and about to load for the 7th race to start this late pick 5. That includes, of course, the feature that Dig a Diamond, where Hoosier Filly looks to repeat for Tom Amoss. That's in race 10. First things first, and the horse we talked about coming off that 8-month time away, Shackelford Strong, drops in class as well as become the favorite now, the 4.
Yeah, it's going to keep this pace extremely honest. And while I love a speed horse, and I think that Shackelford Strong, if they can, especially if they can get back to that race 2 back, is going to be tough. I'm going to go with the 1, I Got No Money, down on the inside. Projects to work out a nice trip, especially after the last trip being extremely wide the entire time last time. Should be able to save a significant amount of ground. And while I don't want anything to do with algebra, the geometry, it comes into play with last time with I Got No Money and how much ground she lost. She doesn't project to lose as much down here, drawn on the inside.
You got that, Mig? Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 7th.
Shackelford Strong. And to the outside post, Lightning Struck to round out the field. Here's Lightning Struck, Shane Elliott. Kicking off our late pick 5 here with this field, voyaging 6 furlongs. We're ready to go. And they're off. I Got No Money off slowly. Espionage on the lead, per usual, has a share of it early. Lightning Struck, the ride of a lifetime there as well. Shackelford Strong, aggressively ridden inside of that trio. There's a gap of 3 to Algebra off the pace. Circleback Jack is next with El Diablo Rojo, and Slow Starter I Got No Money is last. A contentious tempo on the lead, 4 of them not giving an inch here. The ride of a lifetime up to challenge Shackelford Strong. Espionage between that pair. Lightning Struck not far off. He's 4th though. and he's now a length off the top 3. Gap of 4 to El Diablo Rojo. Gets a good setup. Circle back Jack in the 5th position. He's now sent along I Got No Money, taking away the second last spot from Algebra as they come to the top of the lane. Shackelford strong under pressure. The ride of a lifetime between horses trying to hang around with Lightning Struck. Espionage in trouble. He's getting tired, and Lightning Struck on the grandstand side has gone to the lead. Espionage, though, he found a second lease of life. He just kicked it in again, and now El Diablo Rojo's coming on. Down the center, El Diablo Rojo to challenge Lightning Struck and Espionage. These three driving to the finish. El Diablo Rojo, Lightning Struck, and El Diablo Rojo. I think Lightning Struck just held off El Diablo Rojo with Espionage and Shackelford strong 3rd and 4th.
Lightning Struck. It looks like the 9, maybe. This is very tight late.
Yeah, it looks like the 6 hung. Just wouldn't look like it was going to go by at all points.
Never a question.
Right there.
12-1. One in from Will Rogers Downs. So Lightning Struck, 9th career win in a very tight finish here. El Diablo Rojo rolling with the meet's leading rider, Christian Torres. He's just one up. Francisco Arrieta just comes up short here. Trying to get a little more padding as we're coming down to the wire for that riding title. Now, what a race. This 5 re-rallied a bit. Looked like that horse was done. Espionage. They were a pack of them going incredibly fast early here.
Absolutely, and it was just all about who wanted to get to the wire first.
So it's Lightning Struck, it would appear here. Ike Green. 12-1 as we get you back to New York. 5 minutes away from race 8. 7 furlong New York bred first allowance condition race. Coming up, it is the 10, Splashy, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, 6-5 favorite now. Wow, let's go to top of the table. Mark Hennig, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, was been going 6.5, 6 before that. There is a nice 7 furlong race, though, in there 4 races back.
First off the claim, Antonio Arriaga, Lady Arwen.
Yeah, last time the race kind of fell apart, played right into her hands.
We know this filly's going to be quick early.
Yeah, she got some early speed, and you got Kendrick Carmouche with that bullet work that you pointed out, Wolfie, a couple works back.
Dylan Davis, Unbraceable Gal.
Yeah, ran well last time, actually. Got a nice number, but didn't break particularly well after showing some speed. Maybe she could break a little bit cleaner here.
Blinkers on, Carol T.
Maybe the blinkers on could help this one. She's been going the wrong direction.
More route speed, but certainly quick, Chasing Daylight.
Sometimes that can translate to 7 furlong races where they can kind of still be close but still finish.
And Splashy, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, the favorite.
Yeah, drawn towards the outside with some tactical speed. Does need to take just a small step forward. And for me, 8-5 seems entirely too short in this group.
Now let's take a look at Splashy in action. This was last time out, March 29th. And this one has the speed to be forward as well. Gets the outside post, came up second best in this race.
Yeah, my concern if you look at her last 2 races based on pace figures, I like to look at Timeform US for the pace figures. Her races, she slowed down. Going 6 furlongs, she kind of slowed down late. Going 6.5, she sort of slowed down late. I prefer horses when they're going 7 furlongs, that they're finishing their race. I'm just a little concerned that the added distance isn't going to help much. And she's going to be drawn wide, or she is drawn wide, excuse me, so she's likely going to lose a little bit of ground at some point. I mean, she doesn't have enough speed to clear this field. You'd like to think she's going to be at least 2 or 3 wide. So not only is she going longer than I feel like she probably wants to, but then she's likely going to lose some ground. There's that geometry again.
Fast, sealed track as we get set for this 8th coming up. And the 8-5 favorite outside. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
We'll take a look at the layoff runner and the number 5, Matoli's Girl, who has not raced since March of 2024. She won and then was sidelined since then, so making her first start in quite some time. Now, I did not was not here in the paddock for either of her first 2 races, so I don't have anything to compare it to, but she does come back now as a 4-year-old. She showed quite a bit of speed, especially in that last race when it was a very rainy day, watching the replays, and she just went right out to the lead. And even though she held clear, she was drifting a bit in the stretch, but always looked like a winner every step of the way in that effort. She comes back, there's no excess weight at all on her coming back off of a big layoff, but I do think that she will benefit from a start to strengthen up, put some more muscle mass on, particularly across her top line and in that hind end where horses do push off of. But intriguing to see her back and to see what she does, especially because she showed so much speed before she went to the bench, and how will that transfer off of the layoff coming back here. A horse that does not have any early speed is the 7 Carol T. The blinkers are going on. They've tried the blinker experiment before back in 2023 because she's a horse that just tends to come from so far back. It's a shortcut blinker being added to Carol T, who she's one that just unfortunately never really grabs your attention. She's a smaller, lighter frame type of filly. That's always how she's been. She ran on late outside and was not too far behind Splashy in that race. And I know that prior to that, she's had some trouble at the beginning of her races, but that's just how she is. That's how she runs no matter what. She kind of drops out the back and tries to come with a late run. She's one that I always find a bit hard to endorse from a physical perspective, just by the way that she's built and put together. But that being said, she is consistent. She will be running late. We'll see if those blinkers can help to add a little bit more punch for her in the stretch. And sometimes it's not only the blinker or the equipment itself, sometimes it's just a change, especially for a horse that's been running frequently, Greg, to kind of sharpen them up a little bit.
Thank you, Acacia. Wow, a lot of money on Splashy in here. 9-5 favorite, but you've gone to top of the table, JK. Javier Castellano from Arkenig, what'd you like?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before the break here, I mean, I felt like every single horse in here could win. So let's just look at it less about the 3 and more about the 6 or the 10. If I feel like everyone can win, I can't take the 6 at 2-1 or the 10 at 9-5. And then you got to look at the other ones to where you can find some value. And I just trust the 3 based on that performance 3 races back. Going 6 furlongs, and the 4 races back too, going 7 furlongs. Both of those 2 races will put top of the table right in the mix here, and you're getting a much better price at 5-1. So while I feel like this is a very wide open race, I just can't take a short price on the 6 and the 10.
Meanwhile, Kendrick ready to blast out of there on Matoli's Girl. This 5 off for about 13 months. Has only been on sloppy sealed tracks to this point. And not only the speed with this one, but coming off all that time away and fresh, extra reason to think this one's going to fire out of there, out of the gate. And that quick work, as well. It certainly needs to improve in terms of how fast she's been to this point, but all that time away, getting older, growing up a little bit, maybe we'll see it today.
When I see horses like this, I want to see a nice, steady, long, consistent work tab. If you look at Matoli's Girl, starting back December 10th of 2024, 3 furlongs. Then they come back on the 20th, the 27th, January 11th, January 26th, February 4th. They just keep consistently going, and then they top it all off April 5th with that 4 furlong work from the gate where they blasted away from their 1 to 214. So she makes some sense in here, like she's ready to roll.
Too big a number on the 9 here?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think they all can win. She's got to get a little bit better, but, she's got some tactical speed. So that's always a good sign.
Here we go with the 8th. Favorite outside, Linda Rice Barn, Jose Lezcano, and Splashy. Chris Griffin, the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're up. Splashy breaks well, so does Chasing Daylight, and Matoli's Girl is in the early mix too. That's the top trio as they quickly come out of the chute. The backstretch now. Splashy is going to press on. Jose Lezcano and Splashy, they're content to sit right there in the center of the racetrack and moving forward up by a full length. Chasing Daylight in the Red Silks and Romero Mirage. They're right in behind, stalking the pace setter at the rail. Now comes top of the table. Matoli's Girl was in that early mix. Got shuffled back a little bit. Just got passed by Embraceable Gal and Carol T up on the far outside. That trailer Lady Arwen, 22-4. Splashy has 4 furlongs left to go, is in command. No excuses for Splashy, who just rolls right along. Here's Chasing Daylight, trying to move in closer, is now within a half length of the leader. It's a wide run for Embraceable Gal. Mitoli's Girl is back in the mix, as they're in a shared 4th. Also trying to run on Carol T out wider. Embraceable Gal with that wide run 3 wide. Splashy has been collared. And now here's Chasing Daylight in between horses. And Embraceable Gal, center of the racetrack, is running on and has the momentum. They reach the top of the stretch. Embraceable Gal starts to move away, but Chasing Daylight just won't go away. Chasing Daylight to the inside of Embraceable Gal, and Mitoli's Girl is launching a late rally too. Approaching a final 16, shoulder to shoulder here. Embraceable Gal with a stubborn Chasing Daylight who just wouldn't give in, but Embraceable Gal is best. Embraceable Gal wins it over Chasing Daylight, Mitoli's Girl, and Splashy in 1 minute 24-3.
Embraceable Gal out duels. Yeah, stubborn Chasing Daylight for this win. Dylan Davis, Rob Atras.
Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't love the price, but like I said, I felt like all these horses could win. And she ran well last time. Very similar to what we saw in the race prior with I'm Kidding, the 13 horse that won that race prior to this. Embraceable Gal had speed, broke a little bit slow, and rushed up. There's that hidden energy wasted in situations like that. She didn't do that here today, and she absolutely was best in here. And I never really got the 10 Splashy, and this is kind of how I thought she would run. She went off at 8-5.
Yeah, she backed up and packed it in right about here. 6, 9, 5, 10. Mitoli's Girl runs on for 3rd, not anywhere near as close where I thought she would be early.
Yeah, I mean, you know, based on her races, the way she's been working, her rider, you'd think she would have been a little bit more forward, and she just wasn't. But she ran on well. She ran on well.
We have an objection now that just got posted. So Romero Mirage, Chasing Daylight, objection against Dylan Davis, Embraceable Gal here.
Yeah, I'll have to see the...
I'll try and get a look at the head-on and see what's going on here. They do get somewhat tight in the stretch. So Romero, red cap, blue blinkers on the inside, green cap, and there's a bump right there. Dylan Davis in the 6 outside in the green cap.
If that was it, it felt a little bit of a coming in from the 6 and a coming out from the 9. It feels a little bit like a tie. If someone did something more than the other, to me it was the 9. The 9 was in second anyway, so no harm, no foul.
All right, so stewards taking a look. They will talk to both riders. And yeah, we're getting one more off screen. We're getting one more look at it here. Let's go down to Acacia, get her thoughts.
Yeah, and just wanted to point out that these are 2 horses that have a history of drifting. The 9 Chasing Daylight wears that extension blinker where her right eye is covered. She's worn that for quite some time. And as I mentioned back in the paddock, the 6 Embraceable Gal used to wear an extension blinker and a cage bit because she has the tendency to drift. So these are 2 horses that kind of have that tendency already. Yes, there was a pretty good bump there. It did seem to me that Chasing Daylight came out first. Embraceable Gal did kind of duck in late with the right-handed urging. It looked to me like it was a bit even, but like I said, these are 2 horses that this is kind of typical for them, that they have the tendency to drift. Richie, did you get any sort of look at it? What were your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I do think that when the contact was initiated, it was the 6. If you watch the tire tracks, where they are on the tire tracks, the inside horse came out but had established a path. Now watch where the horse in the green comes in, wherever his line was, and he made the contact. Now that being said, this is, to me, a non-call because it was like rubbing, right? Rubbing's racing. But if anybody, the onus was on anybody, it was Dylan Davis on the horse in the green who pointed into that horse and actually was the one that initiated the contact.
Yeah, the 9 certainly came out, but there was no one there, so it caused no issue. The 6 came in, bumped the 9, but it was pretty minor, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think to Richie's point, who has obviously more experience than all of us in these situations, just kind of felt like it was kind of both of them. And if someone was to blame, it was more of the 9. I'd be surprised if they made a change to this.
I would as well. And again, look, it's an objection. It's not a steward's inquiry.
Right.
Those get overturned less than an inquiry would. Not to say it can happen. It doesn't happen. But we'll wait and see here. But yeah, the initial coming out by Ramiro Mirage and Chasing Daylight, that path was there. And then when Dylan did come in and no question, did bump the 9, it was a minor bump.
It feels like they bumped each other. And Mig pointed it out, when you're watching this, look at the path. And on a racetrack like this, you can see their paths, where they are. You can use the tire tracks too, but you can kind of, I mean, they both kind of swerve in there. You look even behind them where those paths kind of come together.
I do feel like when they made contact, it was the 6 coming in more than the 9. But it was still very minor, and being told the result will stand. So 6, 9, 5, 10. Braceable Gal, look, they took their shot. Did not work out. And Dylan Davis with a couple of wins today. So Rob Atras, Dylan Davis, Windy Leaf Farm, victory upheld here at 2-1. Week away from the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. Jonathan Kinchin tells me he knows who's going to win. He'll reveal that answer when we come back.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet all the action, any track, anywhere, anytime. Spring in full bloom here in New York. And this man in top form. He's heading on to some big ones to come, including a mount in the Kentucky Oaks next Friday. Dylan Davis with a 2-win day on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, look, the success he had in the summer at Saratoga. It's supposed to lead to situations like this where he has mounts in these big premier races in this country like the Kentucky Oaks.
Embraceable Gal here got a challenge, not only the objection, but a serious challenge from Chasing Daylight, and it was pretty stubborn right to her hip, but eventually Embraceable Gal able to separate herself a bit and get the 6th win of her career.
Yeah, I mean, look, she had a little bit of bumping in the stretch, but she was game. And based on her last race, she was sitting on a nice performance here. Her price just got a little bit low in what felt like a very wide open race.
6-9-5 finish. We'll see if that 5-horse, too, maybe breaks a little better next time out. Off a long time away. Able to hit the board in the first race back. Off about 13 months gone. Can do a little bit better next time out. For Michelle Giangulio. $6.90. Embraceable Gal to win. Race 9 next. Mile and a 16th on the turf originally. Now a mile main track. New York Bred's entry-level allowance race coming up with all the changes near Walk With Me. Looks like she's going to be pretty tough here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one that I like, the 8. Right now they're betting the 1, the turf horse, but the 8, Walk With Me, for Romero Mirage. Feels like it can take advantage of this group that's been scratched down. There's some tactical speed in there. Hasn't necessarily made the lead in a bunch of races, but does have tactical speed to be forward.
Yeah, Lady Wisdom, maiden breaker on the main track, went into a stake next out, does drop. Another one that may be a little interesting, who is a price right now. Let's take a look at the cross-country sequence to this point. Coming up in just a few minutes here. Races 8, 9, 10, the Dig a Diamond from Oaklawn. And the last couple here from New York. How do you feel about Hoosier Philly in that Dig a Diamond Stakes that will close out that cross country? Won it last year. Sure, she's gonna be 8-5 in this spot. There's Tom. Can she go back to back? Tough spot coming up. And he's got a big chance as well with 7 flat in this next race, who we claimed back in December.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Leora and Channing Hill on the outside of Serengeti Empress, who digs in toward the rail. It's these two, Ladyapolis third, the others with plenty of work to do. It's down to these two and Serengeti Empress, who's holding off the challenge of Leora as they come down to the line. Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
What a win, a career-defining moment for Tom Amoss with Serengeti Empress in the Kentucky Oaks. And he took a lot of heat just for lining up in that race. She had not finished her prep the start before. He worked her going into that race, and he said she was A-okay with that work, showed him everything he wanted to see. He turned out to be right.
Yeah, early in her career, she had kind of had some good race, bad race vibes about her, which is one of the reasons why I did not like her on this day in the Kentucky Oaks. But good thing Tom did, because if you ask him, I think he'd tell you it's probably the biggest win of his career.
No question. What a moment for him and his family. And again, he'll have 7 flat, the 4 in this race coming up. We claimed 3 starts ago. We'll get to in a moment. We start with Fire Brian.
Yeah, first off, the claim drops in from that 9 furlong race in the mud.
Big price here, Bellamy's Roan.
Deserves to be a big price, not like Bellamy's Road.
No, Roan. Yeah, one letter makes all the difference, doesn't it? Enjoy It Straight off the claim.
Yeah, switches to the Steve Asmussen barn. You know, has some back races if Steve can find them.
There's Tom Amos' 7 flat.
Yeah, this one makes a lot of sense off that last race. Another one that doesn't have a lot of early speed but will finish his races.
Home Run Trick. Francisco Arrieta, 1 back in the riding title race.
Yeah, just not going in the right direction.
Mighty Message for Ike Green. We saw a win earlier.
This horse was wide all the way around last time. Could work out a better trip here.
This one I thought could be very tough. Tapasational.
Yeah, the figures suggest this one should be right there at the end.
Here's Fort Warren, Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, switches to the Ingrid Mason barn. Another one that was extremely wide last time. Didn't do much running.
So what could be forward early? Mo Rum.
Yeah, forward early, but just doesn't finish the races enough to be competitive here.
Kelsey Har on the long shot to Flater.
Yeah, this horse ran pretty good last time. Got a nice trip, sitting down on the inside. Is going to be a little bit wider here today.
Third off a long time away, Rafael Bejarano. He's still in that riding title mix as well.
Yeah, it seems to be improving a little bit. The problem is the pace wasn't particularly fast last time. This one was close up. How much better of a trip can they get?
2 minutes to post here in the 8th. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm so pleased to be joined by our friend and colleague, Tom Amos. Tom, we watched the 2019 Kentucky Oaks Serengeti Empress. Always brings a smile to all of our faces. But this year you've got Quick Kick going into the Oaks. What kind of trip do you think she needs to be successful?
Well, look, I mean, she needs to improve. That's the first thing. She's earned her way in, which is really awesome for Greg Tramontaine, but she needs to improve. The one thing she's got going for her is about half the field of 14 are horses that either want to be on the lead or right against the lead. So there's a big, big chance for that pace to collapse. That's her game. She wants to pick them up on the end. That's her best chance.
And now that you've gotten 1 Oaks, I mean, it's pretty addictive, that feeling. You'd love to be enjoying that again.
You know, you and I were talking it off camera about it, and I think the thing I remember the most, because it was the biggest day of my professional life, was after I won it, I said to myself, I'm going to take it all in. And there are only 2 times at Churchill Downs that you get to take the win picture in the infield, and that's for the Derby and the Oaks. And when we were in the infield, I remember looking over to the crowd, and, you know, she was a long shot. She was 13-1, so not everybody bet her, but the crowd respected her, and they all gave her a big cheer. And just watching everybody cheer for her was really, really something.
Again, it brings a smile to all of our faces. Now you've got 7 flat here. What kind of trip would you like to see him get?
He's a tough one. So 6 furlongs is too short for him. A mile and 16th is too long for him. This is a mile race, but it's a 2-turn race. So he's going to have to be ridden just right by Edgar to time it to get to the finish line in front.
Well, you have a nice long relationship with Edgar. Somebody seems like you have a lot of confidence in. But one thing that stands out with me, Tom, you have owners that have been with you for an elongated period of time. And in a game where people do make changes, you know, Maggie Moss, Joel Politi, talk about those kind of relationships.
Well, they're both good examples. Maggie and Joel are both very good examples, as is Greg Tramontaine, who runs in the Oaks. I've been with Greg 20 years. He's stepped into the business in a big way in the last couple of years. But you know, I think the secret to any good relationship is good communication, honesty, obviously, and you know, you got to win. It's like everything else in sports. You got to win.
Well, you are a winner. Now you got Hoosier Philly in the stake today, coming back to defend her title in the Digger Diamond. She's a filly closing in on $1 million. You've always been high on her.
I'd love to see her do it. She's one of my favorites. You know, we got a big scratch in the race. The scratch of the 6 horse is really, really significant because that's the speed horse outside of Hoosier Philly. So with her out of the game, you know, it's a chance for us to control. I mean, Hoosier Philly won this race last year, and she showed she can come off the pace to do it. But I think today's pace setup would sense that, you know, if we can get to the front early, we're going to try and do it.
Well, she's a big, long striding filly, too, so she'll stay.
She will stay, but a mile's good for her from off the pace if she has to. I'd like to see her on the lead.
Tom, best of luck today. Thank you for taking the time. I can't wait to work with you. Guys, our man, I still got company down here. It makes me feel good.
It's good seeing you guys together, and we're going to be all together soon upstate in Saratoga. We can't wait for that. Best of luck to Tom here. Best of luck in the Dig a Diamond with Hoosier Filly. And we'll see. What do you think about the chance? His horse here actually is the favorite now, mild favorite at 7-2.
I think that Tom just did you a favor if you're sitting at home betting and you want to get involved. He knows this horse intimately and said that Edgar's going to have to do everything basically perfectly right to help 7 flat here today. And 7 flat is 3-1 as the favorite. So if you take that information and use it to your advantage, there's an opportunity here to pick up some equity by maybe considering 7 flat as maybe like a second or third place finishing type.
Tapsational, the 7, I thought was going to be very tough in this spot. Where do you wind up?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Deflator was a little bit interesting off of that last trip. I was hoping that he would run a little bit better, and he's a huge price on the board. So I would look there probably to try to create some value.
Last in, Southern Sunset, Ron Moquette, Rafael Bejarano, who's 4 back for that riding title. With time winding down. Still plenty of time, though, to catch the leader, Christian Torres. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Pole. So we're going to start and end in the same spot for this race. Southern Sunset working with him to load into the gate. We're ready to go. And they're off. Bellamy's Roan got squeezed at the brake, drops to the back. Home Run Trick, the 10-year-old, on the lead with Southern Sunset. Also there is Fort Warren in the mix. Mighty Message is between horses going into the turn. 4 across the track. Home Run Trick on the inside, the gray. Narrow lead here on Mighty Message. A 3-deep Fort Warren, and Southern Sunset just passed him to be a joint second now around the clubhouse turn. Fire Brian on a hold. He's in midfield. Tapsational in the orange cap, just passing him. Then comes Mo Rum, Deflator. 7 flat is third last. The gray Bellamy's Roan second to last, and Enjoy It Straight is at the back of the pack. 10 lengths off the lead, and the lead is being held by Home Run Trick. Clears off 1.5 lengths from Southern Sunset, who's on a hold here running in the second position. Fort Warren is placed deep outside of him. Deflator makes an early move into fourth as they approach the half-mile pole. Another length to Tapsational and Mighty Message. Fire Brian, 5 off the pace, pushed upon going into the 4-turn run. Mo Rum is under pressure already. Then 7 flat, Bellamy's Roan, and Bellamy's Roan just unseated the rider there. Bellamy's Roan unseated the jockey as they round the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. They round the turn. Home Run Trick, neck in front. Southern Sunset there. A 3-deep Fort Warren right there. 3 across the track. Tapsational is in the 4 path under some pressure coming to the top of the lane. They're off the turn here. Fort Warren just brushed with Southern Sunset. He's a little bit erratic here. Grandstand side. Tapsational is reeling them all in. Tapsational has hit the front here from Fort Warren, who's second, chasing, and third coming on here. 7 flat coming to the finish. Tapsational's got it. Tapsational over 7 flat, who got up for second over Fort Warren. Enjoy It Straight was fourth, came from dead last. There will be an inquiry into this race. Good to see jockey Cesar Perez is on his feet on the 4-turn run, and assistance being rendered to Bellamy's Roan, number 2, who did not finish the race. Steward's inquiry about to be posted.
Yeah, great to hear Cesar Perez is up and appears to be okay after being tossed from the 2 Bellamy's Roan. It's the 7, Tapsational, Isaac Castillo, and the Barna Carlos Santa Maria the win.
Yeah, look, you had pointed that one out, Wolfie. And then, look, Tom's horse got a great ride. And I think this great ride led to them getting second. But some good intel from Tom there to get started if you want to try to play again.
7-4-8. In that 8th from Oaklawn, with Tom still having Hoosier Filly to come in the Dig a Diamond, trying to repeat. Race 9 here at Aqueduct. Mile on the main track now, meant for the grass. Comes off in this New York bred first level allowance race. Bobby M's girl, first time on dirt, still taking the money as the 8-5 favorite here. Interesting.
Yeah, just a lot of turf races for this horse. Yeah, just too short of a price. I mean, this one can win, but she'll have to win without me at this point.
Yeah. Is part of this just Flavien Prat being aboard?
I mean, I think that probably doesn't hurt, but I also think it probably has a lot to do with the fact that, this horse's figures on grass are the best, but that's on grass. This is not on grass.
This post parade was moments ago. Here's Lady Wisdom, Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, it was 44-1 last time. Didn't run particularly well. That race 2 back was pretty good, but still probably not good enough to beat this group.
Carries Dreamweaver, Ruben Silvera.
Just not a lot of early speed on this racetrack.
Lucky and Gorgeous. Katie Davis at 8-1.
Yeah, a lot of single-digit efforts where this horse is still not run all that great. Even the win came off of an ideal trip and a slow number.
Here's Walk With Me, Romero Mirage for David Duggan.
Yeah, the last 2 dirt races here, if they can try to find those 2, I think she'll be tough to beat.
And to the 15, higher force, George Weaver, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, this is one who makes a little bit of sense to me, has some tactical speed, is drawn well, and George Weaver's the type of trainer that if he has a horse with some speed, he'll use it.
And we saw that 10 out there last Glory, too. Marcelo Arenas barn. Christopher Elliott, second off a very short layoff. Play all the action. Get signed up started just in time for the Oaks and Derby next week with Naira Bets. The offer, there it is, $25 free bet and that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code Derby25 at sign up. It's all yours when you do that at NairaBets.com. 3 minutes from race 9. Derby closing in. With more on how the entrants are looking in the AM. Let's go to Acacia.
It is fun watching the final preparations. And at the end of the day, Greg, these are all good horses going to the Kentucky Derby. And you want to just kind of see the status quo leading up to it. But a horse that did work this morning was Bluegrass winner Burnham Square for Ian Wilkes. And it was pretty impressive in the way that he was doing it. A quick work going 5 furlongs and 59-1. Even splits throughout. He looked to be traveling beautifully in hand. And this is a horse who's been very good, winning the Holy Bull down at Gulfstream, winning the Bluegrass at Keeneland, and coming into the Kentucky Derby for Ian Wilkes, who, as we mentioned yesterday, longtime assistant for Carl Nafzger. So certainly has plenty of experience with bringing horses to the big races like this, and a horse that has been very consistent throughout as well. And it looks like Ian has this horse just sharp and ready to fire at the right time 1 week out. So in Kentucky, a few horses opting not to work this morning as well with some of the weather there, but Burnham Square, one of the ones that did work this morning, and looking forward to seeing what he can do in the Kentucky Derby 1 week from today. Now taking a look at horses here for this 9th race. We'll start with the number 1, Bobby M's Girl. And yes, does have the presence of Flavien Prat in here. But as Jonathan mentioned, there's a lot of turf, and just everything about this horse looks like a turf horse as well. I will say the fact that she is staying in here, she's one that I think does better with racing, in large part because she is such a high energy filly. They saddle her with the pony in the paddock. They keep her settled out on the track. She's always been that way. She's actually better than she was last year, or particularly when she started off her career. So I think kind of shaking a little bit of the ring rust off, racing in here, but I would like to see her back on the grass in the future. The number 8 is another one for Dave Duggan, and this is the horse that I do actually prefer. She's my central banker, and while there's not a ton of turf pedigree in the immediate female family, she actually is built a little bit more like a turf horse in that she has kind of that flattered turf hoof that we do talk about. But she's very strong. She's well conditioned coming in here, and she's run fine on the main track as well. Faced the streaking Lubin Cara 2 starts back, and while disappointed as the favorite last time, she has some tactical speed. She acted well. Blinkers coming off today. But the number 15, Higher Force, is where I'm going to land. This horse also has some tactical speed, drawn to the outside, but she just warmed up so beautifully out there, really striding out nicely. She was very laid back in the paddock, but as you can see, she's actually perked up quite a bit on track, as Javier Castellano has kept her moving throughout, which I appreciate, and I think that she should find herself perhaps in the right spot today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. So there's the selections, and now I think the public finally making the favorite who should be the favorite. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I'm curious what the trainer, Dave Duggan, would think. But when you have a horse who has, it looks to me, has been intentionally kept on turf for the entire career, like Bobby M's Girl, you have to assume that that's the preferred surface. Now, look, there's been horses that have never had the opportunity to run on dirt, and they can show up here and run well. But what you've seen from the 8, Walk With Me, this is a horse that has run well on the dirt. It has been on the dirt throughout the entire career. So, you're dealing with a dirt horse versus a turf horse. To me, it feels like Walk With Me has a huge edge against this group.
Well, there's Pratt moving in. Bobby M's Girl from the rail. Same barn as the favorite. Second choice right now, 2-1. Dirt debut coming up for the 1. And Acacia's selection. Higher Force gets in from the also eligible list. See how that one fares with Javier Castellano for George Weaver. But no question, Walk With Me deserves to be the favorite in here. 7-5, blinkers come off. Even a defeat, that was a very good effort. Second off a long time away. And off that performance, may not even need to improve off that to win. We'll see what happens here. 6-5 on the 8 in here with Romero Mirage for race 9. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Higher Force. Right in behind the gate. Moving forward and in. All set. And they're off. Bobby M's Girl's got speed at the rail, and there's Bobby M's Girl. Kara's Dreamweaver is in the early mix too, is now pressuring for that early supremacy as Walk With Me is going to back out of there. They're 5 across the racetrack in the early stages. Last Glory, Higher Force, the 2 outer markers there are now going to challenge, but Kara's Dreamweaver is quickest as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. Kara's Dreamweaver is a half length in front of Last Glory, who's going to stalk from second. Out wider there comes Higher Force in third. Gap of another 3, almost 3.5 back to Walk With Me. Yellow Silk starts to move forward with towards the inside Lady Wisdom, and at the rail there's Lucky and Gorgeous, and Bobby M's Girl is the trailer. 22-3 for that opening quarter mile. They're chasing 23-1 shot in Kara's Dreamweaver. Kara's Dreamweaver has 4 furlongs left to go and 45.66 for a half-mile time. And here comes the run from Last Glory, and here comes the run from Higher Force. Higher Force, a 3-wide run, is coming after the leader now. Walk With Me is traveling as a pair there with Lady Wisdom. Bobby M's Girl is now second to last, and the trailer, Lucky and Gorgeous. They're still chasing Kara's Dreamweaver, who has led throughout. Kara's Dreamweaver approaches a quarter mile left to go, and the long shot is still clear. Kara's Dreamweaver now gets the cue and kicks for home. Kara's Dreamweaver is a stubborn long shot up top, approaching a final furlong. Walk With Me and Bobby M's Girl is the gray on the grandstand side, and here comes Bobby M's Girl, who's catching with every stride. Can Kara's Dreamweaver find a final 16th? Here comes Bobby M's Girl rushing up on the outside. Gonna be tight here at the wire. Kara's Dreamweaver and Bobby M's Girl look like Bobby M's Girl in the final jump. It's a photo with Kara's Dreamweaver. Walk With Me finished third in 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
First time on this surface, Bobby M's Girl wearing down this long shot. Kara's Dreamweaver, and looks like it's the money.
Yeah, so here's how I look at it. Bobby M's Girl, to me, didn't necessarily handle the dirt, right? She ran down the horse Kara's Dreamweaver, who's just not very good. None of these horses ran particularly well, in my opinion, today. And it just so happens that Bobby M's Girl jumped up and won because no one else really did. Even her stablemate, the 8, Walk With Me, didn't particularly run that well. So if you were against the 1, like I was and we were, I don't think that I was necessarily wrong. It just so happens that she won in a situation where it fell right into her lap.
Yeah, 8, a little disappointing in here. But Bobby M's Girl, Flavia Pratt, able to run down this 23-1 long shot, which tomorrow, closing day of the meeting, there's David Duggan, who wins with the other horse in here. Is he going to get there? Is he going to get there? And yes, he does. Ooh, yeah, it was close, but you got it, David Duggan. And get on down and get that picture taken. What a resurgence he has had in his career. 2 best years of his career after he was ready to walk away from the sport, coming in 2023 and 24, and continuing to do great work. So 1-3-8-15. Pratt on Bobby M's girl dirt debut, winning one. There's David Duggan. And this 4-year-old filly in her 4-year-old debut wanted to run on turf. He keeps her in, and that turned out to be a winning move.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say it like I always do when it comes to this game. You can't be results-oriented. You know, while the one Bobby M's girl jumped up and beat me here today, and I was wrong about the 8, you're supposed to play against horses like this who have spent their entire career on the turf, unless, of course, you just think that Bobby M's girl was just that much better than everyone else in here. If you felt that way, congratulations. You got paid. You got 2-1.
So 2-1 here. Bobby M's girl beating the stablemate who did go off favorite in this 9th race. We'll get to the 10th when we come back. Features still to come. That Dig a Diamond from out in Hot Springs with a Hoosier filly trying to repeat. And oh, wow, what a strong allowance we have coming up Sunday right here to close out this meet. And before we shift to Belmont at the Big A, Cornucopian, sensational in defeat in the Arkansas Derby, showing up here in New York on Sunday for start number 3.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Good to have you with us on the Saturday coverage. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa here on Fox Sports 2. And race 9 in the books, Bobby M's girl, David Duggan, keeps this turf filly in a race moved off the grass. And the dirt debut, she winds up getting her picture taken for the second win of her career with Flavien Prat aboard.
Yeah, I mean, look, she was just she was in the right place at the right time. And I think the reason that I feel confident about that is the fact that the longest shot on the board, the 3, almost won the race. And so if that happens, then the other horses have to kind of not show up, the other horses that are taking money. And the fact that the 1 ran down that horse, it makes me feel like it was more about the other horses not necessarily firing more than it was Bobby M's girl loving the sloppy racetrack.
Smart move, too, by Ruben Silvera. We've seen speed be pretty dangerous today. He put this one in front, played Come Catch Me If You Can, winds up coming up just short, but almost at 23-1. Does get second place money in here. Bobby M's girl, though, with the win. David Duggan, Young's Racing Stable, and the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, Flavien Prat. As we take a look at our cross-country Big 5 follow-along, very formful to this point with 3 legs, long way still to go, including that Dig a Diamond to close things out in that 10th at Oaklawn. We close things out here in New York. Another race meant for the grass that comes off. Mile main track now. Starter optional claiming field where Scat to Tap Jose Gomez, who inherits the rail, currently favored at 5-2.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Dave Duggan double here. I was looking for it to be the 8 in the last race, but it was the 1. The 7, Omi Island, who I thought made a little sense. Has 2 races out of the last 3 on the dirt that make sense.
I'm with you. It can be forward, too. We'll get to this one a little bit deeper coming up. You got Neon Bordeaux coming in for the Rick Dutrow Barn, second off the bench in here. Toscano comes in from Fairgrounds. And Broderick, a horse on the outside, one who has the ability to show maybe a little bit of speed, too, a little bit dangerous with the pace this one has.
Yeah, being ignored on the board as well. So 27-1, I'd imagine that one will come down a little bit, but at least at this point, and like you said, not so much last time, but the time prior to that, I had some early speed.
Are we potentially going to see the best 3-year-old in the country here in New York on Sunday?
I don't know about the best, but man, pretty darn good. One that I will say this for sure, likely has a grade 1 in his future at some point.
How incredibly difficult is that? We're talking about Cornucopian to go from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8 grade 1 Derby 100-point prep and start number 2 of your career. How difficult is that?
Oh, it's pretty difficult, especially the way he did it, right? Showing all that early speed, setting really fast fractions. Look, he is a special racehorse, and they've got a couple of them. You know, this group with SF, Madikit, Starlight, et al. There's a bunch of people in the partnership. You've seen those silks before, but they got Cornucopian. They've got another horse by the name of Goal Oriented. They've got Rodriguez, who won the Wood Memorial, who's going to be running in the Kentucky Derby, and they've got Citizen Bull, the 2-year-old champion, running in the Kentucky Derby. And to your point, this might be one of the most talented ones they have who won't even be running in the Kentucky Derby, but we're lucky enough that we'll get to see him run here tomorrow at Aqueduct.
It's not just him, and obviously, I mean, he is, as we've talked about, he's one of the most talented 3-year-olds in the entire country. This race came up unusually deep. Sand Devils in the race for Linda Rice, who was runner-up in the Gotham, who's very good as well. How short, and we're going to look at Sand Devil, Garamond, another one for Chad Brown. How short do you think Cornucopian could be?
He'll be really short. You know, you don't have horses that run in Derby preps and run the way that he did, trained by Bob Baffert, sneak by anybody and pari-mutually. The horse will be short. But Sand Devil's a nice horse. The problem is, it's one of those races where if Cornucopian shows up and runs the race that he ran on debut, or even basically the race that he ran in defeat, it's going to be tough to beat. He's just fast. And Sand Devil has speed too, but is he faster than Cornucopian early? I don't think so.
I don't know if anyone is. But he's been very good. Certainly did not fire his best shot in that Wood Memorial. We'll see if he can rebound against incredibly tough company. Race 7 on the Sunday card in that allowance optional claiming field. Garamond coming back too for Chad Brown. Looking forward to that. Definitely want to join for that race tomorrow on our coverage on America's Day at the Races. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More to come. Features still ahead from Oaklawn as we get set. Race number 9 coming up in Red State, Mike Maker Barn. Ricardo Santana Jr. coming off a dominant win, 96 buyer in that performance. We'll be back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, race 9 coming up here in Hot Springs in this 5.5 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming group. And we start off with WW Scouts Honors. Put together 2 really good back-to-back efforts. Last was at a mile.
Yeah, ran extremely well last time and feels like one that could appreciate the cutback.
Okie Clipper has been off since September.
Yeah, this doesn't have much early speed. It's a pretty sharp drop to the 5.5 from the mile. A little bit over a mile and 16th yeah, last time.
Plenty of early speed with Bohemian Bow.
Has some early speed, but doesn't finish the race.
Iglesias, interesting, and a big number here.
Yeah, got a big setup last time. The race completely fell apart, which helped Iglesias get third.
Another contender with the meets leading rider here. Here's Classify.
Yeah, adds blinkers and Lasix. That could move this one up.
Huge performance, though, last time out from Red State. Can he do it again?
Yeah, if Red State runs the race that he ran last time, everyone else is running for second.
Slider, Steve Asmussen-Barn with son Eric aboard.
Source has some really big speed out in California for John Sadler. Now shows up here for Steve Asmussen.
Huge price on Excitable Boy, Rocco Bowen rides.
Just does not have much early speed. Broke slowly last time as well.
Yeah, I thought this one could be a factor in here, obviously, if the 6 does not show up and run that A race. Northern Chill.
Yeah, Northern Chill for 10 Strike Racing. I thought this one made sense. Drawn well, too, towards the outside with all the main competition inside.
16-1, big price there with Manny Esquivel. Just missed by a neck after a win prior. 2-time winner here at Oaklawn. 3-2 favorite, though. Red State, that dominant performance last time out for Mike Makers. We go to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and we'll get to him in a moment. But we're going to start down on the rail with the one-horse WW Scouts Honor. I like my people the way I like my horses, honest and hardworking. And this horse is 10 for 30. He's won a third of his starts. He's dropping back out of a mile race, and a race that just looks packed with speed in this 5.5 furlongs. I think he's going to get a little bit outrun, and he's going to come with a big run. And that mile race last time should just add a lot of stamina to him and intensify that late kick. And he looks fantastic. This 7-year-old for Scott Baker could not look any better. The the 6-horse, Red State, beautiful horse, a big burly son of City of Light. His 5.5 was tremendous last time. He rated off a 1-horse and came running, but he's got some problems here at a short price. He's got Slider just outside of him, who has California speed. Last time he went a sub-44 half mile, and I don't see them taking him back. So that's going to put Red State in a position where he's inside of him. And then you've got the outside runner, the 9, Northern Chill, who could not look any better from a physical perspective for Matt Scher. He's fast, too. So where does the 6 Red State wind up? Does he get shuffled back? Does he have to handle kickback, where last time he got to stalk from the outside? And I just don't know that he's going to get a similar setup today. I'm going to bookend the field here, guys. I'm going with the 1, WW Scouts Honor, and the 9, Northern Chill, because I like the outside draw for him with natural speed, but he's not forced into anything. He's also a horse, just a side note, he's outfitted with a breastplate, and that's a piece of equipment that attaches to the girths of the saddle onto the front of the horse's chest, and it holds the saddle in place so it won't slide back. It's unusual to see a horse as broad and thick shoulders as him to have to wear a breastplate. Usually it's narrower, withered horses, but obviously they know what the equipment this horse needs. It's just something I thought I would point out.
Interesting, Mick. Thank you for that. That's just too big a price on this horse. He is very quick, in sharp form right now. This is last time out. Had the lead just about every step of the way until the very last jump.
Yeah, and look, the outside draw here, I think, helps. It can allow Northern Chill, who in his last 2 starts, late in the race, has been the target.
In this race, he had the rail.
Right, but he can, being on the outside, you can see what everyone else is doing to your inside. If someone wants to go, you can sit right outside of them. If you're inside, you don't want to be dictated from horses from your outside what to do, so a lot of times the best move is just to get away from there, open up, and just see how far you can go. I think that you can ride a much more tactical race from the outside with Northern Chill and be able to sit outside and see what everyone to the inside is doing.
The 6-horse, though, who's favored, is an incredibly exciting horse. I think maybe the most exciting horse on this entire card today in Oaklawn. Wins first time out back in April of last year with a good enough performance. goes to the bench off start number 2, comes back on the grass, and then just a wow performance back on March 7th.
Yeah, just really, really grew up. The son of City of Light, and he tried the grass because City of Lights will run on the grass as well, although he was amazing on the dirt. Look, like I said, if this horse Red State runs back to this performance, they're all running for second. But the one problem is that one big performance is a standalone performance, kind of a one-number horse. You know, he's run good races, but he's got one number that jumps off the page.
Still, at least there's a sort of progression to that for him, and it was a massive jump forward, no question. But we'll see. Today will tell more of that story if he's truly a horse of that ability going forward. Start number 3 off the bench for his 4-year-old campaign. And 2, he won at 5.5. That's all he has to do today. But tougher competition to try and go back-to-back here, no question. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Here's Northern Chill coming up to the gate. 5.5 furlong event here in Northern Chill's it. We're ready to go. One of the riders hopped off. I think that's Excitable Boys jockey Rocco Bowen. Back in the saddle, they're off. And Bohemian Bow, he won the start. Blast out of post position number 3 from Red State Aglise. WW Scouts Honor down on the inside of Slider and Northern Chill, who's deep on the course. 1.5 lengths to Classify. The Florida Shipper, a joint second to last with Excitable Boy. And Okie Clipper is last. First is Bohemian Bow. Bohemian Bow at 13-1. The Arkansas bred facing Open Company. Hits the far turn 1/2 length in front of Red State for the Mike Maker barn. Placed well today by Ricardo Santana Jr. He's second. 1.5 lengths to WW Scouts Honor. The consistent old pro is third inside of Aglise, who's shaken up rounding the far turn run. Northern Chill is going to be caught wide turning for home while under the crop. Then Classified trying to creep in. 4 off the lead. They're off the turn here. And here's Red State to challenge Bohemian Bow. Bohemian Bow, Red State side by side. Red State, Bohemian Bow not going away from the inside. Red State, Bohemian Bow knows it knows. Whoever wins it, the other one will not be able to hold them off. But right now they're both going head and head, and Red State got it. Red State over Bohemian Bow, Classify, and Aglise. I'll tell you what, Bohemian Bow did not deserve to lose that race. He ran terrific, but it was Red State who outfinished Bohemian Bow.
Red State barely over this 13-1 shot. What a performance from Bohemian Bow for the Tom Vance barn, but Red State prevails.
Yeah, Red State was, it wasn't as flashy as last time, but it was equally as good. Whatever sent him to the sideline and now has him back, Mike Maker's got him going in the right direction.
Bohemian Bow, Walter De La Cruz, hanging in there till the very end. Trying to get a look here at that front, 103-2. So maybe the horse just ran that good. The track record's 102 flat. That's pretty quick time we just saw.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Red State, he had gone the 5.5 last time. Maybe the 5.5 is exactly what he wants. Maybe he wants nothing to do with 6 furlongs.
Race 10, closing things out here in New York. Again, race that comes off the grass, mile main track. And the favorite right now, it is the 12, Toscano, coming in from Fairgrounds for the barn that we just saw win at Oaklawn. Mike Maker. Here's our post parade. Scat 2 Tap with the rail.
Yeah, this one has some nice dirt races for a race that came off the turf. Will be run on the dirt.
Because the night, a little difficult to make a case for.
Yeah, pretty tough. Just hasn't really done much running. Has a win back in 2024, but that was for 16,000.
Omi Island will cut back in distance.
Yeah, has some tactical speed. This is the one that I liked in here in this spot, and has a couple of nice figures, too. 2 out of the last 3.
David Duggan looking to go back-to-back. Here's Neon Bordeaux for the Dutrow barn.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit too slow for this group.
King Moon Racer has Katie Davis.
Yeah, another one. He comes in off a trainer change, but most of his good running has been on the turf.
Back-to-back, very good efforts for Toscano, and just claimed by Mike Maker.
Yeah, well, we just saw what Mike Maker did with Red State. Maybe he's looking for the America's Day at the Races double.
Long time away from the dirt for Out of Waterbury, and actually had shown a little bit of speed when on dirt.
Yeah, but Dave seems to have been pretty intentional with running this horse on the turf over and over and over again.
7-2 on Brigade Commander.
Yeah, I thought this was an interesting horse. I thought 3 back. If he could find that race, he makes a little sense in here. Hasn't run since November, though.
And a little bit of pace ability for Broderick here from the outside post.
Has some pace, but just has not been finishing his races in a way you'd like to see. But he's 25-1 if you want to see if he'll do it today.
So here is Toscano, favorite for the barn, who just won with Red State in Hot Springs. Manny Franco will be aboard. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, Mike Maker very well could have his own little show double here as Toscano's off the claim. And boy, he looks tremendous coming in today. Now, it's interesting. He's a horse that I have always written in my notes thought would like the turf. So he does not get to try the grass today, but maybe one day he will. But that being said, Dylan Davis took him right away from the pony and gave him a big warm-up out there, big extended gallop. He was moving beautifully. He's a horse that is very aesthetically pleasing, you could say. He's a one that carries quite a bit of conditioning and flesh, and he looks even stronger today now coming in for the Mike Maker barn. I like this horse all in all. I think that he is just a horse that's in pretty good form right now, going out for a hot barn now. And while, like I said, I would love to see him on the turf one day, I certainly do not mind him here. Now, the number 14 Brigade Commander co-favored at the moment, and I'm with Jonathan. He certainly has races on the go back that would make him very competitive in here. He's kind of gone back and forth between turf and dirt, and while his 2 most recent turf efforts have been his strongest as far as the Beyer speed figures are concerned, he does have races on the dirt that would absolutely crush this field. My question is does he still have those? And he is coming in off of a layoff. He was sharp back in the paddock. He was fit. He looked strong. I think he could get maybe a little bit more defined with a race off the bench. But my biggest question is if he still has those races in his wheelhouse. And this will really be, I think, a good test for him off the bench coming back for his first start since November. The number 7, Omi Island, though, is where I land. It's a speed factor. He's a horse that, if you watched last time out when going a mile and an eighth, which I don't think he really wants any part of. I think this is a better distance for him. But he was trying to run off, and Luis Rivera Jr., who was aboard that day, was almost kind of trying to keep him off balance, and it looked like he was trying to get out a little bit as well. Not the easiest to handle. So hopefully, now that Luis more familiar with him, he'll be able to kind of keep a straighter line throughout the running of the race. But he's been very relaxed and very calm throughout, but he just looks physically the best, very strong, great in his coat, especially for a horse that has been stabled here throughout the winter. And Dave Duggan looking for his own little late double here at Aqueduct.
Yes, he is, after he won with that horse getting on dirt for the first time, who had only been on grass, who he decided to keep in, that filly Bobby M's girl. Turned out to be a smart move on his part. And we'll see what happens here. Omi Island, yeah, looks tough. 7-2. Speed, going longer, cutting back can be a very strong angle.
Absolutely. You know you're going to get some good foundation there, but also tactical enough to be forward. And you look at the pace figures, it feels like if Omi Island wants to be forward, and be in the mix early, vying for the lead, he'd be able to. And his 6 furlong race suggests the same. But you have the foundation there that's going to help quite a bit too. So this is where I'm going to land. I'm happy about the 7-2. And like I said, looking for that Dave Duggan double.
Meanwhile, this horse, Scat to Tap, that last start, went backwards a little bit. That was a sloppy sealed track. Races 2 and 3 starts back. Those were both very good efforts in that N1X condition for Antonio Arriaga. This horse could be a factor at 7-2. But here's Omi Island. Passed the physical test, too, from Acacia. Loved the way he looked. But the favorite, it's the 12 at 2-1 here. Toscano coming in from Fairgrounds. Condition claiming 3rd place finish last time out as a beaten favorite. Here's the nightcap from New York. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Broderick goes in, all set. And they're off. Good speed from Omi Island. Right to the front, in between horses. Out of Waterbury's in the early mix with Brigade Commander out wider. Joining them is King Moonracer, who's in the early mix too, and they're tightly bunched and now sort themselves out as they get set to come out of the chute. Omi Island, Luis Rivera Jr., they're going to set the tempo here. They're a neck in front of King Moon Racer, who's right there in second. Outwider Brigade Commander, and now in the clear there's Toscano, and Toscano's making up quick ground. 23-1 was the opening quarter mile. Back there in fifth is going to be Scat to Tap, and Broderick is in the pink silks, is now in sixth. Out of Waterbury is dropped back to seventh, towards the back end of the field. There will be Because the Night, who's now the trailer, just got passed by Neon Bordeaux. They approach, a half mile left to go, and Omi Island is in front. It's Omi Island with a neck in front of King Moon Racer, who's been there the entire journey. 3 wide. Toscano is ready to pounce, and 46.37 was the half mile time. Toscano is on the move after Omi Island, and between horses, King Moon Racer. Broderick is in fourth, is chasing along, and also now Underdrive Scat to Tap is trying to keep up. Same can be said for Brigade Commander. They get set to reach the top of the stretch, and Omi Island still there. Toscano with every chance to run this rival down. It's Omi Island to the inside, and Toscano, who's getting out just a touch, but Toscano's got all the momentum. Toscano has run on by Dylan Davis. They're trying to kick away here in the finale. Back to second there is Omi Island, but in the Saturday finale, inside the final 16th, give it to Toscano. Omi Island second, then came a photo, Scat to Tap with Brigade Commander. In 1 minute, 37 seconds flat.
It's the Mike Maker Hour on America's Day at the Races. Toscano dominant here to close things out on this Saturday card at Aqueduct.
Yeah, look, I mean, the 7 ran well, but the 12 ran better. There's a situation where Mike Maker, when the horses move to his barn, they can often improve. He's got a great eye, and he does a great job of improving horses. A lot of times, he'll kind of change what they do. You know, it seems like with Toscano, maybe he wanted to try to get him on the grass, but since he had run on the dirt so many times, just leave him in there. And he galloped around there and ran extremely well. And no one was beating this horse today.
Toscano, too good. Manny Franco aboard for the victory. And it's the 5-2 favorite in the finale here on the Saturday card. Just taking a look at the Will Pays here. Tomorrow, closing day at this meet. Generous return in the pick 6. A little bit of a carryover today. So we're $3,100 with what came in. 12-7, 14-2. Michael Dubb, Mike Maker. And excuse me, Dylan Davis, rider change. I had said Manny, Dylan Davis on Toscano for the win. Second win for this 4-year-old son of Vino Rosso. Here to close out all the prices when we come back. Talked about how deep this older horse division was this year. Got a little bit deeper. Look who's back. Unmatched Wisdom. What a performance in his 7-month layoff, 4-year-old return for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. We'll take a look at it next.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Saturday coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races. That's where you can play all the action, including the Oaks and Derby next week. Rest of the Triple Crown and beyond. NYRA Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up, started. Toscano here, the favorite to close things out. Dylan Davis in those Michael Dubb silks that we see so much in the winner's circle here in New York. Mike Maker first off the claim.
Yeah, Mike Maker, Mike Dubb, a dangerous team. It looks like Mike wanted to probably try to give this horse a try, Mike Maker that is, and maybe Mike Dubb, give this horse a try on the grass when the race came off. It had enough dirt for him. Why not run on the dirt? That's exactly what they did. And they were rewarded handsomely for it with an outstanding performance by Toscano.
Second win, 8 career starts. Won the debut, sprinting back at Hawthorne, May of 24. And 7 starts later, picks up that second career win, going a mile here to close out this Saturday action. So 12, 7, 14. Pick 5, $546. Pick 6, as mentioned, just over $3,100. Where, take a look at the cross country, by the way, 51,000 plus in the pool with one leg remaining. Very formful to this point. So several are going to get paid out. Pick 6 payoff. It's incredible. I don't think, let's go through it real quick. I don't know if we had a horse higher than 3-1. Oh no, we had in the stake at 4-1. That was it.
Wow.
Wow. Well done. Put that together on a very formful day. We went to a break talking about, again, even deep, this older horse division is so much fun this year. All the horses coming back. Locke looks so good. Fierceness coming back. Sierra Leone has come back. I expect to see better from him going forward. Obviously, Torpedo Anna may face the boys later in the year. And now Unmatched Wisdom, we saw in the Travers, Pennsylvania Derby last year, kind of tailed off maybe late in the year. He's on a forward move, it looks like, coming back now as a 4-year-old.
Oh yeah, he was outstanding, right where he, not where he left off, but where we thought he was going for a portion of the year last year. He is a super talented horse, and right here, the way that he just kind of kicked away from him reminds me of some of the races he had last year at Saratoga and at Aqueduct. He's just a talented horse, and like you said, it's a serious division. You're going to see some really good horses next weekend running. Locked and Fierceness are meant to be running in the same race. They drew that race today. They'll run in the Ali Sheba against one another. So that'll be a lot of fun to watch. But Unmatched Wisdom, I'd imagine, will show up in a pretty big race here coming up next.
That's off a 7-month layoff. 103 Beyer, career best number he's earned. And, you know, wet track too. Maybe he moves forward on a dry track, but certainly second start back, you have reasons to expect him moving forward as well. Exciting, new kind of, not new shooter, but with all those big names, he's still got to put himself into the mix. Do you think he can be that kind of horse?
Absolutely. I mean, he had head faked at it last year. Now he was a little late to the party, so some of the bigger named horses were already kind of established. He didn't run particularly well in the Travers, but now they were playing catch up with him. It felt like now they got to kind of take a break, hit the reset button, and allow him to kind of keep going in the trajectory that he was. He's extremely talented. I wouldn't be shocked if he's got a big race with his name on it, and we don't see him in bigger races throughout the rest of the summer.
Yeah, exciting to see that performance coming back off the bench for him, no question. So Unmatched Wisdom, very impressive in the return. We'll be back. Featured coming up at Oaklawn in the Dig a Diamond. 1-9. Who's your filly? Incredibly short price. Trying to win this race back-to-back years for our colleague Tom Amoss. It's being handed to her on a platter, according to the betting public. We'll be back.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Look at downtown Hot Springs. For over 120 years, Ohio Club has been the place to be. It all started in 1905 as a bar and casino, gambling and live music with a mainstay. Al Jolson, Mae West, host of blues and jazz performers, played at the Ohio Club and was a popular place to find both Al Capone and Bugsy Siegel. A lot of history of baseball, horse racing, and the mob out in Hot Springs.
I've been there.
Oh, you've been to the Ohio Club?
Yeah.
Very nice. You see the bar?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. They say there's like a old. They say there's a bullet hole in the wall still from where someone was doing some wild stuff back in the day.
Oh, wow. 1-9 on Hoosier Philly. There she is for Tom Amoss. She won this race, as we've said time and time again last year. 6-time winner from 18 career starts. And this is a look at how she ended last year. She came off a short layoff to win a stake at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, probably a little aggressive with the 1-9, but she is a talented horse who has run in spots. She just hasn't really been able to consistently put together big performances. And I would imagine it's probably pretty frustrating for Tom. I know he was very high on her when she was younger. And, you know, to only have, 6 wins, but so sporadic for her, I would think it's probably a little frustrating for him.
Still pretty neat that she's on the precipice of $1 million in her career. What would you say, and this is ridiculous right now that she's 1-9. What would you say ballpark is a fair price for her in this race?
Yeah, I mean, I would think maybe closer to an even money would make a little bit more sense. And I think she probably will drift up a little bit. There's just all these other horses can't go off at 24-1, 19-1, 32-1. So they'll have to come down, and when they come down, she'll go up. But, I mean, she definitely deserves to be the favorite, but just not that short.
Well, a rematch with the 5 in here, and there's our pretty woman. It's going to get another crack at Hoosier Philly, who wound up 3rd, Hoosier Philly did, in the Houston Ladies Classic. Our pretty woman was 5th in that race. Prior to that, though, she had not done much wrong, aside from a wet track in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I mean, she's another one where if she shows up on her best day, she can win. She started off her career in an exceptional way. The Kentucky Oaks didn't go her way. She came right back in the Monomoy Girl, and then she got some time off and didn't run particularly well in her comeback. But there's always an opportunity for her to take another step forward. Sometimes they can trick you off a long layoff that they're ready to run, and maybe she is ready now. I imagine Steve will have her show up here in an improved fashion.
Post parade coming up in a minute. So, yes, start number 2 of the 4-year-old campaign for our pretty woman who's, aside from that sloppy sealed track in the Kentucky Oaks, where she was a big price, been very good in her career. So I think most expect better from her. Start number 2 of the 4-year-old campaign. Rose Palace, the 7, coming off a stakes win here at Oaklawn last time out. But what she did in that race, would she need a lot better to beat Hoosier Philly here?
If the good version of Hoosier Philly shows up, they're all going to have to run a little bit better than normal. But the good news for the other horses is that the good Hoosier Philly doesn't always show up. Fun fact, Hoosier Philly's little brother is going to be running in the Kentucky Derby. American Promise.
Yes. It's part of that speed scenario for D. Wayne Lucas. Nick Juarez going to have a big moment that first Saturday in May. Blazing work from that horse just last week. We'll kick things off in the post parade here in just a moment. Here is Bru Nabuan coming off a stakes win at Oaklawn.
Yeah, ran well last time, and has a couple of races that are sneaky, but does need to get a little bit quicker to beat the top horses in here.
Here she is, Hoosier Philly, Tom Amoss, and Edgar Morales aboard.
She's got to find her A race, and there's no reason why she can't, but I won't be trying to figure it out at 1-9.
In Just My Heels, 5-time winner, 3 of those wins here.
Yeah, she needs it to kind of fall apart. Her best races come when the races fall apart from the fast pace.
Flashy Lass, one of a pair for Steve Asmus and his son Eric aboard here.
Yeah, just not fast enough. Even her best races won't get it done here.
Our pretty woman, legitimate contender in a rematch here with Hoosier Philly.
Man, if she can get back to some of her 3-year-old races before the Kentucky Oaks, she could definitely be one in here.
Rose Palace likes to be forward, coming off back-to-back wins, including a stake win here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, I mean, she was running for 25,000, 32,000, 30,000, 35,000 in her last few starts.
And Dangerous Barn, I know not a ton of wins here, but Dan Ward, very good trainer. And that was an 88 buyer in a win last start here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, she ran her lifetime best last time, which suggests that since switching to Dan Ward's barn, maybe he does have her improving. And if she takes another step forward, she could be dangerous too. Way too many big prices in here, which makes me feel pretty confident this 1-9 is not going to hold.
5 minutes post in this Saturday feature of the Dig It Diamond. Let's go to Mig with a special guest.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm so pleased to be joined by Chris Ho, Vice President of Marketing here at Oaklawn, and somebody I consider a friend now. Chris, it's just been a tremendous meeting, big enthusiastic crowds, every racing day, but particularly on the weekends.
Oh, definitely. And Saturdays are our big day. We're getting great weather out here, and today's actually our Fan Appreciation Day, where we're showing appreciation to the fans, free programs, we give out free stuff, and just excited to be here.
Yeah, actually, I got an Oaklawn hat, so yeah. A couple of the things that I really have appreciated being here is the way you do things, the racetrack, you guys handle things. But I love the drone shots. It's really added a new layer and different dimension.
It's a whole another layer. I mean, so you get a different view, especially when we're in there doing the saddling in the infield. You get that top range view, so it's a whole new element we've added. It just really adds a good part of production here.
It really kind of brings people into the race in a different perspective.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
How good does it feel? I mean, I know you worked so hard, from the beginning of December, even before, and now we're winding down this, last 2 days this week and then 3 days next week. Do you get a little chance to kind of recharge and reset?
We do. It's bittersweet. You're coming to an end, but at the same time, you're just tired. You've got a lot of race days, and you're kind of looking forward to a little bit of a break.
Well, this has been a great experience for me, and mostly because of you and your staff. You guys have been terrific.
I appreciate that. Glad to have you here.
Thank you so much. And guys, any racetrack management that doesn't look at the way they're doing things here at Oaklawn's making a mistake. This is the template right now. Every single day, this place is packed with enthusiastic fans.
I got to say, though, for me, Chris Ho is the absolute MVP in this sport. Like, it's not even close in terms of providing information, stats to media. It is incredible the job that he does. So I want to personally thank him as well. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's nice when you know the racetracks who are surrounded by the connections, the horses, can provide some insight about what's going on at the racetrack, and I get that email as well. Chris Ho he provides a lot of information.
Stats, quotes from trainers, jockeys, all kinds of stats. It is absolutely the best job in the business by any. So, Chris, we appreciate all the hard work you've done all meet long. I don't understand 1-9 here. It just does not make sense on Hoosier Philly. She is not anywhere near what the price says on the board here in terms of the rest of this group.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think that'll stick. You'll
For
see
2 minutes to post.
Yeah, I think some dramatic and drastic changes will happen in the last minute or so.
Looking at your keyboard, are you
No,
about to hit send?
I'm not involved. I'm just saying that, you know, in all fairness,
Yeah, logic would dictate that, yeah, it will change.
there's just too much. There's too much value. And the algorithms will see all the value on the other horses. They won't allow them to go off at the prices that they are, which will eventually even her out. I'm not saying she's not going to be a short price, but she's not going to be 1-9 in my opinion.
In the double in the pick 3, she's pretty heavy favorite as well. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, listen, you know, Hoosier Philly is nice. She's consistent. She shows up. But I don't think she lays over the field that much either. I think her job got made easier because Pretty Layla scratched, and I do think that now Hoosier Philly probably gets to make the front and make it the right way. But a horse that caught my eye physically and was backed up by what I see on paper is the 5, Our Pretty Woman. I think she has races that are good enough to be competitive here. I was speaking with Keith Asmussen earlier today in the jockey's room. He gets on this filly every single day. Most times jockeys just get on horses when they have their fast works. He actually gallops her every day, does anything, and I could tell he was confident, felt like she's doing really well, and the way she looks physically really bears that out. And she is not slow. She can be up forward and close. So, you know, the difference between 1-9 and 8-1, I'm going to go with Our Pretty Woman.
Yeah, look, she's got lots of upside. She went into the Kentucky Oaks on a very strong roll off that runner-up finish. Barely missed a Tarifa, who was highly regarded last year. And Oaks, wet track, did not go her way. We'll see if she probably connections we're expecting for better in that comeback. But maybe today we see the true Our Pretty Woman here in start number 2 of her 4-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I mean, she makes sense as the alternative. A horse who showed a bunch of talent, ran fast numbers, from Hall of Fame connections, and, you know, she's drawn outside of Hoosier Philly, and you're getting 8-1. And there's that number starting to come up a little bit, 1-9 to 1-5, which is, it's traveling in that direction. So we'll see. I would predict that her final off number will be 3-5, which to me still is a little bit too light.
I thought, what'd you think of the 1, and particularly last time out? That race she ran, I thought puts her in the mix against Hoosier Philly.
Yeah, I just thought she got a great trip. I have a hard time playing horses off of good trips because the figure that they earned, the win that they earned, it usually came without a lot of adversity. And so people will kind of overreact to those. And so you have to ask yourself, if she gets any adversity here, is she going to beat the top 2 horses in here? Is she going to beat a Hoosier Philly? Is she going to beat Our Pretty Woman? And if she gets any adversity, I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. And it's likely. It's likely. You know, you just don't run around there and get perfect trips all the time.
Hoosier Philly being bet like she's Serengeti Empress. See what happens here. 1-5, still at an incredibly short number A 6-time winner, poised to easily sail past $1 million in earnings. Just hitting the board in this race for trainer Tom Amoss. And where do you expect to see her in this race early?
I mean, if you look through her past performances, a majority of her best races, she's forward. I'm not saying that she can't win from off of it, because she has. But I would think for that inside draw as well, it'd be silly for them not to kind of send away from there and hold that position and see what happens. And if you catch her on her good day, she'll get comfortable up there. So I don't envision the plan being to take her back, eat dirt, and try to circle the field. So I think they'll probably play the break here and see what happens.
Hoosier Philly won this Dig a Diamond last year, looking to go back-to-back, incredibly short 1-5 favorite, trying to repeat for trainer Tom Amoss with Edgar Morales. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
2 back, Rose Palace. And to the outside post, Majestic Oops. Here's Majestic Oops coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. They're off in the Dig a Diamond Stakes. Majestic Oops blasts out of post position number 8, and she's close to the pace with Our Pretty Woman. Rose Palace now easing into the second position. Our Pretty Woman is the leader from Rose Palace. And Hoosier Philly, who's now between horses in the third spot with Bruna Boina to her inside, and Majestic Oops, who's off the speed today, 3 deep. Length and a half to Flashy Lass in Just My Heels at the back. 6 lengths off the pace as a compact group approaches the backstretch run. Rose Palace fresh here, and in the red blinkers, she strides to a neck lead. Our Pretty Woman to the inside, sticking to her. A length to Majestic Oops. Hoosier Philly behind horses right now. A joint third. Bruna Boina. Ramon Vasquez has gotten to work aboard her to get outside of horses. She's done so successfully. Still pumped upon a bit, but she's 2 off the pace, racing alone in 5th. A gap of 2 to Flashy Lass. In Just My Heels can see them all as they approach the far turn run. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Into the far turn they go. Rose Palace, Our Pretty Woman, side by side around the turn. Majestic Oops is third, creeping in 3 wide. Hoosier Philly, the big favorite, has horse. Edgar Morales just waiting with her right now. He's getting her outside here as Bruna Boina could not keep up. And now the outside's open for Hoosier Philly to come on and pounce. She's in the 4 path now, but Majestic Oops got the jump. Majestic Oops goes to the front. Rose Palace second. Our Pretty Woman gives way. Hoosier Philly needs to run down Majestic Oops, but she's coming down the outside. Majestic Oops finding more. Hoosier Philly trying to run by her, but Majestic Oops is still clear. She's going to do it and win it convincingly, too. Majestic Oops, Abel Cedillo with a win here in the Dig a Diamond Stakes. Hoosier Philly was second. In Just My Heels rolled late for third. Rose Palace fourth.
9-1 Majestic Oops back-to-back wins here at Oaklawn for this 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, she ran her lifetime best race last time for Dan Ward, who she's been in his barn for 6 starts now. It seems like he's got her going in the right direction. I wouldn't be shocked if this is another lifetime best for her. She was really good today, and Hoosier Philly just kind of does what Hoosier Philly does, and just she's in and out. Sometimes she's really good, and sometimes she leaves a little bit to be desired.
Winds up a clear-cut second here. 8-7 in the Dig a Diamond. Final time 137 flat. Majestic Oops. Yeah, Dan Ward really has got this mare going in the right direction.
No, he certainly does. I mean, he took over back at the beginning of the year. January 3rd was the first start for Dan Ward. She ran well, and she's progressively gotten better every time. The last time being the best until this time, where I'd be shocked if she didn't run a better number. And Hoosier Philly, just for the record, ended up being 3-5. Came up late. That last flash, if there's a horse that looks a little bit out of whack numbers-wise, expect that last flash for the algorithms and a lot of the computers to take that, to take that value from the other horses will then raise maybe a horse whose number's out of whack.
In the end, Majestic Oops 9-1 here, 8-2, 3-7 in the Dig a Diamond. Dan Ward, Abel Cedillo, Sublime Stables, your winner of the feature.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back on our Saturday coverage, Majestic Oops takes the Saturday feature in Hot Springs in the Dig a Diamond. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale to be held May 19th, 20th in Timonium, Maryland. After the Preakness, where will you be? Big performance, really back-to-back big performances since his 5-year-old mare in early January's move to the Dan Ward barn.
Yeah, absolutely. She had just been moving in the right direction, and a great day to take another step forward when you get a chance at a stake race. And man, she was pretty darn good today. I'd imagine she'll probably take another step forward off of this. Probably see her in some sort of like grade 3 out of a race like this.
Could be. It'd be well deserved after the way she's gone the last couple of starts. 6th career win. And even in defeat, however, who's your filly? Over $1 million now in earnings.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, you get a horse who's made over $1 million, who's won 6 times. I think most people who are out here buying horses would be very happy with those results. But I do think a part of the connections are probably a little disappointed about her inconsistency and what the talent she's obviously shown. If she could just get it and put it all together and keep it all together consistently, how much better she could be than she already is.
Majestic Oops, your winner to close out the cross-country Big 5 as well. Let's take a look at what it paid, $1,187 with the really only price coming in this final leg. That is remarkable. Wow. Formful the entire way. And keep in mind, Majestic Oops should probably not have been that price. No one should have been the price they were in that Dig a Diamond with the way that Who's Your Filly was over bet. Really great return on that cross country. So Majestic Oops, impressive now in back-to-back starts in Hot Springs. And we'll see if there's some bigger spots on the horizon for her.
I would think so. You got her going in the right direction. If she continues to improve in the morning, you'd like to think that he'd continue to kind of move her up the ladder. She's earned it.
But who's your filly? 6 wins, 2 runner-ups now, but well over $1 million in earnings. But today, all about that one right there. What a performance. Majestic Oops. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And pleased to be joined by Dan Ward, her conditioner. Majestic Oops has really kind of developed and come on. This was a huge performance, Dan.
She was at Churchill, and the owner wanted to take advantage of the
eligibility for the allowance here because she's never won a race with 24 to the winner. So the trainer, Ed Moger, recommended me. I'm very grateful to both of them, and she just keeps getting better and better, you know.
Did you notice that in her morning training that she was really?
Yes. She when we first got her, she would really take off, you know, starting to gallop, but she started to get better and better, settling down. Even the last race, she wasn't as rank. You know, even on the inside, she wasn't pulling as much. And this time, it was just a perfect trip.
I mean, you had to feel really good about how things were developing around the far turn, especially with the favorite inside of you.
He did a great job. I told him just let her take you, you know, wherever she wants. And he had the favorite boxing in too. That was pretty nice.
Now, Dan, you spend most of the summer at Monmouth Park, and you're going to have some stalls in New York this year. You are really somebody that New York fans need to get to know because you've been doing this a long time and doing it well.
Since 1976. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. I love Monmouth. It's the home for the summer. It's a great track to train on, but I've got a few stalls in New York, and I want to get started there too. It's very exciting.
What do you think's next for Majestic Oops? I know it's right after the race. You want to see how she comes out of it.
Absolutely, but there's some good races at Monmouth. You know, we won't make the first one, the Serena Song, but the Lady Secret's in a month, and I'll talk to the owner and see what he wants to do.
Well, it's really good to see you get this kind of win.
Maybe next year we can run in the Claiming Crown again.
Well, that she's still eligible for that. Man, that's thinking ahead, guys.
Tremendous job Dan Ward has done with Majestic Oops. Good for him and all these connections with this Dig a Diamond victory here.
Yeah, and look, and Dan Ward has been around good horses for a majority of his career with his time with Jerry Hollendorfer. And so when he gets a good one, he knows how to keep him in that direction, and it's exciting to see. He's going to bring this horse up to the Northeast and see where she can go from there.
So feature in the books, one more to come to close out this Saturday action here in Hot Springs. 6 furlong sprint and Arkansas-bred runners running for a $20,000 maiden claiming tag in this finale. The One Miracle Mac, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. currently favored.
Well, it's been the Mike Maker show so far here today. We saw him with Red State. We saw him with Toscano here at Aqueduct, and we'll see if he can pull another one off with the One Miracle Mac.
More on this race when we come back from a timeout. Week away from the Kentucky Derby and the Fountain of Youth winner. Surprise for Bill Mott on Derby Day. What about the Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner? Can he get a bounce-back performance after a tough outing in that Santa Anita Derby against Journalism? Stay with us.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
off the turn. Mystic Dan cut the corner and grabbed the lead right at the top of the stretch. Sierra Leone and Forever Young are shoulder to shoulder with a furlong to go, but they've got 2 lengths to make up on Mystic Dan, who's begging for the wire. Forever Young and Sierra Leone keep on coming. Sierra Leone, Forever Young, and Mystic Dan. A wild finish. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
What an improbable victory. It took every inch of this incredible ride from Brian Hernandez Jr. to pull off this win in the Kentucky Derby last year.
Oh, every inch. I mean, every single itty-bitty inch. It's if it was not for his ride and the decisions he made, another horse would have won. I don't know if it would have been Forever Young or Sierra Leone based on if there would have been some sort of an inquiry if one of those horses would have won, but one of those 2 horses would have won if it wasn't for that absolutely brilliant ride by Brian Hernandez.
As we show you here, you don't necessarily need to win that final prep to win a Kentucky Derby, and that's been throughout the history of this race. The last 4 winners did not win, and of course Mandaloun, that would happen 6 months after the fact, after Medina Spirit was found to be DQ'd. But nevertheless, several contenders, they can come from anywhere, and they can come buried in these final preps somewhere that they didn't show up and run anywhere near the top. Who do you think is most dangerous and most likely to win of horses who did not win that final prep?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting ones, but one for me that I can't get away from is East Avenue, who showed so much talent as a 2-year-old. He was outstanding as a 2-year-old. However, he kind of went off form. He didn't run particularly well in the Breeders' Cup. He didn't run well in his comeback race at Fairgrounds. But in this race, he did run well. He seemed like he was back to himself. He ran fast. The pace was fast. He ran a winning race, but Burnham Square just ran a little bit better and ran him down. The thing about East Avenue is that this race, this Kentucky Derby, looks like there's going to be a lot of speed in it. But sometimes when it looks like there's 10 horses that want the lead, there's a lot of people's plans change where it's like, oh, well, maybe we'll rate a little bit. They're going 1.25 miles, so there's always that insecurity about whether or not the horse wants to go that far. And for me, if East Avenue has found a new version of himself where he will rate, or if he ends up getting loose on the front end, he could absolutely win this race. He's got entirely too much talent for that not to be the case.
Incredibly precocious early on in his career. It looked like he was, from the get-go in that first start, he was going to be a factor, and here he is. He's in the Kentucky Derby. It'll be his 3rd start off the bench, coming back now as a 3-year-old on Derby Day. And as you said, in that race coming back, I mean, he showed the real East Avenue is back.
Well, I think sometimes we and I understand why, we look at a horse's entire body of work and make decisions about things we've seen from them 3 or 4 races back. But if you just look at their last races, their last race for this, East Avenue has got to be right up there as having one of the best last races. We just are a little confused as to why he ran so poorly in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and down in the Risen Star.
Yeah. Juvenile forgivable, probably, right?
He stumbled. Yeah, he stumbled, and then Tyler, Brendan Walsh even said it. Tyler was just unsure if the horse was even injured. Kind of just grabbed him a little bit and didn't really even persevere with him throughout that race.
Well, let's go to Mig now. We pose that same question to you. What horse coming off a loss you think is most likely to win this Derby?
I would go with Cole Battle. I thought that he was a little bit rank early in the Arkansas Derby. I thought his rider, Juan Vargas, did a really good job of backing him out of the pace stool, but he was pulling. And it was out of character for him, just a little bit keener than he should have been. And then he made the first move into the teeth of a very fast pace. And I just think, with that effort, think about Mystic Dan last year. His Arkansas Derby wasn't his best effort, but then it kind of primed him, set him up for his best effort in the Kentucky Derby. And I spoke with Lonnie Briley immediately after the Arkansas Derby, and he said, my horse was a little more keyed and keyed up in the paddock, in the post braid than he normally is. He's usually a laid-back individual. I missed the work. I really felt like if I had that extra work with him. And then he gave me that cagey, Cajun wink and a smile, and he said, you'll see a different horse on the first Saturday in May. And this is a horseman that is so respected within the industry. He was a behind-the-scenes guy for the longest time, and now he's center stage with a horse like this. And factor this in, guys. I don't know how much you believe in weight. he was also giving 3 pounds to Sandman and 3 pounds to Publisher, who finished in front of him. Train's a little different to it, a little more settled, equal weights. I don't see why this horse can't rebound. I'm not ready to write off Cole Battle, and I think anybody who's going to sleep on Cole Battle is making a mistake.
I didn't realize, Miggs, you're not coming back after the meet ends, are you? You officially work for Oaklawn now.
No, not quite. But I've really had a wonderful experience here. I've had they've been tremendous hosts. Really could not treat me any better, and it's fun to come to the races. You know, guys, you experience it, you feel it at Saratoga. Every day here is like a Saratoga atmosphere, and it's fun to come to work when you've got this kind of atmosphere.
Look, I kid. Cole Battle, I think, is without question the best story going into this Derby, too. He picks a house horse I said that because he's been running out at Oaklawn. But intrigued by this horse. I think he's continued to really outrun his odds and what people thought of him, just even in defeat last time out.
No, I mean, he's shown up. He's danced a lot of dances, and that goes a long way, I think, to have a nice foundation for that 1.25 miles. He's going to have to get a little bit faster, a little bit more consistent. You know, the word on the streets is he's not much of a workhorse in the morning. You'd like to think at some point that'll catch up to him when they're going 1.25 miles, and there's the real running has to start.
Although reportedly, for a horse that does not like to work in the morning that much, worked very good his most recent work.
Well, maybe somebody told him that the big race is around the corner.
We will see. He can continue to defy the odds for these little-known connections. 71-year-old trainer Lonnie Briley. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Nightcap still to come from Hot Springs. While the post parade, when we return, approaching the 7-minute mark to post for the finale when we come back.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Trying to get him. Speed King holding on. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way. Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Manicat Road, and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it. It's Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second, and Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
I thought he was going to put it together today, put everything together today, and he did. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners across the board. And, you know, we're a great group, and we're on to the first Saturday in May.
Quiet Side on the outside, neck and front now. Simply joking, resilient from the rail. Quiet Side digging in. She's got a half-length lead, and she has the fantasy victory.
Johnny, you can take a deep breath now. What a horse race that was.
That was very exciting. I mean, it was an incredible battle down the stretch. Couldn't ask for a better performance.
Kentucky Oaks?
Absolutely.
Booth and Anarchist, they need to find more. Booth's finding more. Anarchist done. Rivet coming on late, but Booth's gonna do it. Booth, a gold star in the count plate. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna.
She just keeps amazing us every time, we think she's good. She just gets better and better, and you hear it all the time, a once-in-a-lifetime mare, but she really is a once-in-a-lifetime filly.
So many incredible moments from this meet at Oaklawn. We're going to take them with us and remember for quite a while. Torpedo Anna coming back in the Azeri and then adding the Apple Blossom. Quiet Side, we'll see what she does in the Oaks. I think Booth has become one of the premier sprinters in the country, and we'll see what Sandman does on Derby Day.
Yeah, and Skelly too. I thought Skelly's comeback performance was outstanding, and it's going to be. Oaklawn does a tremendous job, and they've really took this kind of winter spring and have really focused it in and on some really big time horses. To have the Derby preps for one be as quality as they always are, and then to have horses like Torpedo Anna show up for a couple of times. You get the horse of the year to show up twice in the first quarter. You're doing pretty good.
No question. And the meet has just been, as Mig said, and had Chris on to talk about it, just sensational. Pretty much every step of the way. 4 days remain and this 11th race here to close out this Saturday card. And we'll see if we can go out on a winning note here in this finale this Saturday afternoon. Miracle Mac remains the favorite from the inside. Mike Maker Barn with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, Mike Maker with 2 wins on the show already. I'm not crazy about this one at this price.
He's known as the mayor of Hot Springs, but that's not why this horse was named mayor with Ron Moquette as his trainer.
This horse took some money on debut. Didn't run particularly well, but maybe they've adjusted some stuff.
Get the Boss, 40-1.
Yeah, Get the Boss, who's never really taken any money, never really done any running.
First-time starter that's not really taking any money. Here's Major Jesse, excuse me.
Yeah, the connections. 1 for 119 with first-time starters.
Low on funds, Randy Morse trains.
Yeah, caught a sloppy racetrack, muddy racetrack, sloppy racetrack. Finally gets a dry racetrack.
First-time starter with an intriguing gate drill. Most recently, Bobo Doe.
Yeah, just the connections. 2 for 36 with first-time starters, only 6%. Not something they necessarily focus on.
Cipriano Contreras with his nephew in the irons, Manny Esquivel.
0 for 13 the last 4 races have been single digits in odds and still hasn't got it done.
If the 9 wins, wow.
Yeah, if the 9 wins and you bet them, somebody cash out.
Does not beat a horse in 3 starts. Swift Key, the 10, went by at 27-1. Here's Coach Sam P.
Yeah, Coach Sam P, another one. 0 for 15 lifetime. This one hasn't been as short too many times. Spent a couple of races on the turf as well. Not impossible.
Rocco Bona, Denali Lightning.
Yeah, another one. Not taking much money. Not taking much money today. Hasn't taken much money. Hadn't done much running.
And also eligible to get in Still Billy, who that performance 2 back would make this one pretty tough.
Yeah, drawn outside. Doesn't have a lot of early speed, though, and that worries me a little bit when you're trying to navigate a way to not lose ground on the turn. Still Billy's going to have to try to hustle away from there or take back and tuck in.
To Mig for more on this finale.
Yeah, guys, and we'll pick up right down on the inside with the 1 Miracle Mac. I'm in agreement with Jonathan. I think that it's kind of a tough position for this horse. Doesn't have the most natural speed, and you have the inside, and you running the risk of either getting shuffled back or at least having to deal with a lot of kickback. And I think, in lower level races, these are bottom Arkansas bred maiden claimers. Sometimes they just get discouraged a little bit more easily. I think Miracle Mac, with that lack of real speed, kind of makes life difficult for this horse. So, I'm looking elsewhere. I think the 2 mare is very, very interesting. This is a horse that took a lot of money on debut, went in for maiden 45 state breds. It is a home bred for young thoroughbreds. And if you really paid attention or watch close, this horse lost his hind end at the break, kind of slipped. The ground broke away, not up front where you would think a typical stumble, but more just the ground breaking away behind. And I thought this horse really did not deal with the kickback well first time. Now, I don't know that this horse is going to have the kind of speed to get out of the kickback, but usually horses do get a little bit better after they've experienced it. And I just think that the money that this horse showed first time is significant. And even though maybe it's not named for Ron Moquett, I will say he is the mayor of Hot Springs. He just, anything you need, you got an issue, call Ron. He knows a guy. He's got a guy. So it's been a lot of fun getting to know Ron down here. I will say, guys, I agree also with Jonathan, with Bobo Doe, first-time starter, who was taking some money, was 6-1, is now drifted to 9-1. Maybe the connections aren't so focused on, win early types or getting horses to win first time out. This horse looks extremely well prepared. Very fit, very focused. And I just thought it was interesting, especially the money that the horse took earlier. Makes me feel like this horse has been good in practice, right? Has shown in the morning that there's something there.
See what happens here to close things out. Mig, thank you. 9-5. Miracle Mac from that inside post. And just one time hitting the board in 5 tries. We'll see, though, if today's the day. Public sure likes him.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes people will gravitate towards connections in a situation like this. This horse has had 5 opportunities. He's been single-digit odds 4 out of 5 times. He's been with Mike Maker 4 times. I just, at this short of a price, I think you're better off just kind of take a chance somewhere. For me, I would go somewhere elsewhere. Maybe the 11, maybe the 13. I just don't like that trip from the way outside from the 13. That would be my biggest concern there.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here is the nightcap on the Saturday card from Oaklawn.
Fun is going in. Bobo Doe will be second to last to load, and still Billy to the outside post. They've loaded Major Jesse, now low on funds, has gone in. Bobo Doe. And to the outside post, we wait on Still Billy. 10 more races tomorrow on Sunday, folks. We'll see you then. For now, enjoy this nightcap. 12 in line, we're ready to go. And Leroff, Miracle Mac, and Major Jesse slow away from the gates. Get the Boss up on the pace. Denali Lightning with him. Mayer down on the inside, pumping forward, and these 3 are across the track. They put 2 lengths on Still Billy, who's in a good position. He's running in 4th. Bobo Doe right inside of him. Then comes Get Away With It. Miracle Mac. The 2 favorites are 5 from the top. They're a length better than Coach Sam P, who's sent along. Low on funds inside of him. Another 3 to Swift Key. Cash App Mike is second to last, and Major Jesse can only see backside as they go into the far turn run here. Contentious battle on the lead. Mayer on the inside has a share of it here with Get the Boss, a big long shot. Denali Lightning is 3 deep trying to come on. Miracle Mac gaining ground on the inside. Here comes Miracle Mac moving forward on the fence to take the lead. Coming to the top of the stretch. Miracle Mac off the turn in front on the outside. Get Away With It. And Still Billy's right behind him. Get Away With It. Rumbling down the center of the track to take the lead. Miracle Mac behind in second now. Still Billy is third along with Bobo Doe. There's a 16th to go. Get Away With It. A length in front. Miracle Mac second best coming to the finish. Get Away With It. It's maiden breaking time for him. Get Away With It. Manny Esquivel 2 wins today. Second home Miracle Mac. Then Bobo Doe. And Still Billy, who is 4th.
Manny Esquivel for his uncle here. Cipriano Contreras, start number 14. This 4-year-old breaks his maiden.
A lot of times it just takes these horses just to find their friends, to find an opportunity to get into a spot where you're suddenly not the hunted, but the hunter. And that's what happened with Get Away With It. Found a group that was to his liking.
3-1 to close things out on this Saturday card in Hot Springs. Good for Manny Escobar, Cipriano Contreras, and 4 days remain. This jockey title, it's going to come down to the wire. Christian Torres still just barely hanging on. Right behind him, Francisco Arrieta and Rafael Bejarano still in the mix as well, just 4 back.
Look, for riders, it means a lot to win these meets. You know, you're there, you're committed to it, and to be able to have your agent equipped with that weapon of, you don't want to ride my guy, you won the meet. Of course you want to ride my guy, and I think that goes a long way. So it should be fun to see how that unfolds. And I got to tell you, I'm fired up about seeing Cornucopian right back over here tomorrow, who could be pretty special.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Brilliant in that debut. He was so good off one start sprinting. He went to the Arkansas Derby. I don't think he lost anything at all in defeat. He ran a huge race that day. So, yeah, race 7 tomorrow. Sand Devil, Cornucopian. Some other big names in there as well. It's going to be fun. We hope you join us. Our coverage starts 1 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. We hope you join us for our Sunday coverage. It was Dream On in the Woodhaven. Mark Cassibarn, Javier Castellano with the victory in that stake for 3-year-olds on the lawn. Big performance, and the Dig a Diamond heavy favorite defeated. No repeat for Hoosier Philly. It's Majestic. Oops, Dan Ward done a tremendous job with this 5-year-old mare, getting her in top form. Now back-to-back wins and a stakes victory at the meet in Oaklawn.